My man, this series spends 20 minutes showing the protagonist suffering like an orphan on Christmas. I could have skipped it or rushed through it, but all of it is necessary for the plot. But if you survive the hell at the beginning, I can lead you to nirvana with insane fights, absurd levels of aura farming beyond comprehension, along with some of the hottest character designs. Just look at this baby doll, then look at this other one, and another. Also, the plot itself is absolute cinema, so stay tuned, and let's get into it. Right at the very beginning, our main character is casually buying something at a convenience store. The news reports that a dust storm is making the sky hard to see that day. Meanwhile, the protagonist tries to buy some chips, but the bag is already torn open, so he wonders what happened. A little girl nearby asks if he's a thief who secretly ate the chips. He says he isn't. At the same time, the news warns people to stay home because the weather is unsafe for outdoor activity. And an emergency report interrupts. A sudden earthquake has struck near Seoul. At first, the quake is weak and no one is hurt, but the monitoring station says its strength is gradually increasing and early action is needed. Soon, everything starts shaking, and the broadcast says the government will respond. But then the signal begins, cutting out as something appears in the middle of the street, right in front of everyone. A massive tower rises from the ground. The protagonist quickly moves to save the little girl, and once the tower emerges, the entire area is destroyed. He protects her during the collapse and asks if she's okay while holding her in his arms. She still calls him a thief, then asks what that thing is. When he turns around, everyone sees a massive structure towering over them, and similar ones have appeared in England, Japan, and many other countries, including Seoul. Strange structures appeared worldwide, and people named them the Nightmare Towers. Then everyone receives a notification saying they've been chosen as tower walkers who will save the world. The system asks whether they want to accept or refuse. The first person accepts without even thinking. The window in front of him begins to glow, and everyone who accepted the summons is pulled into the tower's battlefield. After receiving the system's blessings, they gain items and skills like in a game, but they soon realize this is no game at all. Then the system speaks to them again, warning that the tower's impact will soon strike their world. They look outside in shock and finally see what lies beyond the tower. People are working around it, and one worker asks Rio what that thing is. Then they notice something descending from above. Everyone panics, saying it looks dangerous and telling someone to call the police or do something. But the creature up there is actually a demon, spreading its wings and claws before charging at them. Its mouth is filled with terrifying teeth. It lets out a roar, and more monsters begin pouring out in response. Emergency sirens start blaring, but the destruction has already begun, forcing everyone to run. The army tries to respond, but against those massive monsters, they're wiped out almost instantly. As monsters continue pouring from the tower, a third of the population is wiped out, while those near the tower can only watch. Then the system congratulates them again, saying they've been chosen as tower walkers who will save the world, and asks whether they want to accept the summons. After witnessing that disaster, they finally decide to climb. The message said they really could save the world, and they believe that attacking the tower together will finally end this nightmare. As humanity's last hope, armed with special powers and skills, to prevent mankind's extinction, the tower walkers begin their assault on the tower. During the climb, they encounter a stone wall they can't get past. One asks what the problem is and suggests smashing it. Another mocks him, asking if he really thinks such a stupid idea would work. But then someone notices that it actually worked. Another calls the team leader over to look at something, a glowing stone on the ground. When they pick it up, they learn it's the Stone of Return. It sends the user back to the moment they were first summoned to the tower while preserving all their memories. The stone can also be divided and used separately. Do you really think a tower trying to destroy the world would hand out a time travel stone that easily? Come on, that's not how cliches work. Even so, they're stunned that the stone can send someone back in time. It seems too unbelievable to be real. How could such a broken item even exist? So the team leader says he'll test it himself. That leader is Huang Inshin. He activates the stone and a light shines in front of everyone. Then he vanishes, leaving the others behind. They're shocked that he truly disappeared. But they begin wondering whether their leader can ever return. Even if he went back to the past, shouldn't he still exist in the present? But Sakamoto tells them that this may be normal. Huang may have returned to that world's past, but if the timeline split, they may never meet him again. Then Sakamoto begins explaining it through scientific concepts like multiverses and parallel universes. Their situation may involve the universe's timeline splitting apart, meaning that the moment Huang Inshin returned to the past, he became entirely separate from the Huang Inshin who once existed in their world. Everyone is stunned by his explanation, but Sakamoto admits they probably didn't understand it all. Even so, the one thing they can say for certain is that Huang Inshin did return to the past, but that doesn't mean anything will change in their world. Sakamoto adds that, as far as he knows, tower items have never lied, so the stone should send each user into a separate timeline. Of course, that's still only a theory. They also can't rule out the possibility that everyone who uses it ends up in the same timeline. After all, tower items defy normal human logic, and at that moment, the second tower impact strikes the world outside the tower, causing more monsters to appear again. Before all of humanity on Earth is destroyed, the walkers must make a choice: use the Stone of Return to go back to the past, or remain in the tower and die. And that's exactly what begins happening. Many are killed while pushing forward against a tentacled monster. One of them begs to be saved, but the creature devours him without mercy. At that point, they decide it's finally time to use the stone. Still, one of them refuses to give up, while another apologizes, saying there's no hope left. He uses the item and vanishes beside him. Red-haired guy collapses to the ground, about to be taken by the monster. But then someone appears and slices the creature to pieces, saving the boy. The man who appears asks if he's okay, and the boy says he is. Then the rest of Group Cana arrives, furious that all those cowards ran away. Seeing them, the red-haired boy begins crying, and one of them thanks him for holding on until the end. They were humanity's hope, the people who refused to fall for the Stone of Return and chose to protect the present, not the past. They were humanity's final squad, Carpe Diem. But before long, even Carpe Diem is completely shattered. During one of the worst moments of his life, the protagonist asks himself where everything began to go wrong. A little earlier, they had been fighting a masked monster. The same brown-haired man charges in and tells Jahir First Edition to move now. The protagonist rushes forward too, telling him to relax because he's about to kill that thing. Together, they manage to cut the monster apart and kill it. Afterward, the protagonist asks whether anyone died. His friend says he doesn't think so. Thankfully, even the injured should recover with enough rest. He adds that, at this rate, reaching the final floor may actually be possible. Everyone celebrates after the battle, smiling at the two of them. Then the protagonist notices something on the ground, a dragon-suppressing greatsword forged by the Phantom Tiger, master of the 85th floor. Over 1,000 days and 1,000 nights to kill a dragon that possessed the energy of the sun and moon. He realizes an even stronger weapon has appeared, and just as Kim Yun-wan said, he doesn't know whether they can truly reach the top, but he'll still try. He thought everything was going smoothly, but right now, he's in serious trouble inside the 99th floor's boss hall, the Hall of Yamuk. The monster stands before him, ready to unleash a blast of heat. His friends are all lying collapsed around him, And when he tries to look back, the monster delivers a massive blow that slams him into the wall and pins him there like an insect. The protagonist begins coughing up blood and thinks it's over. Everything they endured together, all those moments. Even after all of that, it feels as though it only led to this pathetic death. But when he looks ahead, he's shocked to see that same friend charging at the monster and trying to cut it, landing 2 solid strikes behind the monster's head. He keeps attacking the creature, shouting for Ronald to get up. Still striking, he continues yelling, then admits he can't defeat that bastard alone. But as he says, the monster suddenly turns and looks back. It drives its horns straight through Jaewon's friend, piercing his stomach and killing him instantly. Seeing that, Ronald begins screaming. But when he charges forward, the monster swings his friend's body, while running with him, still impaled on its horn. Then the monster charges toward a wall, smashing the boy into it and destroying any chance that he was still alive. Watching this, Jaewon burns with rage and grips his weapon, charging at the monster. But as he runs toward it, he notices some kind of energy flowing through the tip of one of its scales. He wonders what the light is and thinks it may help him, so he heads straight for that point, attacks, and manages to finish the monster. He kills it once and for all. Afterward, he begins coughing, completely exhausted. Then he rushes over to Ronald, but the boy lies collapsed in the corner, utterly defeated. Jaewon notices a colorless return stone already resting in Ronald's hands, leaving him stunned. At the same time, Ronald apologizes to him. Jaewon simply stares in shock, remembering what Ronald once said, because he never stopped smiling. Even inside this cruel tower, the Wanderers gave him the nickname Smiling Knight. But now, the Smiling Knight says he's lost his smile for the first time. Jaewon tells him to go. He orders him to disappear before he changes his mind. So he leaves Ronald behind, while Ronald begins wondering whether Jaewon noticed. He says the stone looks badly worn. Then, using his last bit of strength, he manages to stand. Meanwhile, the protagonist realizes Ronald is far stronger than expected. Because of him, he is now convinced that reaching the top of the tower is possible, and as long as Ronald is there, they can do it. He's relieved that Ronald exists in this world, and Ronald throws himself out of one of the tower's windows. Meanwhile, Jaewon reaches the final door, remembering everything he experienced with his friend. Even so, he knows he must keep moving, and steps onto the next floor. When he arrives there, he's stunned by the glacier and realizes he's standing in a snowy field. Out in that frozen land, Jaewon battles several giant monsters as they charge him. Sharp ice spikes form around him, while one monster keeps chasing him, mocking him and asking whether he's finally given up. But Jaewon turns and says there's no way he's quitting, then asks whether the monster is done playing with him. The creature attacks again, until Jaewon finally makes it into a tunnel. The monsters keep searching, and from inside, he can still see what's happening outside. The monster assumes he'll keep hiding there forever. Inside the tunnel, Jaewon tries to heal his frozen arm and says it's been 10 years since he reached the 99th floor. He survived countless crises on the 98th, but the danger on the 99th is on an entirely different level. That ice has put him through hell. The boss of the 99th floor is the ice dragon Velkisis, whose breath from the Forgotten Land is difficult to endure even with maximum cold resistance. He says that without the equipment left behind by fallen wanderers, he would have died long ago. That includes the supreme dragon sword he obtained on the 85th floor, the ice demon armor Union gave him, as well as the item on his arm, the Flame King bracelet. Then he thinks about Han Seo-yu, seeing the girl before him in his memories. He apologizes to her, saying things would have been different if he'd been stronger. He remembers her death and hears someone call Jaewon. He jolts in surprise. Blacksmith asks whether he plans to face that creature again, And he says yes. This time he truly feels like he can win. The blacksmith of Atapos asks Jae-hwan if he's serious, then says that's a relief. This is Atapos, the village claimed after defeating Alter Minas, the boss of the 50th floor. Even though dead and injured wanderers arrived every day, the people never abandoned hope. Priests formed emergency rescue teams to save fighters who could no longer battle, while workshop smiths made free equipment for wanderers fighting for humanity. Jae-won tells Jae that it looks like he's the last blacksmith remaining in Apos. Jae tells him not to remind him that the protagonist is his only customer. Worse, supplies from the lower floors seem to have stopped, leaving him without ore. He says some ore was still arriving a few months earlier, and Jae-won thinks that makes sense, because almost no humans remain alive in the tower. He says he no longer even knows what year it is, but 10 tower impacts have occurred, and after a certain point, people stopped appearing in the first floor's summoning field to climb the tower. He's beginning to think the humans in the tower have been wiped out. Jae can barely speak, but asks whether something has been bothering Jae-won. Lately, while traveling up and down the tower, everything has looked the same as always, but when he thinks back, there were strange writings near the place where the return stone was found. They mentioned a tower within a tower and a nightmare within a nightmare. He says someone else may have written them, but he never understood their meaning and assumed they weren't important. Then Jae says Grandma Helene disappeared 2 days ago. He explains that no one grows old inside the tower, so when someone vanishes, there are only 2 possibilities. Either they returned to the past, or they jumped from the tower. Helene of Helene's potions and Jae of Jae's workshop were among the final support workers left on the floors. That makes Jae even more uneasy. He continues hammering the metal as he speaks. Jae-won asks Jae to teach him the blacksmith skill. At that, Jae immediately stops swinging his hammer. The protagonist realizes this is exactly what he needs. Back with the ice dragon, it asks whether he's finished playing hide and seek. It says no human has ever reached the 99th floor alone since the tower's creation, and admits Jae-won is an extraordinary human. Jae-won hates that the last being to acknowledge him is a monster instead of a human. So he says killing it will leave him feeling empty too, since it's the one that recognized him. The dragon says that's impossible, but then Jae-won asks how it can know that, when even the armor it's so proud of is beginning to crack. The dragon doesn't appreciate that. It prepares another freezing breath and calls Jae-won arrogant, declaring that the games are over. But as it prepares to attack, he charges directly into the breath pouring from its mouth. He takes the attack head on, and the blast sends him flying, pinning him inside a glacier. He's nearly frozen solid, covered in blood, and badly injured by the dragon's attack. The dragon says he'll keep fighting until the end, but no matter how stubbornly he resists, the fate awaiting him is unbearable loneliness. Then someone begins calling Jae-won's name, waking him again while ice statues of his dead friends appear around him, and the dragon continues describing the emptiness he'll feel. Then Jae-won calls out to the dragon and says it talks too much. He breaks free of the illusion and charges again. He attacks once more, thrusting forward, but the dragon says it's already tired of seeing the same stab after all that talk. It tells him to give up because he can't win with that move. But Jae-won uses the same attack again and explains that he began climbing the tower later than other people, so he missed out on secret skills and hidden classes every single time. That's why he stopped chasing other abilities and focused on only one, the thrust. He kept refining it further and further. After killing more than 50 million monsters with that single attack, his companions thought his nickname should be Thrust. Then he felt the thrust begin to change, becoming faster, sharper, and stronger. Eventually, it stopped being a simple move and gained power comparable to a secret skill. And because it wasn't a skill, it never drained his spirit power. That meant he never tired from using it. Even So this fight is still brutal. Leaving only one scratch after hundreds of thrusts is absurd. Still, he strikes the same spot again. But the dragon opens its mouth once more to fire another blast. Jaewon thinks it's too late to dodge, but then he senses something. As the monster breathes at him, the same line of light appears in his vision. He realizes it's the same light he saw on the 98th floor, so he focuses with everything he has. Unleashing the strongest thrust of his life, it crashes into the monster's face and inflicts massive damage on the dragon. Dragon begins shouting at him, "One eye destroyed," asking how he dared. Jaewon is shocked it still wasn't enough and says the attack should have finished it in one strike. Then he boasts a little, saying he'll end it for real this time. The dragon unleashes several more blasts at Jaewon, destroying everything around him and narrowly missing as he escapes. He can't believe the dragon is still attacking while suspended in the air and realizes he has no chance of winning like this. Then the dragon drops down beside him. The dragon says it's a shame. It tells the protagonist that if there had been 10 more humans like him, they might have won. The protagonist cuts it off, telling it to stop acting tough when it's already falling apart. The dragon says that if Jaewon's race hadn't been deceived by the Dream Demon Stone, their fate would have been completely different. Hearing that, Jaewon is stunned and asks what the Dream Demon Stone is. But the dragon gives no answer and attacks again. He jumps back to avoid it, then rushes through a door and shuts himself inside. For a moment, he thinks that was far too close. If that claw had even grazed him, he would have died. His HP is almost gone. Still, he can't stop thinking about what the dragon said, even though he's completely exhausted. His mind remains fixed on the Dream Demon Stone. Then 5 years pass. Jaewon returns to face the dragon again, and this time he finally kills it. He earns the title Nightmare of the 99th floor, while his level, vitality, martial arts, and agility all reach their maximum. Even so, he looks slightly disappointed. Too many system windows appear only after he defeats the monster. Then he asks the dragon one last time what the Dream Demon Stone is. The dragon says Jaewon should already know the answer. It adds that he'll learn the rest on the final floor. The protagonist also receives the Ice Dragon Sword, a black weapon filled with the Frost Dragon's breath, said to reveal its blade when its master wishes to fight. He examines it and thinks it doesn't feel like a sword at all. It feels more like a dagger. Then a door rises from the dragon's blood. It's the entrance to the final floor. Jaewon prepares to step inside, but as he moves closer, the door's name changes from blood to control room. When he emerges from the black liquid, he notices something strange ahead. The place displays everything he has experienced so far. He realizes he's looking at the tower's current structure, including the summoning field, atapos, and more. Then someone speaks, surprised that he arrived already, and saying they thought he'd visit the village first. The voice tells Jaewon not to be nervous. It says it forgot to send him an important message and asks him to wait there for a moment, adding that the device may look impressive, but it's actually old and difficult to operate. A message appears before him congratulating him for becoming the first person to clear every tutorial in World 294. It says his achievement has been recorded in the immortal Akashic records, visible only to the monarchs of the Great Lands. Jaewon is deeply shaken. He asks how all of this could have been nothing more than a tutorial, especially after all his friends died. The revelation leaves him desperate, completely overwhelmed by the truth. The speaker asks whether the shock was really that severe and says it hopes Jaewon doesn't remain stunned for too long. Otherwise, he may be consumed by his own emotions. Then it adds that it's probably too late to say that now, but he still shouldn't take it too hard. He did remarkably well for a human. Then the speaker notices something unusual about Jaewon. He's still standing there, unbroken, staring straight ahead. The speaker realizes he recovered much faster than expected. So the protagonist asks who the bastard is. The tiger-like figure says it talked so much that it forgot to introduce itself. It explains that it's simply happy to meet him since no one has ever reached the 100th floor alone. It introduces itself as Beastlane, the demon master of the Tower of Nightmares that Jaewon just cleared. Jaewon asks whether calling all of this a tutorial means the real game is only beginning now. Beastlane says he's quick to understand, but first, there's something he needs to see. Then Beastlane snaps his fingers, and Jaewon sees a memory of himself asking whether this was all a game. The sight startles him. Beastlane says they were all so young back then, and that it's been a long time since he last watched that scene. Jaewon begins remembering all the missions they endured. Beastlane says those are faces that can never be seen again. And right there, in that moment, Beastlane says none of them could have imagined what would happen next. A terrible, tragic future. He says even he cried while watching it. Then he asks whether Jaewon remembers everything now, the sadness, anger, and regret. He says it's natural to feel pointless emotions when confronting the past. Afterward, he offers the protagonist another chance. He says Jaewon can restart the game. Beastlane presents it as an incredible gift, the kind of miracle found only in novels, beginning everything again while keeping all his current memories. Jaewon begins wondering whether this is truly how it ends. He believed climbing the tower would save the world because the first message told them so. Now he realizes Beastlane deceived him from the beginning, and everything was built on lies. There was never any way to stop the tower impacts. The only thing they were ever able to do was continue climbing. Saving humanity was nothing more than false hope. Then Jaewon says Beastlane already knows. He has no intention of returning to the past. Beastlane bursts into laughter before him, his mouth stretching wide as he asks whether Jaewon is still talking about the past. He says he'll make one thing clear: no item in the tower, or the Great Lands can send anyone back through time. Nothing like that exists. Jaewon asks what he means, since there really was an item in the tower called the Return Stone. Then he suddenly remembers what the Ice Dragon told him. If his race hadn't been deceived by the Dream Demon Stone, their fate would have been entirely different. At that moment, Jaewon finally understands. Beastlane corrects him, saying it wasn't the Return Stone, but the Dream Demon Stone. That stone doesn't send anyone into the past. It traps them inside dreams created by the Dream Demon. He says he never imagined a race could be so obsessed with returning to the past until they reached the 67th floor. The only ones with that obsession were Jaewon and the humans. Then Beastlane asks Jaewon whether they're ready to begin the real game. It isn't about traveling back in time, but simply starting the game again from the beginning. He says he's certain the protagonist will make the logical choice, but Jaewon immediately refuses. Beastlane can't understand why, and Jaewon says that thanks to him, he finally knows what the tower truly is. At that moment, something appears behind Beastlane, leaving him shocked. The information identifies it as the Tower of Nightmares, tutorial mode. It's also known as the Fortress of Regret, the second creation of Molark, the dream demon who creates nightmares. It traps those who accepted the summons inside dreams created by the dream demon. Jaewon says he's already entered the dream created by the tower, so in that case, he'll hunt down the dream demon himself and advance to the next floor. Beastlane says there is no next floor and that this is the tower's end. But Jaewon no longer believes a word he says. Beastlane asks whether the clear rewards weren't enough and mocks him for clinging to insignificant memories. But Jaewon charges and thrusts, tearing away part of Beastlane's head. Even then, Beastlane continues talking. He says it's fine and asks what the protagonist wants: a secret item, a hidden skill, or anything else. He says Jaewon has earned it. Jaewon answers that he doesn't need any of those things. So Beastlane asks whether he doesn't want to return to his original world. Then he says that since Jaewon saw through the dream inside the Tower of Nightmares, he should have noticed this too. There was never any tower impact. Jaewon asks what he's talking about, and Beastlane shows him the people outside, still alive. Seeing that, the protagonist is stunned and asks what's happening. Then Lane circles around him while Jaewon watches people living ordinary lives. Beastlane laughs and says Jaewon finally understands the situation. No one died, isn't that surprising? His family, friends, and everyone precious to him are all safe. Beastlane says that should be wonderful news. Among them, Jaewon even notices a man who looks exactly like the protagonist from another story, reading something rather strange. Then Beastlane turns back to the protagonist and says he almost forgot to show him the most important part. Jaekwon is taken to a hospital where one doctor asks about the patients and another says they still haven't regained consciousness. Looking around, Jaewon sees his own body, while Beastlane asks whether he's surprised by his current appearance. Beastlane explains that decades passed for Jaewon, but only 1 month passed in his original world. He also says the protagonist can never defeat him. After all, Jaewon barely managed to complete the tutorial. The gap between them is as vast as the difference between humans and dragons. But Jaewon thinks that's actually reassuring. If they're comparing him to dragons, he's already hunted one before. Beastlane calls him arrogant, but Jaewon attacks again and is pulled back into the tower once more. Carrying a pile of potions, he heads toward the place where Jaewon should be. But the area is already ruined and empty, so Jaewon decides to forge it himself. He says 72 days have passed, including today, and he has challenged Beastlane every single day without rest. No matter how he attacks, he can't leave a single scratch on him, yet Beastlane refuses to kill him. He doesn't know why, but the demon has no intention of finishing him off. That's why, no matter how many days or years it takes, Jaewon still intends to kill him. But Beastlane isn't pleased about that. He has to restrain himself because Jaewon is merchandise he plans to sell, and extremely valuable merchandise at that, as a cultivator. This is the first time he's encountered something like this. A cultivator ensures a product safely adapts to the Great Lands through the second process, which improves it. The first process selects the seeds so only the best survive, and that's the tutorial's purpose, finding valuable products. Afterward, the selected products can begin truly growing through the real game. The second process is like giving water and fertilizer to chosen seeds so they can develop. But if a product refuses to advance to the next stage, the cultivator simply closes his eyes and kills it, since a soul isn't destroyed when someone dies inside the tower. But what if Jaewon's soul is damaged because of the power gap between them? That possibility catches him off guard. Thinking about the higher-ups watching him, he realizes the cultivators won't simply ignore it. He has to raise Jaewon perfectly and sell him, because he's certain this is his chance to rise and become a high-ranking demon. He also still needs to repay the loan he took out to buy a tower. Jaewon is so valuable that even gods who normally refuse to deal with demons have contacted him. That thought only makes him angrier. He thinks Jaewon is driving him insane, and then the protagonist attacks again. Beastlane demands to know what the hell he wants, insisting there must be some reason he's acting this way. He seriously asks whether Jaewon ever gets tired of this, because if he'd simply agree to begin the real game, everything would be easier. People from his world would call that the best choice. So why is the kid doing this? But Jaewon simply continues attacking, and Beastlane finally loses his temper, raising a wall between them. From behind the wall, Beastlane watches him. Then Jaewon attacks again, glancing back before getting caught. Beastlane grabs him by the hand and begs for an answer. What does he want? Beastlane keeps offering secret items and hidden skills, so why keep pursuing something so pointless? But Jaewon repeats that he'll hunt him down and move on to the next floor. Beastlane gets furious at hearing the same nonsense and asks what it will take for Jaewon to enter the real game. The protagonist realizes he's finally pushed Beastlane to his limit, So he says there's one thing he wants to ask. After hearing the question, Beastlane tells him not to be surprised. Their universe isn't made up of only one dimension. Jaewon casually says he already knows. Beastlane is shocked and asks whether he's some kind of genius. But Jaewon says everyone knows about that. Parallel worlds, multiverses, and similar concepts exist on Earth too. So Beastlane explains more clearly. There is a central dimensional plane called the Great Lands, with countless altered worlds branching beneath it. Earth is only a small planet within a separate dimensional system among those countless branches, and they call it World 294. Inside the Nightmare Tower, wanderers can gain skills, items, and improved stats. Then they adapt to the Great Lands system and receive a chance to travel to another world. Demons like him are supposed to support those games. But Jaewon asks why. Why is Beastlane doing any of this? Beastlane says that isn't what Jaewon is truly curious about. Out of all those altered worlds, the real question is why the Nightmare Tower was summoned to his world. That's what truly bothers him. Why were he and his family forced into such a fate? Beastlane says his world was selected purely by chance, but Jaewon cuts him off. That isn't what he's asking. What he wants to know is why someone like Beastlane is operating the Nightmare Tower. Beastlane asks what he means. The protagonist presses him, asking what he gains from this job. Unable to answer properly, Beastlane fumbles and calls it a form of volunteer work. He quickly realizes Jaewon doesn't believe a word. Even so, he insists demons truly do enjoy volunteer work, and that many demons help special wanderers on different planets. There's even a place called Paradise, where humans and demons live together peacefully. But right above his head, a message from a monarch about cultivating the product appears before Jaewon. Beastlane then asks whether Jaewon finally believes him. Jaewon doesn't believe him at all. If anything, he now knows too much. Then the protagonist checks his own information and realizes his level is absurdly high. Every status value is maxed out. He has reached the limit. So now he thinks he has no remaining skills to evolve. Even so, he still can't reach Beastlane, and that realization discourages him. He begins wondering whether humans can truly be reduced to nothing, or whether the system of this world is fundamentally wrong. Then he senses something. He asks himself what it was, certain that this time, the sensation felt extremely strange. Realizing it shouldn't exist there, he begins seeing tiny particles floating in the air and wonders whether he's hallucinating. He grabs one, and it breaks apart into grains of dust, drifting through the air. He describes them as thin, tiny particles. Then they form something resembling a sugar cube, changing shape each time they transform. Those particles are the essence of that world, and no matter what form they take, he instinctively understands what they are. Back in the present, he's essentially reading the evil Beastlane is hiding behind his so-called volunteer work. He asks about the monarch, wondering whether that's some kind of king, and Beastlane asks whether he's finally interested. He explains that monarchs protect the Great Lands, and those who clear the game usually move on to the Great Lands and receive a monarch's support. Jaewon asks what that support means, and Beastlane says his future depends on which monarch he chooses. If Jaewon follows his advice, Beastlane swears on his own name that he'll use all his power to help him choose an excellent monarch. Of course, that only matters if Jaewon is willing to play the real game to the end. Jaewon says he sounds like an insurance salesman. Beastlane gets offended, insisting he isn't acting like one. Then Jaewon says fine, he understands, and he'll do what Beastlane wants. Exactly 10 days, he'll leave this place. So 9 days pass, and the protagonist continues training. Beastlane watches him and notices he's been doing that nonsense all day, but tells himself it's fine. He only needs a little more patience. They're almost finished. He only bought that stupid tower because those bastards deceived him. He grows even angrier, blaming the entire mess on those scammers. They told him the tower had been built by a master himself, an ancient first-generation relic, so old that no one could determine its age. If it were a third-generation tower, it would include a function that forcibly ends the tutorial without damaging the rewards. But because this cursed first-generation tower lacks that feature, he can't close the game without negotiating over the rewards. That makes him even more irritated with Jaewon because of everything happening. Still, he tells himself it's fine. Being poor is a sin, after all, so he'll keep using the tower as long as it still works. Then he says tomorrow will be the end. On that day, Jaewon receives several messages. One gives a final summary of the Great Lands, explaining how to increase his adaptation and become an adapter, the 12 zones he must visit even if it kills him, and other essential information. Then another message appears, saying, the game administrator wants to end the tutorial. Return him to world 294 with all his memories intact and begin the real game. Beastlane asks whether he memorized everything, and Jaewon says yes, even thanking him. So Beastlane tells him to hurry and press accept. He's waited so long for this day that he can barely contain his excitement. But Jaewon attacks him instead, causing him to vanish. Then Beastlane speaks to Jaewon, demanding to know what the hell he's doing and why he's attacking again. The protagonist says Beastlane should understand just by looking, because from now on he's going to hunt him down. Then he charges at Beastlane again. After he began seeing those particles, the thrust of his sword became unstable, and every time he strikes, he feels a strange sense of discomfort. It feels as though his senses are awakening. So he keeps thrusting, killing Beastlane again and again. He begins wondering whether this is what it feels like to be alive, but then something grabs him. Beastlane unleashes a mass of tentacles at the boy. It's the black iron tree, a plant from the 91st floor. He says he's never seen anyone like Jaewon before, and honestly, things would have been easier for both of them if this had happened from the start. Then he asks whether Jaewon agrees. Jaewon asks what Beastlane plans to do, since he can't end the game without his approval. Beastlane admits that's true and says he abandoned the idea of gaining Jaewon's approval long ago. Now he only wants to ask one thing. Why does Jaewon think the tutorial never ends? Beastlane explains that the Tower of Nightmares is programmed to shut down automatically 100 days after the tutorial is cleared. That shocks the protagonist. But Beastlane says he only needs to restrain Jaewon and quietly drag him into the real game afterward. Jaewon immediately responds. He asks whether Beastlane is known in the Great Lands as the Temple of Provocation. Beastlane is visibly shaken. He continues, saying Beastlane has lived 784 years, crossed 128 worlds, and still uses that horrific cultivation method on targeted tribes. Beastlane demands to know how he learned all of that. Jaewon says Beastlane was planning to hand him over to the Black Monarch known as the Mathematician. Beastlane is now terrified and asks who the protagonist really is. All that information is floating above Beastlane's head, and even Jaewon finds it strange. He asks Beastlane who he thinks Jaewon is. After all, Jaewon is the prize Beastlane spent years cultivating here. Then Jaewon says that ends now and breaks free from the plant Beastlane used to restrain him. The moment the protagonist breaks loose, he charges forward at full speed and drives a thrust straight at Beastlane. This time, the attack genuinely frightens him. He's even sweating as he deflects Jaewon's strike. And that's when everything begins going wrong. Beastlane feels the blow in his left shoulder and screams. He can't believe it, and the blue glow surrounding Jaewon's attack only makes things worse. Beastlane begins wondering whether Jaewon reached hyper-adaptation, and he did. His sword evolves into a massive blade. Jaewon has clearly reached an entirely new level. He says that after reaching the 100th floor, he began wondering whether this was still part of the dream. Then another doubt followed. What if Beastlane truly couldn't kill him? And again, did being human mean he could be restored forever like this? As the world's essence began breaking apart, that train of thought led him to an answer. That marked the end of all his doubts. Jaewon says he has reached a place where doubt no longer exists, and there he found understanding. With that understanding, he attacks Beast Lane again. Beast Lane defends himself as though his life depends on it, because it does. He's completely terrified and shouts for the connection. A notice announces that the agreed time restrictions have been removed. Beast Lane returns to his prime form, becoming even stronger. Now he says he's done playing around and orders Jaewon to surrender. He begins cutting the protagonist all over, saying that adapting so quickly to the second round after clearing the tutorial is impressive, but this is the limit of humanity. He declares that Jaewon can never defeat the great Beast Lane, then sends spikes erupting from the ground to impale him. Jaewon wonders whether this is really how everything ends, but then he grips his sword even tighter. The numbers continue rising, and he attacks again and again, until the count reaches 999,999. Beast Lane says Jaewon will have to enter the real game no matter what, and if he keeps this up, he'll be the one who loses. But with the final strike, he reaches 10 billion thrusts. Then he begins noticing something, and follows the same line toward the enemy's weak point. Beast Lane panics, asking what's happening as his body begins breaking apart like a glitch. He's even more shocked now, saying this goes beyond mere adaptation. How did Jaewon reach this level? Before he can understand, the protagonist's attack breaks, through and tears into Beast Lane, landing perfectly. After taking the hit, Beast Lane crashes to the ground, completely defeated. Jaewon tells him to listen carefully, because this is the last time. Beast Lane realizes Jaewon has awakened. Jaewon says humans are not goods to be traded. They aren't stepping stones for Beast Lane to use however he pleases. Reduced to a tiny, pathetic creature, Beast Lane can only listen as Jaewon says people are not products with price tags. He says he will no longer follow their plan. He's going to destroy this place and climb to the next floor. Then he looks up at the already cracked ceiling and says he'll continue until he destroys this cursed world they created. Now all of Beast Lane's user data has been erased, and everything about him is listed as unknown. Beast Lane begs him to stop. He pleads with Jaewon, warning that he's destroying the tower itself and that no next floor exists. The protagonist disagrees. He says the next floor does exist. That terrifies Beast Lane even more, while Jaewon says they wouldn't have summoned him there without a reason. He remembers the 78th floor, the 66th floor, and the writings of a certain artist scattered throughout the tower, even on the 47th. In the end, every Tower of Nightmares is merely an imitation of the first demon at the top of the Tree of Illusion. Those traces were hidden across different parts of the tower, and Jaewon keeps thinking about the top of that tree. He's certain the writings belong to Moloch Armelt, creator of the Tower of Nightmares, and remembers what the system told him before. So he asks Beast Lane whether this place is the root of the Tree of Illusion. Beast Lane asks what he's planning, and Jaewon says that if this is the root, then there must also be a trunk. So if he breaks through the ceiling, he'll reach it. He thrusts upward with terrifying force, while Beast Lane screams at him not to do that to his tower. Jaewon thinks he's finally found what he was searching for, and when he appears in a forest elsewhere, he repeats that he's finally found it. After crushing the demon and breaking the tower, the protagonist falls into an entirely new realm. The moment he arrives in that world, several wolves surround him. He's already in a difficult position when the wolves charge. Jaewon kills the first with a light thrust, splitting it in half, but the others keep coming, and then an even larger wolf appears, a gigantic one. Jaewon realizes a light thrust won't be enough against that one, so he uses a normal thrust and blasts a massive hole through its chest. One clean strike and it's over. After killing the monster, he removes its horn and takes it with him. He says all the monsters here seem weak. Then he hears someone speaking, and when he turns around, he sees a group of small green men. They begin shouting something about the horn. Even with suspicion active, Jaewon still struggles to understand their language structure. He holds up the horn and asks whether they want it. Fine, they can trade. He'll give it to them if they tell him where he is. But one of the small men suddenly charges at him and attempts to strike. Jaewon warns the antenna-headed creature that if it tries again, he'll kill them all. Then he truly does draw his sword and wipes them out, leaving only one barely alive while demanding an answer. Still, he can't understand a word it says, so he grabs the creature's antenna, making it curse angrily, and orders it to speak in a way he can understand. Instead, the monster swears it will kill the human and bites off its own tongue to do it. Jaewon says he thought they were weaklings, but their willpower was stronger than expected. After examining their antennas, he places them on the ground and buries them out of respect. He gained no information, so he wonders whether they at least carried anything useful. Then he finds a small dimensional pouch among their belongings. He realizes it's basically an inventory item, which is useful since he hasn't been able to access the system interface after learning the truth about the Tower of Nightmares. He had hoped tools like this would still function across dimensions, even in the Great Lands. That thought brings back his anger toward the lion. Still, he's relieved that suspicion can at least display item information. One item is a spectral crystal that increases a person's strength and spiritual power by a fixed amount. They come in different colors, and each little man carried at least one. Jaewon wonders whether they were jewelers or something. Either way, these should be valuable. He figures he'll have to leave the rest behind because it's too bulky. But then his dagger begins trembling again and starts devouring the items. Jaewon is surprised, but then notices more items remain, including a map. The map shows the path from the Tree of Mirage to Chaos. He realizes this is a place the demon never told him about, so Jaewon continues through the forest. Elsewhere in that same area, a group led by a striking red-haired girl is fighting some of the wolves. Then the redhead senses something and throws a dagger aside, striking a man with red dreadlocks. She quickly apologizes, but he brushes it off. She claims it was an accident and that she meant to throw it elsewhere, then tells him he'd better hunt in that direction. He decides to let it go because she's extremely cute. The girl keeps hunting, then suddenly begins apologizing again. The others become confused and ask what she's sorry for this time. Then they realize she brought back a huge monster. It's a two-horned beast. Everyone is stunned that she provoked something like that. They shout at her not to come toward them, but she keeps running over as though it's no big deal. Seeing the danger, they quickly gather to fight the beast. Watching from above, Jaewon notices the girl appears to be the strongest among them. He can't tell whether the group is truly on the same side, because the way they're behaving could get all of them killed. He even wonders how people this week survived the Tower of Nightmares. Then the man with red dreadlocks jumps in to save them, sending Fairy forward with the breath of the Flame King. Someone else says she'll help too, but the girl only gets in the way. That makes him furious. She quickly apologizes, though by now he suspects it wasn't entirely accidental, and begins cursing at her. She doesn't appreciate that, saying he was far too harsh when she was only trying to help. He clearly doesn't believe her, but the others shout at him about the monster directly ahead. Before things worsen, Jaewon moves. He steps in just before the dreadlocked man is killed and drops the monster with one clean thrust. Blood sprays everywhere, covering the man with red dreadlocks. The protagonist then drives his massive sword into the ground. Once the dust clears, everyone sees the beast's corpse with Jaewon standing on top of it. Now they're all asking who he is. Later, once they calm down enough to talk, they ask whether he's truly letting them keep the two-horned beast's body. Jaewon says yes, but they still wonder whether the horn is really that valuable. One of them says of course it is. A two-horned beast normally requires at least 10 people to kill. Jaewon remembers the five-horned beast he defeated earlier with a normal thrust and concludes that more horns must mean greater strength. Meanwhile, the girl who is clearly ruining their plan becomes increasingly nervous. Then she walks up to Jaewon and asks who he really is. She says no adapter in all of chaos can kill a two-horned beast with a simple thrust like that, so she asks where he came from. The protagonist looks at her and ignores every question. Instead, he asks what this place called chaos is. She stares at him as though he just said something insane. Afterward, they finally begin speaking more clearly, and everyone is surprised when Jaewon says he's only passing through. He also says he doesn't understand the local language, making everyone suspect something is wrong. After all, language barriers are rare in this place. As the conversation continues, the red-haired girl keeps thinking about Jaewon. This so-called traveler killed a two-horned beast without using any skill at all, with only one thrust. So she tries using one of her abilities on him, but it fails every single time. She says her detection skill isn't working. She can't evaluate him at all. Even though his spiritual power feels like that of a non-adapter, she has no idea who he truly is. Then she says she has one final question. She repeats that only a few adapters in chaos could kill a two-horned beast with one thrust, so he needs to reveal his true identity. But instead, he asks again what chaos is. The girl wonders whether he's mocking her, but he says he isn't. Then she asks why he's speaking that way. Once again, he doesn't understand her, and she wonders whether the word identity is somehow too difficult for him. Jaewon tells her he knows what identity means. It's simply that when he remembers everything he's endured, it feels as though all the ties he had on Earth lost their meaning the moment he entered the tower, and he recalls each of his former companions. He also made new companions there and formed new memories, but they vanished like a mirage at the end of the tutorial. His old friends on Earth are probably living without him now, and if the reward for clearing it was restarting with their memories intact, then they likely don't remember him or anything that happened in the tower. So he says he no longer remembers his identity. The girl says she understands now. She claims he must have amnesia, then asks whether he truly expected her to believe that. Saying it so seriously doesn't make it convincing. Jaewon points out that he never said he had amnesia. She calls him an idiot and asks whether he's some powerful man from the abyss. At that, Jaewon says he understands now and tells her to stop bothering him. He picks up his weapon, and it immediately grows. The girl is stunned to see that he owns a spiritual weapon. The weapon begins replacing what it consumed from his bag, and she starts thinking his real power didn't come from him at all. It came from the weapon. She says it's reckless to display a spiritual weapon so openly before others. The three of them keep staring at it, noticing that he's even feeding more equipment to the sword. They think Jaewon is leaving himself completely exposed, but in reality, he only wants the weapon to return to normal as quickly as possible. Then the girl says she can't believe someone like him ruined her mission. She could have easily killed the dreadlocked man herself, but then an idea occurs to her. She tells him it's fine and says she won't ask about his identity anymore. Instead, she has a proposal. She asks whether he'll hear her out. Jaewon explains that the woman introduced herself as Mino Han and gave him a brief explanation of chaos. Then she described the others as shameless trash from a clan called Red Fox. The protagonist summarizes it. She wants him to kill those men. She says he'll understand soon enough because they're definitely coming after him, and tells him not to just sit there staring. That night, the man with red dreadlocks says they should camp there because traveling in the dark is dangerous, and they may accidentally provoke a horned beast. So they all stop and rest around a fire. Jaewon lies down a little farther away, thinking that according to the map, the village is nearby. Then he looks again at those lights and thinks about the second stage of awakening, understanding. While resting, he overhears them whispering nearby. One tells the captain that Jaewon's spiritual power is the same as a non-adapter's, perhaps even lower than his own. No one is surprised because they had all noticed it. So they begin thinking he killed the two-horned beast only because of the spiritual weapon. One agrees, saying spiritual weapons are artifacts found only in the abyss. Then they ask whether he means the abyss branch of the mirage tree. Jaewon realizes they're definitely plotting something. They would lose their minds if they knew he obtained it at the root. He remembers the demon saying, "Tower equipment was supposed to be mediocre," so he can barely believe people here would target it. Still, he concludes this clearly isn't the Great Lands, and something begins moving in the forest, and Jaewon realizes they've started acting. The red-haired girl rushes over and asks what he's doing because they're coming. She reminds him that he has the sword that devoured the gear earlier and tells him to defeat them with it, but he says he can't. He explains that he lent it to them because they claimed they only wanted to inspect it while standing guard. She's stunned that he handed over a spiritual weapon for such a foolish reason, and says there must be a limit to how stupid someone can be in a dangerous situation. Then the dreadlocked man laughs and calls the protagonist an idiot, saying he'll make good use of the weapon. But with Red Fox present, it wouldn't matter even if the protagonist still had it. The others complain that he summoned everyone just to deal with two people and tell them to hurry, kill him, and leave. The red-haired girl curses at them and asks whether they truly want bloodshed. Jaewon feels almost pleased because he'll finally get to see the woman's real abilities. She's ready to protect him. Then the dreadlocked man orders his men to kill them both, and they charge. The girl grabs several kunai and drives them into their foreheads, killing two at once. The third attacks up close, but she drops him with a kick. Jaewon simply watches from the side while she apologizes, guessing she may have thrown them a little too hard. Then she says she's irritated now, and from this moment on, they're about to experience something truly horrible. The dreadlocked man says he suspected something when she lured the monsters toward them, and asks whether she's truly the Witch of Massacre. And now that witch looks ready to massacre every one of them. So he asks who submitted a request to the Shadow Warriors, but the girl asks why that matters. She says they've slaughtered countless non-adapters, and she's certain plenty of people in chaos want them dead, all while continuing her assault. He slips around every dagger as though dancing and says there's no way the Shadow Warriors would move for pathetic nobodies like them. Then he begins breaking those daggers with Jaewon's weapon, saying she must have accepted a private request. In that case, she'll die there. But the witch mocks him, asking whether he truly intends to fight while relying on a spiritual weapon. He says he came prepared. Then the girl realizes they're at least first-stage adapters. All of them are staring up at her with murderous intent. She estimates there are around 30, perhaps even 40, and says she thought sensed several presences earlier. She realizes more people were hiding nearby, and the dreadlocked man mocks her. Did she really believe he'd begin a fight unprepared? Especially against a shadow warrior witch and a man who killed a two-horned beast in one strike. He adds that if he'd known obtaining a spiritual weapon would be this easy, he wouldn't have gone so far as to summon his master. That master looks completely insane. The witch is shocked to see Black Fox there too, saying he must not have much else to do lately. Black Fox tells her to consider it an honor. He's the master of the Red Fox clan, a third-stage adapter. He says more than half of the Red Fox clan has gathered there for this hunt. She responds sarcastically, saying it's a tremendous honor. If they have that much free time, they can wait a moment. Even so, she isn't certain she can defeat him one-on-one because he's third stage. So she calls to Jaewon, apologizing because she didn't want to say this, but she can't protect him. She tells him to take the stone and run, and Jaewon sees that it's a nightmare stone. He asks what it is, and she says it's a return stone. If he uses it, he can escape to the nearest castle. Since it's the only one she has, she's giving it to him. Jaewon realizes it isn't a stone that sends someone into the past. It's a stone that saves someone in the present. That makes him wonder. Back then, instead of that useless stone, what would have happened if he'd been able to give one like this to Yoon Hwang and Chan? Then he asks the witch something. If she could, would she return to the past? She stares at him as though he's insane, asking whether this is really the time for such a question. Still, her answer is obvious. No, she says she's already done everything she could with her life. If she's going to die, then she'll die today. She would never return to the past. At that moment, Jaewon touches her shoulder and tells her she won't die today while drawing another weapon. The girl is stunned. At the same time, he charges straight at them and the slaughter begins. Black Fox shouts for them to use the 14th King of Flames formation, and several attackers unleash fire techniques at Jaewon. But then he uses Lost Enchantment, driving straight through the center of them with one thrust and piercing each enemy as he passes. Black Fox manages to block part of Jaewon's attack, but he still takes the blow head-on, and Jaewon punches straight through Black Fox's chest. Blood splashes across the dreadlocked lunatic's face as Black Fox falls dead before him, while Jaewon remains calm and composed. Now the only one remaining is the man holding the protagonist's weapon, and he returns it like a servant presenting something to his master. After taking it back, Jaewon prepares to kill the others. He uses light thrust and wipes them all out at once. The girl can barely comprehend it. What the hell was that? How can a thrust do something like that? She says she thought he was merely an idiot full of openings, so she assumed he was reckless. She believed he was the kind of fool who didn't understand danger, but that wasn't true at all. He's simply absurdly strong. So she calls out to him and asks who he really is. Jaewon answers that she already knows his true identity. She doesn't understand, and he asks whether she's the one with memory loss now, since he thought that was only his problem. She realizes he's mocking her, so she demands the return stone back, but he says he no longer has it. He lost it. She can't believe he lost something so expensive. Later, the two sit by the campfire again. Jaewon thinks the place feels strangely peaceful, but she keeps searching in a panic, saying the stone isn't there and asking whether he's serious. Why does she have to endure all this because of some stranger? Meanwhile, he continues feeding his hungry sword beside her. Then he says she should already know. She asks what he means, and he says she should know his identity. He's human. She asks whether he's joking, and he turns the question back on her. What about her? Is she human? She says of course she is, or almost human. Jaewon says that's good. She immediately asks what the expression on his face means. Is that really all? Is being human enough for him? The next day, they continue traveling. She asks whether he truly has no memory of entering chaos or even memories of the Great Lands, and he says that's basically correct. She admits she's actually jealous that he doesn't have those memories. Jaewon asks why anyone would envy amnesia, but she says most people there probably would, because everyone knows how people end up in chaos. He asks whether it's really that obvious to everyone, then asks how she ended up there. She stops walking and becomes serious. She says that when he learns the answer, he'll regret asking it. Eventually, they arrive at Gorgon Castle. At the entrance, she says they've finally reached a city. Daewon notices that the nearby structure resembles the summoning arena from the tutorial's first floor. At that moment, he sees someone being summoned there and says the sight feels very familiar. A crowd appears completely naked, with some screaming, crying, and looking utterly lost. Jaewon says he's seen expressions like theirs before. The witch says many arrive this time too, then asks whether he understands her earlier warning. In chaos, asking someone how they arrived is something you never do. Everyone who arrives comes there through suffering. She tells him this is the world of the dead, chaos. The protagonist asks whether these people came to chaos because they died in the Great Lands, and she says yes. Death there is the end. Once someone dies, they become nutrients for the mirage tree. Some may have died so long ago that they no longer even bleed red. Just then, a squad arrives. Their leader orders everyone to line up and be taken to the auditorium. He throws clothes at the naked newcomers and tells them to cover themselves and form a line. Then he mocks a skinny boy, saying he probably died because he was too weak, and asks whether he used to be some kind of webtoon artist. The witch then calls out to James, who looks surprised, especially to see her at the checkpoint. She says she happened to pass through and, since they know each other, asks him to let her enter. James apologizes to Mino, but says things have changed. Everyone entering the castle now needs a certificate. She's shocked and asks whether he means the outdated certificate issued by Big Brother. Then she asks why the rule is being enforced now. Of course, Jaewon doesn't have a certificate either. That gives her an idea, and she speaks to James. She apologizes and says she happened to leave her certificate behind. Then she offers something else, and James is shocked to see a horn from a two-horned beast. He immediately says her certificate has been verified after all, and since they know each other, it's fine. Everyone watches him except the bribe openly while she looks satisfied. But then James turns to Jaewon and says he also needs to show a certificate. Jaewon says he doesn't have anything like that and asks whether it's truly necessary. The girl says he appears to be in trouble, and if he asks politely, she might help him. But James says he can't enter the castle without a certificate. Jaewon says he understands, then moves his hand toward his waist. The girl quickly asks what he's doing. Is he planning to kill the guards just to get inside? Surely not, even if he's enough of a lunatic to consider it. Then she remembers that he really could kill James in a single move. Afterward, he would probably wipe out the others too, and simply ask whether she was coming. Honestly, she realizes he could do it. So she hurriedly tells James to wait, saying this man is actually with her. But then someone approaches and asks what's happening. The two turn around nervously, and she thinks they're finished. He has arrived. All the other soldiers immediately line up. She says he's practically a celebrity in Gorgon Castle. He's the least corrupt officer in Chaos. Cawthon Bullhead, officer of the Northern Checkpoint. Cawthon orders James to explain the situation. After hearing everything, he notes that Jaewon wants to enter the castle without a certificate. He says that cannot be allowed. The protagonist asks why, and Cawthon responds that when someone cannot prove their identity with a certificate, a checkpoint officer has the authority to deny entry. He declares it like absolute law, citing Gorgon Entry Law, Article 27, Paragraph 4. Everyone there immediately obeys. Shackles and collars appear on their bodies, and the girl realizes he used a decree skill. Things have become complicated. Cawthon adds that in situations like this, Gorgon's imprisonment laws also apply, but Jaewon simply thrusts at the decree and breaks its effect on the girl. He tells Cawthon to stop, saying he has no interest in what the law says. Cawthon is stunned and asks what kind of person ignores a decree like that. Jaewon instead asks what a certificate even contains. Still shaken, Cawthon explains that it lists a person's true name, faction, primary class and skills, partial status data, history, criminal record, spiritual corruption, and everything else. Jaewon says that, in that case, it sounds like he doesn't need one. He refuses to be certified. Meanwhile, Cawthon can't stop wondering how his decree failed against him. Cawthon declares that under Gorgon's prison law, Article 2, Paragraph 7, he is placing Jaewon under arrest with the Silver Prison. The chains rush toward the protagonist, but he simply watches. The moment the chains close in on him, he calmly shatters them before they can even fasten around his body. Everyone is stunned that he broke Cawthon's chains. Even Cawthon can't understand how the young man did it. But then the protagonist asks whether all he needs to do is what that woman did, and Mino doesn't understand what he means at first. Then she remembers giving up the horn as a bribe to enter. The guard who accepted it, along with those who helped cover it, turn pale with fear. The protagonist tosses a horn toward Cawthon, and the girl quickly tells him to wait, but once Cawthon catches the horn, Jaewon tells him to keep it and let him enter. James panics, asking how he dares bribe an officer, then urges Cawthon to execute him immediately. Cawthon asks whether his name is Jaewon, and the protagonist confirms it. Cawthon says he's been waiting for him because he's the envoy from the Green Piers clan. Then Cawthon examines Mino, and the device shows her spiritual corruption exceeds 15 and recommends immediate treatment. He tells her that her spirit is corrupted and says he doesn't need to explain what she must do. She says she understands. The protagonist has no idea what spiritual corruption is, and she notices he truly knows nothing while taking some medicine nearby. She says she's honestly amazed she managed to travel with him at all, then explains that spiritual corruption is a chronic illness affecting everyone in chaos. Their spirits slowly deteriorate, and once the corruption reaches the limit, they're finished. That's why beast horns are so valuable. He already saw how crazed that man became over a single one. She explains that horns are the only medicinal ingredient capable of easing chaos's spiritual corruption, so everyone living there needs them. Luckily, she managed to obtain some thanks to a certain someone along the way. Then Cawthon says he'll evaluate Jaewon. Using the magical eye in his hand, he activates the device and points it at the protagonist. The device returns an error, stating that it cannot measure his level of spiritual corruption. When James sees the display, he's completely stunned because Jaewon's corruption level is 0. Cawthon says he understands now. He looks at the protagonist's hand and says he'll return the spectral crystals now that the inspection is complete. But the protagonist says he doesn't need them. Cawthon replies that spectral crystals aren't things someone casually gives away, calling Jaewon the envoy of the Green Piers clan. But Jaewon says he isn't an envoy or whatever title they're assigning him. Cawthon merely smiles and says he knows that. As he's leaving, James asks whether it's really safe to let them go. Cawthon asks whether he knows what kind of item a spectral crystal is. James says it's a valuable object that increases an adapter's spiritual power, and Cawthon says that's true, but not the whole story. Removing his glove, he shows his hand to James, who is horrified to see it badly burned. He asks whether the crystal caused it. Cawthon says that unless someone belongs to the Green Piers clan, handling spectral crystals is impossible. They're the only ones who can carry those crystals without suffering corruption. So even if Jaewon doesn't look like one of them, Cawthon personally saw him hold the crystal. James asks how he can trust him, but Cawthon says he doesn't trust Jaewon. He trusts Jaewon's spirit. James is completely confused. Then he reminds James about the spiritual corruption test. James says the machine malfunctioned, but Cawthon explains that, as far as he knows, the device never fails. So James asks what happened, and Cawthon says there's only one situation in which the machine cannot measure corruption. Jaewon's spirit is purer than anyone else's in chaos. James can't believe such a thing is possible. Cawthon says it doesn't truly matter whether Jaewon belongs to the Green Piers clan. What matters is that he seems capable of using the crystals, and the people inside the castle will judge him now. And James asks whether this is connected to the castle's condition, but Cawthon says he doesn't know the complete details either. Still, he brings up one more matter. From what he heard, someone allowed a person through after accepting a bribe, and he believes that person's name was also James. James immediately panics when he realizes he's been exposed. Meanwhile, the protagonist thinks these roads are far too troublesome. Now he's also burdened with dead weight because the girl isn't helping at all. At this point, he's wondering who is guiding whom. He remembers Mino being struck hard by the decree and becoming completely dazed, merely following him around. Cawthon tells the protagonist she'll recover once she regains her senses, then tells them to enjoy their stay in Gorgon Castle. Jaewon is surprised that the spider decree's effect lasts so long. She truly is troublesome. Then he asks around, saying he's searching for a blacksmith who specializes in swords. Someone nearby overhears him and asks whether any blacksmith can handle a sword of that level. After the protagonist displays it publicly again, the man says he isn't sure. The man below is clearly already considering robbing him. After a while, the girl finally wakes up and asks when they entered the village. Jaewon is surprised she finally regained her senses. He tells her she can go her own way now, but she asks what he's talking about. She tells him to wait and asks whether he's really abandoning her like that. Then she wonders whether he's still angry because she nearly left him at the entrance, insisting it was only a joke. But the protagonist says she guided him to the castle, and that's enough. From this point onward, she would only slow him down. He looks back at her with complete seriousness and says they're different. He can see what she truly is, and in this world, that means he can perceive her real condition. To him, she's simply a dead person, so he tells her she'd better leave now. The girl has no answer at first, but then speaks anyway, telling him to wait. He doesn't even know how to navigate this place, and if he goes alone, he'll only create more trouble. He says he can simply ask people, but she replies that he can ask her because she knows the place extremely well. In the end, he gives in. He says he's searching for a nightmare. She says she may know where to find one and asks whether he wants her to guide him. He agrees. Before that, he says it appears some men have business with him. A group arrives intending to rob the protagonist. One talks about the great sword they heard about, calling it a flaming blade, while another corrects the story they were told. Mino asks who they think they are and tells them to leave if they don't want to get hurt. They laugh and call the redhead sharp-tongued, then warn her to watch her mouth. One of them, a massive man resembling a bull, says his little brother gets excited when he hears foul language, and since he's still a child, cursing is bad for his development. Another says that if they don't want to be trampled by his younger brother, they should hand over the blue sword. The protagonist simply says no, while the girl keeps asking whether that monster is really the younger brother. One of them asks what she's talking about and wonders whether they even understand the situation they're in. He says they should surrender the sword if they don't want to be hurt. But the girl keeps calling them liars and asking how that thing could possibly be the younger one. Honestly, she has a point. That giant does not look 12. But then the brute actually charges at her, saying he'll punish her for using bad language. Before he can do anything, the protagonist tears off both his arms, ending the growth of that so-called 12-year-old. Then he unleashes a brutal strike at the other three, destroying the house behind them. One of them crashes to the ground, reeking, while the protagonist says they're far too noisy. He points his sword at them and says that if they want to fight, they can come at him. Even then, one of them shouts, asking how he dared cut off the precious hands of his little brother. He swears they'll never forgive him, but they still turn and run while shouting that he'll pay for killing their beloved younger brother, until one points out that the brother isn't even dead. The entire situation becomes absurd. Then the remaining three charge the protagonist, shouting that they'll show him the bond between brothers, but the protagonist merely raises his sword. After all that noise, the protagonist is left wiping off the slime. He cleans the strange blood used in this world from his sword. The girl is amazed and asks why he solves everything with one thrust when he has other skills. He simply says thrusting is all he knows: light thrust, medium thrust, heavy thrust, serious thrust, and several thrust combinations. Basically, it's very Saitama-like. She asks whether he's serious and says he reminds her of someone else who uses only one move, except that person only uses slashes. He finds that strange too. Then she mentions his last attack and asks why it missed. He doesn't understand what she means, so she explains directly. If he was aiming at those men, why did he destroy the roof above them? Did his aim slip when he adjusted his strength? He says it was because while they were dealing with the thieves, someone on the other side was hiding with an invisibility skill. That bothered him, so he decided to frighten the person away. She stares at him and asks who scares someone by destroying a roof. He acts as though it's normal and says Jae-suan would have done the same. Then she begins inventing a dramatic name for his move. He doesn't understand why, but she keeps suggesting names like Darkness-Piercing Destroyer and Asura's Infinite Strike. He shuts her down, saying he hates strange names. She continues offering even more dramatic ones while the two walk on in silence. Soon they reach another area and she says she found it, the Twilight Workshop. It was founded by a nightmare and is the largest workshop in Gorgon. Then someone inside calls out. The voice asks whether their customer is there to place an order. A boy comes out and apologizes, saying any order placed today will take a long time. He introduces himself as Naven, a craftsman from the Twilight Workshop. The girl asks why and wonders whether they're fully booked. Naven explains that the workshop manager is away while the assistant manager is busy testing the craftsman. So, if they're looking for something, he says it would probably be better to buy a finished item instead of placing an order. They look over and see the assistant manager with the other craftsman. He's talking about a sword made from the horn of a four-horned beast. It will be complete once someone drills a hole for the gem. Everyone immediately says they want to try working on a four-horned beast's horn too. But he reminds them that this is a four-horned beast's horn and asks whether they truly want to attempt drilling through something that hard. McCall Garnad appreciates their enthusiasm anyway. He says, whoever manages to make the hole, regardless of who it is, will become assistant manager of the Twilight Workshop for the rest of the day. That leaves everyone wondering why the material is so difficult. Then they begin trying, but only destroy their tools and break a hammer. They can't understand how Root managed to refine it in the first place. McCall points out that, with their technique, they won't even scratch it. He gave them access to the enormous workshop for the entire day, yet they still can't accomplish anything. At the entrance, Naven watches enviously, wondering when he'll ever get a chance to touch a four-horned beast's horn. Then the protagonist walks inside. The boy tries to stop him and asks him to wait because he can't enter right now. McCall looks over at him uncertainly. The protagonist asks whether he can try too. McCall is surprised and assumes he's a traveling craftsman drawn by the four-horned beast's horn. He says he doesn't know which workshop Gon comes from, but wishes him luck and warns him not to assume it'll be easy just because his apprentices failed. The protagonist asks whether the hole should go around that spot. McCall says his apprentices aren't unskilled, but rather he's exceptional, and a four-horned beast's horn is an incredibly difficult material to work with. He says it's only natural for people to struggle, but the protagonist simply taps it with one finger. The impact is so powerful that McCall falls silent in shock. The protagonist actually punches a hole straight through it. Then he lifts the sword with one hand and asks whether that makes him assistant manager for the rest of the day. Everyone is stunned, but while he's turning it in his hand, the sword suddenly crumbles into dust before them. The protagonist merely looks surprised that it broke, speaking far too casually. That makes Mikkel begin shouting, unable to believe how calm he's being. He says he should crack Jaewon's skull and asks whether he has any idea how expensive that horn was. The protagonist replies that he was holding back. Mino asks what he means by that. He explains that completely destroying something is easy. Damaging it only slightly is the difficult part. Even so, he apologizes. McCall snaps back, asking whether he truly thinks an apology is enough. That was a four-horned beast's horn worth a fortune, and it was part of an order from the primordial universe. What are they supposed to say now? The protagonist says he'll compensate them with an even better horn. McCall asks what kind of nonsense that is. How could a lunatic like him replace it with something superior? Then the protagonist reaches into his bag. He says he'll repay them with this instead, a horn from a five-horned beast. In other words, something better. Everyone is stunned because it's truly from a five-horned beast. It's Mikkel Garnad's horn. The protagonist asks whether they'll accept it since he doesn't have another four-horned beast's horn. McCall instantly changes his tone and says, of course they will. Now calling him dear customer, Michael hears the protagonist ask whether he can use the workshop for a while. Michael immediately agrees. Then Michael orders everyone to close the doors. They all agree, and he tells the boy to hurry and come with him. Mino says it seems everything worked out, so Jaewon should do what he needs. She has to go somewhere else for a while. Then the doors close. Inside, McCall says this is his workshop, the finest in all of Gorgon. Since the protagonist is assistant manager for the day, he may use any facility and anyone there however he wishes. The protagonist thanks him, but McCall asks how he obtained McCall Garnad's horn. Jaewon says he obtained it himself. McCall asks whether he's saying he personally encountered a 5-horned beast. The protagonist says yes, he fought it. McCall can't believe one man hunted a 5-horned beast alone. Then the protagonist asks for his assistance. McCall keeps thinking about how rare someone like him is in Gorgon, perhaps even in all of Chaos. Finally, the protagonist explains what he needs, a sheath. He's never created one from scratch before, only repaired them. McCall repeats, a sheath. He asks whether the protagonist truly wants to use McCall Garnad's horn to create a sheath. Then the protagonist shows him his blade. McCall thinks it resembles a copy of an ice dragon sword. Since it was made by a nightmare, it's rare and beautiful as well. Even so, he thinks Michael Garnad's horn is too valuable for that and says it would be better to forge an entirely new sword from it. Then the blade begins trembling. A moment later, it shakes with hunger. It slips from McCall's hand and rushes toward the horn to devour it. He's stunned. He never expected it to be a spiritual weapon. From its spiritual energy, he can tell the soul of an elite race is sealed inside it. He can't understand how that happened. Then he notices that the protagonist's sword is evolving. Its shape is changing, meaning this must be a major evolution. Once it finishes, it will need a new name. The protagonist isn't sure about that. But McCall explains that whenever a spiritual weapon undergoes a major evolution, it loses its former name. The only issue is that the materials are gone now, but the protagonist says that's fine. He has another horn. Mikkel can barely process that, but then remembers that if it came from a 5-horned beast, naturally it had 5 horns. So he asks again how he can help. The protagonist says McCall should first show him how to refine materials. McCall agrees and asks whether there's a particular shape he wants. The protagonist leaves that decision to him, saying he's the expert. That nearly makes McCall panic under the pressure, and he says he'll have to demonstrate the skill of a true master craftsman of dawn. Meanwhile, back at Gorgon Castle, inside the commander's room, a man drinks tea while listening to a report from his spy. The spy apologizes and says they confirmed that the thieves were massacred by the target, but they lost track of him. Then Yoran Aran, Chiver asks how they were defeated, and the spy admits he isn't certain. Before he realized what happened, he had already lost consciousness on the roof. Yoran is surprised the spy wasn't discovered. If someone detected the invisibility skill of a master-level 3rd stage adapter, that person is probably at least a 5th stage adapter. So he orders more men to search for the target, even if they have to inspect every corner of the castle. The spy agrees. After the man leaves, the commander remains behind and looks, down at his tea, then at his own body. Quietly, he asks his body to hold on just a little longer. Somewhere else, inside a tavern, a girl begins a broadcast for Sir Wen Armel's weekly top 10. For the final clip, she says it's about someone everyone knows very well. Hottest clip on Little Brother is the solo clear of the 99th floor. They're watching Jaewon fight that dragon completely alone. People start wondering what happened to him, saying every monarch must be pursuing him by now. One confused man asks what they're even talking about. Then he hears that the tower was suspended. Someone asks why, and another man jokes that some cursed demon must have been caught cheating. Say the culprit ran away and abandoned his training duties, and that the clip is probably fake too. After all, who could clear a 1st-generation tower alone? Then they point out that most demons can barely afford a tower without taking out a loan. So destroying one like that makes no sense. One says that if it were him, he'd simply sell it on the open market. Then he asks the owner for another horn beer. A moment later, the door swings open and Mino walks in. She heads inside while everyone stares at her. Mino goes straight to the counter and takes a seat. The moment she settles in, some idiot starts hitting on her. She glares at him and tells him to get lost. He backs away, saying fine, but warns her not to do anything she'll regret. Mino starts wondering why she feels so miserable. All she wants is more to drink. Enough to completely drown her mood. After emptying the cup, she snaps again. She can't believe that bastard has no shame. She keeps asking why he acts that way and what he could possibly know after everything. The bar owner, Claire, cuts her off. She says Mino has talked enough and should stop, especially since she can't even get drunk. Claire asks why she's chasing after a man like that if he's such a jerk. Mino can't explain it. She only says he gets under her skin. He ruins everything and carries that sword around as though the rules there mean nothing to him. But then she remembers the moment Jaewon gave that slight smile and thinks about all the strange things he says. She remembers warning him not to throw his strength around when he didn't even understand what kind of place chaos was. And he simply answered that none of them were human anyway. She also remembers the way he looked at her when he said the two of them were different. That thought leaves her feeling depressed. Mino says he made her feel worthless. She tells Claire that she, Claire, and everyone there live difficult lives. But then he appears from nowhere and talks as though he understands everything. She remembers asking why he was searching for a nightmare. He answered that she still wouldn't understand even if he told her. Mino complains that he always looks at her as though he's teaching her a lesson, and every time she sees that expression, it infuriates her. Claire gently pats her and says she's acting childish. She tells Mino to stop getting involved and stay away from him. Mino still looks as though she wants to follow him, but Claire warns her that if she stays near that man, she could truly die. That frightens Mino, and she asks why Claire is being so serious. Why would she die? Before Claire can answer, a golden streak shoots into the bar and stops before her. It's a golden bird wearing something like a helmet, and it delivers a letter. The letter is from Carlton Javier, chief of Northport, and is addressed to Mino of the Shadow Warriors. She's shocked that he sent her one. As she wonders why, a terrible feeling washes over her. Then someone suddenly asks whether she's the Witch of Massacre. Mino immediately reaches for her swords. That name has provoked her before. But before she can draw one, the man grabs her arm and lifts her with a single hand. He says he doesn't mind rough introductions, but he's busy, so they'll save that for later. Right now, he needs her to do something. Meanwhile, Michael Garnad is still trying to work on the five-horned beast's horn, but his hammer snaps and he falls hard, terrified by the beast's soul. He blurts out that this thing shouldn't even be there and wonders how anyone could possibly refine it. Trembling with fear, he asks how anyone in the world could handle it. Jaewon tells him to move and asks whether he forgot what they're trying to forge. McCall says that isn't the point, but the protagonist reminds him that he promised to help. Then the monster lashes out again, and Jaewon tells him to actually do his part. McCall basically says that's impossible. Jaewon is the only one who can crush the thing in a single strike. Even so, McCall still tries to help, but every tool he uses breaks. Finally, he gives up, saying his tools can't even scratch it, and the horn is far beyond anything he can refine. Jaewon says this isn't about level. He covers McCall's eyes and explains the first stage of awakening. Doubt, the power to break the world's true nature. Then he opens Mikkel's eyes and explains the second stage, understanding, the power to comprehend that broken world. When Mikkel looks at the object again, everything begins moving like slime. He thinks it looks completely wrong, and then the slime begins taking shape. He stares in shock, asking what's happening. For the first time, he sees the monster's true horror, leaving him even more shaken. The beast lunges at him, and Jaewon shouts for him to move back. McCall can only stare and ask what that thing even is. Is this really the true form of a 5-horned beast? He can't believe he used his weak little skills so casually on something like that. He thinks this can't be real and looks toward the door, as though he only needs to wake up. He keeps telling himself it must be a dream. The protagonist calls out to him, but then gives up. Michael bolts outside, screaming for help. But the moment he gets outside, he sees everyone dead and revealing their true forms. He begins trembling, while the people outside, who are actually his assistants, ask whether the assistant manager has finished refining it yet. Michael stands there in complete shock. He looks up, sees a black hole in the sky, and hears a voice call him a fool, saying he still has no right to see this place. The vision nearly drives him insane. All he can do is ask himself how a world like this could exist, and how he ended up inside it. What he saw for only an instant was the world Jaewon sees all the time in chaos. Back inside, Jaewon leaps at the creature again and begins refining the horn by force, easily overpowering the beast and pinning it down. He climbs on top of it and prepares to strike again. The monster tries to fight back, but Jaewon draws a breath and crushes it with one massive blow. A single hit is all it takes. Michael is still falling apart nearby, wondering why this had to happen to him. After some time, he finally calms down and says, "Some things remain pointless, no matter how many times someone tries." A human like him, trying to reach the talent of nightmares or surpass his natural limits, was hopeless from the beginning. McCall Garnad admits he may have grown too old to handle a horn like this and says he should have found someone else sooner. Then he explains that Jaewon really came looking for the workshop manager, a nightmare, but that manager left some time ago. McCall apologizes that only a pathetic human like him remained and wonders how someone who never even built a tower ended up being called an apprentice. The protagonist says race doesn't matter. If McCall can make the sheath, that's enough, so he should simply do it. McCall refuses, saying he's already tried more than enough. Jaewon answers that he can do it if he tries 100 million times. McCall nearly cries and says Jaewon really is young. He says it may seem as though he never tried, but he did. More than anyone knows. He tells Jaewon he kept trying even while watching him, though he isn't sure the boy will believe him. Back then, the blacksmith had told himself he had mastered every forging skill. He was certain he could repair almost any weapon from the Nightmare Tower with a 99% success rate. But once he reached that number, a strange thought struck him. Perhaps he hadn't been moving toward 99% success at all. Maybe he'd simply been running as hard as possible from that 1% chance of failure, and with that, his skill had already reached its limit. Jaewon tells him he's someone who worked harder than anyone else. Then he asks whether McCall understands the principle behind processing. McCall finds the question strange. Processing is a nightmare's innate skill, something that has existed since the beginning, like fire or water. How could a human explain the foundation of the world? And even if he could, what would be the point? The protagonist says the point is simple. McCall has been using the skill without understanding what he's actually doing. That makes McCall stop and think. He says the principle should be simple. Reinforce the hammer and chisel with spiritual power, then send that energy into the horn while carving it. If that's all there is to it, why can't other craftsmen use processing? Jaewon says it's because they haven't truly learned the skill. That finally helps McCall begin to understand. If the principle is really that simple, then even people who haven't mastered it should at least be able to imitate part of it. The protagonist says McCall is using the skill without even knowing what it truly is, leaving everyone confused. McCall finds that impossible to believe, saying no human should be able to use a skill without understanding its core. Then he asks whether the protagonist actually knows the principle behind processing. Jaewon says no, but he figured something out earlier. That only makes Mikkel ask what he means. The protagonist touches the horn with one finger, and it begins breaking apart from the tip. Then he asks how Mikkel thinks he's using processing. He tells everyone to look carefully and describe what they see. They guess the particles are breaking apart, but he says it isn't that simple. The truth is that all of Mikkel's hard work also made the world's particles seem solid and fixed to him. Mikkel can't follow, so the protagonist explains that hard work isn't wrong. But after trying this much, shouldn't he have realized something? If he still can't do it after all that effort, then maybe he isn't the problem, the world is. That idea shocks him. Hearing a young man say the world itself is wrong feels completely bizarre. Then he remembers what a nightmare once told him. He kept failing because this method was created for nightmares, not humans. When he asked what the human method was, the nightmare mocked him and said it had no reason to know. It told him to blame the race he was born into. As a human, he could never rise above an apprentice, but Mikkel refused to accept that. He told himself that if he worked hard enough, he could become like the nightmares. Back in the present, he asks the protagonist what he's supposed to do. Fight the world itself? To him, this is a fair world. Effort produces matching results. So what's wrong with becoming accustomed to that? The protagonist pushes back. How is that fair if the world deceives someone into believing they can't do something when they actually can? He tells Mikkel that even if he's old, he can still fight. Then he tells him to look more closely. Stop relying on the system and see with his own eyes. So he uses that power again. It's the power the protagonist passed on to him. Inside the horn, Mikkel sees the black eye again. Looking at it, he wonders whether this is how the protagonist has always seen the world. As a human with no skills and no outside help. A world that appears fair, without any false hope. To him, living that way sounds impossible unless someone is insane. So he wonders whether the protagonist is truly just mad. Then he strikes the horn using the same power Jaewon used, and this time, he finally does what the protagonist wanted. Afterward, he asks whether the protagonist is leaving now. The answer is yes. Since the weapon is finished, he has to go. He adds that the creature seemed to like it. If it hadn't, it probably would have eaten him. Then the blacksmith asks whether he's chosen a name for the sword. The protagonist briefly considers calling it Pig, but says he still hasn't decided. So Mikkel Garnad asks whether he can name it instead. He says he based the name on martial language because it sounds impressive, using characters that mean a solitary being. The protagonist asks whether he essentially named it Lone Wolf, the kind that protects the pack even if everyone fears. Mikkel Garnad says that's exactly right. To him, no better name could exist for the sword. Then he tells Jaewon to travel safely. But before the protagonist can actually leave, Mikkel Garnad stops him. He asks what he looks like in the world the protagonist sees. The protagonist hesitates briefly, then says he's human. Mikkel Garnad notices that immediately. Remembering the world the protagonist sees, he realizes Jaewon never looks back and wonders whether anyone else could ever understand such a lonely world. After some time, the protagonist asks Mino why she keeps following him. She acts innocent and asks whether he thinks she's hiding some secret motive. He asks whether she's plotting something again. That makes her ask how he knew. Either way, he still hasn't met the nightmare, and now he's considering what to do next. Mikkel taught him how to find them. Once he does, he'll ask about the mirage tree and the path to the abyss. Mino asks why he wants that, and he asks whether she's curious about his true goal. He says that even if he reaches the abyss, he has no intention of returning. Those who come back are called strong men of the abyss, but he won't become one of them. That leaves the girl completely stunned. When he reveals where he's truly going, she snaps and demands to know who he thinks he is. Who is he to do something like that? What gives him the right? She shouts that he doesn't care how others see him and simply does whatever he wants without considering anyone else. More than anything, what infuriates her is that he doesn't seem to regard the people there as human. She tells him that she and the others are human too. She may not be as strong or resilient as he is, but she's still human. She's nearly crying by the time she says it, but he continues looking at her with the same pitying expression. Then he remembers when she said that even if she died, she would die in the present and never return to the past. He also remembers Mikal Garnad, and little by little, he begins to understand what the girl is truly saying. He notices someone speaking to her through telepathy, telling her not to dwell on pointless thoughts. If she breaks a promise, the old woman's life will be taken. So she needs to lure him there with her words. He realizes something is wrong. Now he sees it clearly. They have a hostage, and they're targeting him. He figures out that the men are hiding in the alley across the street. For a moment, he wonders whether he should intervene and save the hostage, but sees no reason. To him, saving people changes nothing. Reality remains the same, and all he sees around him are corpses. That's why the world feels rotten to him, a place ruled by numbers and data, filled with people who sold their souls for larger numbers. He thinks he should shake her off and go find the nightmare. But then the girl calls out to him and pulls him from that mindset, saying that when he acts this way, she can't see him as human at all. She says they'll part ways there. How could she keep traveling with someone pursuing a goal like that? He doesn't understand anything. When she says they won't meet again, he wonders why he's beginning to see this woman as human once more. That thought catches him off guard. Meanwhile, one of the men in the alley says, "The witch got away," and orders someone to send the messenger hawk, since they brought all the nightmares there for nothing. The protagonist is surprised to hear that a nightmare is nearby. If one of those creatures is with them, then he'll need to change clothes first. At the same time, Mino is left wondering how everything ended up this way. She opens the bar door and apologizes to her aunt, saying she thinks she arrived too late. But the man threatening her says she knew this would happen. He calls her a rookie, while the bar owner says she should have stopped her sooner. The woman says it seems she'll truly die because of her this time. They tell her to shut up, and one of them moves toward her. Then the elder of the Golden Sky sect, the oldest of the three Janya brothers, sees the massacre witch enter alone and asks what happened to their agreement. She calls him stupider than he looks and asks whether he's ever seen a witch keep her promises. Drawing her swords, she says that man won't be coming because he's already on his way to destroy this world. And with that, she attacks all of them. Janya says it appears she's gone insane. Then they all rush her using their shadow secret arts. He says she's called the Massacre Witch in the hunting grounds because she uses a skill that summons beasts to her side. So he suggests they see whether she can do the same there. Shadows swarm toward the girl, forcing her to dodge desperately, though she easily cuts them down with her flying daggers. But the moment she lands, Janya grips his sword and unleashes an X-shaped strike at her. It hits hard, but she blocks it and is only thrown backward. Janya prepares to attack again. He mocks her title, saying she's the one being massacred now. She thinks things would be different if they were outside. He tells her they've erected a soundproof barrier around the building, so no one outside can know what's happening. Resisting is pointless now. She should bring him there. He says it isn't too late, but she warns him that the shadows will keep pursuing him. He tells her to stop bluffing because there is no shadow branch inside Gorgon Castle. Then they grab the older woman, nearly tearing her neck apart, and he warns that once the Shadow Warriors learn what happened, both of them will be wiped. Out, she prepares to strike back. This time she uses the 7 secret grimace skills of Akaren, Sub-Zero form. Her swords fly toward them, but Janya cuts through most of them with one swing, dismissing the technique as a cheap trick. He says he'll tear her apart with his bare hands, but that move consumed nearly all her strength, and she almost blacks out. She can't believe that's what she's thinking about now. Then she remembers when Jaewon asked whether she'd return to the past if she had the chance. Now she wishes she could. If she had followed that man, Perhaps she would have seen how this world ends. At that moment, an attack flies in from outside toward Janya. It passes over her shoulder, and he barely manages to stop. Everyone there is confused. Then Jaewon walks in. She says she hates this kind of timing and asks what he's doing there. She also mentions the world's destruction and asks whether he came to save her, but he only tells her the clothes don't fit him. He returns the package and she simply stares, asking whether he truly came all this way because the clothes were the wrong size. One of the men recognizes him as the man with the spectral crystal and says that saves them the trouble of hunting him down. Jaewon points out that they brought a nightmare there. Then he asks where it is, or rather, orders them to bring the nightmare to him. He warns them to call more people because such a small group won't be enough. The others wonder whether he's insane. They heard he once challenged the castle, and now it sounds like the rumors were true. He's out of his mind. Mino warns him to be careful. They're fourth-stage adapters, and anyone at that level or higher is considered high-ranked, so underestimating them is dangerous. Jaewon asks why she's standing around. Does she think he'll lose? After a pause, she says no. Thinking about it again, she truly doesn't believe he will. Janya and the others call him shameless. Then they rush him, saying they'll teach him a lesson. Jaewon answers with a single move, one thrust straight at them. Janya is shocked and jerks his neck backward at the last moment to avoid losing. Even the protagonist is surprised he dodged. Then he remembers someone saying Janya wasn't an adapter, while Janya begins wondering whether Jaewon is a strong man of the abyss. Jaewon thinks the only creature that ever avoided even that light thrust was the five-horned beast. That would place a fourth-stage adapter around the same level. But perhaps not, since the monster endured a hit while these men seem weaker. Either way, it doesn't matter. Then they hear someone cry out in pain. Mino begins calling for Claire. Anya warns that if Jaewon attacks again, she won't survive. But Claire tells him not to hesitate and to attack. Another man strikes her and tells her to shut up unless she wants more. Mino tells her aunt to hold on, saying they'll save her soon. Then she asks Jaewon whether he can do it. He asks why she's even asking. He came there to find a nightmare, and all he needs to do is finish them off. Hostages or enemies, it makes no difference. The girl says Claire is human and begs him not to do it. That makes him remember everyone's smiles along with her grief. Something inside him changes. As he looks at everyone through true sight, they all resemble corpses. Claire, still lying on the floor, asks why he's hesitating and tells him to attack. In his eyes, everyone is already dead, but she begins appearing alive again as she repeatedly tells him to strike. Now that only makes him angrier, so he attacks and tears a massive hole through the center of the building. People outside immediately wonder what happened. Carlton Javier seems to know exactly what it is. He orders everyone to move in immediately. Inside, one of the gang's underbosses says this is bad. The soundproof barrier has been destroyed, and Janya realizes they're in serious trouble. Then Carlton Javier arrives and orders the area surrounded. He spots Jaewon inside and asks what's going on. The protagonist says he arrived at the perfect time because these men violated the laws Carlton loves so much. He doesn't know all the details, but says they appear to have broken Gorgon Law, Article 276, Paragraph 4. On top of that, they were planning to use this place as a starting point to destroy the world. The fool in the back tries to say Jaewon is the one who wants that. Carlton Javier ignores him and states that under the same law, Paragraph 6, he is making an emergency arrest for illegal entry onto private property inside the castle and for kidnapping a citizen. One of them notices Carlton's hand movement, and Janya shouts for everyone to retreat. Carlton asks whether they truly believe they can escape him, then uses silver prison, sending chains toward them and restraining everyone. After that, he draws his axe, while Janya mocks him and says not to make him laugh. Janya attacks again, and the two clash head-on. It becomes a contest of strength. Carlton holds firm while Janya begins trembling under the pressure of the prison binding. Soon his sword begins to crack. He jumps backward to attack again, but Carlton uses silver prison once, more, then again and again, slamming the chains into him and dragging him to the ground. That leaves him completely defeated, lying flat on the floor with Carlton's axe against his neck. At that point, he surrenders. Carlton says that was the intelligent choice and fully restrains him. But Janya says he still wasn't certain. Carlton was truly innocent until now. Then he pulls out a smoke bomb, throws it behind him, and smoke fills the entire building. After Janya escapes, Carlton is shocked that he was forced to use Black Cloud there. One of the men says someone from their group may have inhaled some of it. Another calls him an idiot, saying they told him to wear his mask properly, then tells him to wait because if he only inhaled a small amount, he may survive. Then another man arrives, shocked that they used Black Cloud without the sect leader's permission. He asks whether the massacre witch is truly that valuable. This is an elder of the Golden Sky sect, the sex demon Ryukasolang. He asks whether they hadn't promised to hand her over once they captured her, adding that he doesn't like his women dead. One of them says it wasn't because of the witch. Silver Prison was there. He's surprised that the chain user is inside, and when they confirm it, he says it would be excellent if Carlton inhaled Black Cloud too. That would be worth seeing. Then he notices something. Speaking to Janya, he asks who that bastard is, standing there as though he's dreaming without even wearing a mask. Jaewon readies his sword and sends a thrust toward them. They all react in shock. Janya says that's exactly what he wants to know. How is Jaewon still fine after inhaling Black Cloud? He says they've never heard of a Green Peers member without antennae, and even an ordinary Green Peers member shouldn't be capable of something like this. Meanwhile, Mino is in terrible condition. Jaewon figures this must be the rest of their group. They're irritating him, so this time he decides to fight seriously. He raises his sword and says he didn't want to do this because relying on items is annoying. Still, he drives the blade into the ground and uses Mikal Garnet's dignity. Everyone is stunned because they recognize it as the roar of the five-horned beast. That roar knocks most of them unconscious on the spot. Then Jaewon charges toward Janya and the sex demon. The sex demon panics and asks what kind of monster this is, ordering Janya to deal with it. Then he turns and runs, which Janya hates. He looks toward Janyang and Janyan too, but both are already down. They can't help wondering why everything had to end this way. Jaewon says there is one way Janya can still be useful, by telling him where they hid the nightmare. Janya asks why he would do that, saying that if he talks, there will be no reason to let him survive. Once the protagonist learns the truth, he'll only wish he had died sooner. Jaewon notices that Janya said he. So if he's going to die anyway, then Janya grabs the crystal and swallows it. Jaewon realizes it's a spectral crystal. He remembers Mino saying everyone there seemed to be taking some kind of drug, but she said that was a misunderstanding. They aren't narcotics. They're something people use to reduce spiritual corruption, because no one wants to become a ghoul. And now it appears that's exactly what Janya is becoming after swallowing it. Black threads begin pouring from his body. Those threads wrap around his entire form, terrifying everyone nearby. Now, he has transformed into a massive, black, gorilla-like monster with vile strands hanging from its mouth. Jaewon says that's a ghoul, and it begins attacking everyone around. It wants to kill anyone within reach. Now it sees the world the same way Jaewon does, and through that, it realizes this is the world's true face. The ghoul sees the same tree and eye Jaewon sees and begins wondering what dignity even means in a world like this. It even asks itself why it was ever afraid when freedom like this was possible. Then two eyes lock onto it, and panic strikes immediately. It turns, searching for the protagonist, and wondering whether he entered that world. Two, the ghoul lashes out with its vines, but they can't reach Jaewon. That's when it realizes he was always like this. It can't understand how a human could even exist in a world like that. It simply asks what his problem is. Even using suspicion, the ghoul still can't read the protagonist's true nature. Still, Jaewon raises his sword and aims it at the creature, deciding it doesn't matter. That sends the ghoul into a rage, and Jaewon answers with another thrust. The strike heads straight for the ghoul's head, tearing it completely off. As Janya's head hits the ground, memories begin flooding back. He remembers his past, thinking that once again, it's raining. He stares at Jaewon and the bodies scattered around him. Then everything begins growing quiet, and Jaewon picks up his sword again, wondering what that man truly was. He hopes one of the others still knows where the nightmare is hidden, then leaves the ruined place behind. Afterward, they warn everyone not to approach Mino, saying she's still ill. One of the men arrives and calls for his superior. One in even worse condition is Carlton Javier himself, and he tells them to hurry. They need to warn the inner castle, but Mino turns to Jaewon and begs him to kill her while she's still herself. That makes the protagonist stop. He realizes this person is human, but he can't use comprehend on her because suspicion keeps trembling whenever he tries. He wonders why the dead would collapse over something like this, over pointless emotions on the path he's walking. He knows he shouldn't hesitate, but then Claire grabbed Jaewon's hand, saying it may not be too late. Then one of the rescuers interrupts and says, Mino needs a hospital right now. Claire asks Jaewon to wait a little longer, so they take Mino with them. They wonder whether she can still survive, but say she has no chance if the ghoulification continues worsening. Jaewon watches from a distance as emergency alarms sound. Gorgon Class 4 with lesser ghouls appearing inside the castle. Everyone begins running in confusion while orders are issued for all citizens to evacuate immediately. One person asks where they're supposed to go, but he asks the wrong guard. That man is already transforming into a ghoul. The guard lunges forward and begins killing everyone in front of him. More people continue dying until the troops arrive to protect the others, and the man leading them is clearly formidable. While Jaewon watches from inside the tent, Claire asks whether he's the man Mino mentioned. The person who ignores every rule there, judges the world with his own eyes, and still holds on to his humanity. She says she knows people like him. She's seen them before. People too foolish to fit into life there, behaving that way because they have no other choice. But Jaewon says that isn't it. What they truly lack is courage. Claire asks what they would even need courage for. Some higher ideal? A more righteous will? She guesses he's the kind of person who pursues things like that. Maybe he is. She says she can't know what he's thinking because she lacks that courage, but there is one thing she does know. She's certain he's dangerous. Jaewon thinks he wishes she wouldn't leave. Then Claire tells him he needs to go. He remembers her saying that the people there have already found hope, and if he stays, they'll begin hoping for even more. People like him are what prevent her from giving up on this world. That reminds him of someone once asking him not to give up on this world either. Then someone asks how much medicine they have left. The doctor says they used too much stabilizing the Castellan, so almost none remains, and the mood immediately darkens. James orders them to bring every reserve medicine they still have. As Jaewon watches them prepare it, he wonders whether the ingredient is a beast horn. Now he sees how it's used. They say even a 3-horned beast's horn isn't enough to purify him and beg their chief to hold on a little longer. He asks whether there is truly no way to restore someone after they become a ghoul. James snaps back that if he knew a way, why would he be doing all this? Jaewon tells Carlton Javier to wake up. He needs to ask him something. Then he grabs him and slaps him awake, making James demand how he could treat his chief like that. But Carlton really does begin waking up. Instead of becoming angry, he says he has a favor to ask. He wants the protagonist to kill him, saying Jaewon is the only one who can. The protagonist asks whether, at a moment like this, he shouldn't be asking to be saved instead. Carlton Javier cites Gorgon's special law, Article 1, Paragraph 4. Anyone whose corruption begins must be executed. Jaewon thinks that's a foolish kind of loyalty, but also thinks that if he'd had a few men like this, perhaps he wouldn't have been trapped inside that cursed tower for 40 years. Meanwhile, the alarms report that spiritual corruption has reached 94 and ghoulification will begin soon. Someone orders everyone to retreat immediately. The man who arrives is Jahir, extermination commander of the Great Anti-Ghoul Squad and a 5th stage adapter. James becomes even more terrified when he sees him. Jahir states that under Article 1, Paragraph 4 of Gorgon's special law, he must execute Carlton Javier, chief of the North Post, along with one other infected person. But then Jaewon stops his sword with one bare hand, blocking the strike. Jahir is stunned, and Jaewon says he can't kill this man yet because there's still something he needs to ask him. Jahir can't believe his blade was blocked barehanded. He says he doesn't know who Jaewon is, but Carlton Javier will soon become a ghoul, and the ghoulification of a 5th stage adapter would cause a disaster. They're only trying to prevent that. Still, the protagonist isn't convinced Carlton Javier must transform. He says this may be able to stop the process. They realize he's referring to Gnark's horn and think it may give them a chance. Jaewon simply grabs the horn and crushes it in his hand, horrifying everyone because he used such a valuable material through brute force alone. Then they pour the medicine made from it into Carlton Javier's mouth and into Mino's as well. Fortunately, the measuring device shows Carlton Javier's value has stopped increasing. But something goes wrong with Mino. They say she's too weak, and the ghoulification isn't stopping. Her level reaches 95, and they admit they can no longer stop it, telling someone to call Jung-He. Claire says she knows the old man can perform the ghoul cut, and Jaewon listens carefully as she explains that the ghoul cut severs the corruption itself. One of them says the doctor is inside the inner castle dealing with more important matters, and they can't summon him just for this. Claire immediately objects to them calling it just this. Jaewon says he can't leave things this way. They tell him to move, but he doesn't appear willing. 2, he's already reaching for his sword, ready to settle the matter by force. He says he'll be the one to kill that woman, because that's what she asked of him. Jahir remains silent and listens, while Jaewon uses suspicion. Claire asks what he's doing and tells him to stop immediately, but he sees suspicion point toward a spot in the center of Mino's chest. So, with extreme care, he begins to strike. But then something rises from the ground and pulls him into a completely white space. Jaewon wonders what's going on. Then an old man appears and asks what happened to his Mino. He pities the poor girl and asks to help her. But then he looks at Jaewon and asks who he is and how he entered his world. After examining him more closely, he asks why such a noble soul gives off energy as weak as that of a 5-year-old child. The protagonist realizes suspicion doesn't work on him and wonders whether this old man is the source of the spiritual corruption and whether killing him might save that woman. But the old man simply throws his attack back and stops Jaewon's charge. Jaewon is shocked that his sword was stopped, while the old man asks how he blocked his normal cut. 2, then the protagonist notices that his entire sword is ruined and cracks spread behind him outside. Jahir is stunned by what Jaewon is doing. The old man steps forward and demands to know how Jaewon dared do this in his world. Who exactly is he? He looks at his hand and sees that his sword is shattered. His precious blade, made from a 4-horned beast's horn, is destroyed. The old man curses him over the broken sword, while the protagonist wonders whether the blade really broke on its own. Then the old man, Jung-He, the doctor of despair, thinks it over. He quickly understands the situation. Jahir asks about the Castellan and why Jung-He is there. But the doctor asks why he should care about the Castellan when a beautiful woman is about to die. Jahir is left speechless. Then Zhang turns to something even more important, asking Jaewon what he'll do now that he ruined the ghoul cut, which can only be performed with a sword made from the horn of a beast with at least 4 horns. But when he sees Jaewon's sword, he pauses and asks what kind of weapon that is. He rushes toward him in amazement, asking where he obtained such a beautiful, sharp blade along with a sheath made from a 5-horned beast's horn. He demands to know how he got it. The protagonist grabs the old man's hand so hard that it nearly breaks. He asks whether lending him the sword would allow him to save that woman. The old man says of course it would, almost offended that Jaewon would even question it. So Jaewon hands over his sword without hesitation, and Jung Ho is stunned that he trusted a complete stranger with his own weapon. Normally, no one would do that unless they had absolute confidence in their own strength. Still, he puts that aside for now, noticing that the sword gives off unusual energy, just like its owner. Everyone watches him. The old man prepares to use the slash, channeling all his strength from his footing to the tip of the blade. Then he says it's time to show a little of what he can do. The protagonist begins wondering whether what he's seeing is some kind of illusion, with everything around him turning white, but realizes that isn't it. It's more like the way he sees things when using suspicion, and the old man tells him to be patient because it will be over soon. As the attack begins, the protagonist realizes this is how the old man sees the world. But then the old man suddenly drops the sword to the ground and collapses, completely exhausted. The protagonist calls out to him, and the old man says he simply lacks enough spiritual energy. If it weren't for that cursed Castellan, things never would have come to this. Then the protagonist notices everything closing. The entire world begins falling apart. A painting of Mino appears, and the old man desperately doesn't want her portrait to disappear. He apologizes, ashamed of how pathetic he is. The protagonist picks up the sword again. The old man calls it pointless. Jaewon hasn't even synchronized with his world, yet he's already trying to copy the slash. He says the protagonist can't cut with it, but Jaewon says he'll still try, even if it's only an imitation. The doctor tells him to stop, warning that not just anyone can use that slash. Jaewon says he's wrong. This isn't courage, it's responsibility. He remembers Claire saying people like him drive her insane, and tells everyone to shut up. The first time in his life, he picked up a sword to save someone, and as he says that, he begins stepping into the same world the old man sees. The old man is shocked, wondering what the hell this young man is doing. Jaewon tries to remember what the girl looked like and begins recreating her. He paints her entire image back together, remembering that she was playful and stubborn, and although she was an assassin, she was fragile too. She was loyal, but he still feels as though something is missing. Then it strikes him. He adds a mark beneath her eye, saying she believed in people, and finishes a beautiful portrait of her on the canvas. Then he thanks the old man for reminding him that she had a birthmark. With that, the girl finally appears, complete. Smiling at him, her corruption level begins dropping, and the ghoulification seems to stop. Javier can hardly believe it. Claire rushes toward her and asks whether she's okay, but Mino only wonders why Claire is crying. The doctor approaches the protagonist and says he looks slightly less foolish now, even if his spiritual energy only increased from about 5 years to perhaps 10 at best. Then he asks who this young man truly is. He mentions the ghoul slash, or rather, the ghoul thrust, and asks where Jaewon learned something like that. Then Javier turns to the doctor and asks whether that man really used something similar to ghoul slash. The doctor admits that, as much as he hates to say it, yes, he did. He explains that ghoul slash isn't a skill, which is why no adapter has ever been able to learn it. Then the doctor says that, like him, Jaewon is an awakened one. Awakened ones are ordinary beings who escape the system's rules. They're a tiny group of humans who gained extraordinary power by rejecting adaptation, and they possess enough strength to completely alter the balance of power in chaos. Even across the Great Lands, only a few people are known as awakened ones. Javier realizes that because the protagonist is awakened like the doctor, he was able to use Ghoul Slash. He begins thinking this could change everything, but the doctor tells him to calm down. They still don't know who the protagonist truly is. But Javier remembers the doctor once said that if another person could use Ghoul Slash, it might be possible to save the Castellan. He says nothing matters more than the Castellan's life. But then several people enter the room, saying they have permission from the inner castle and ordering everyone to move aside. Javier looks at the men in black and recognizes the captain of the Black Shadows, a 5th stage adapter. He demands to know why those bastards are there. The Black Shadow squad should have nothing to do with exterminating ghouls, and his own squad already dealt with all of them. But instead, the men enter, kneel before the protagonist, and greet the envoy of the Green Pyrrhus. Yes, they still believe the very man who wiped out that clan is its envoy. The captain asks whether their honored guest will accompany him to the inner castle, then notices the extermination captain and the doctor, and asks why they're there, too. That makes everyone wonder whether the protagonist truly is the envoy of the Green Pyrrhus. Later, now together with the Castellan, Jaewon thinks they've finally met. He is speaking with Jaheir, who says introductions should come before the main topic. He gives his name as Yoren Chivir and says he is the commander of Gorgon Castle. Then he gets straight to the point and asks whether the protagonist is the envoy of the Green Pyrrhus. The protagonist says no, and the Castellan reveals that he already suspected as much. The captain of the Black Shadows is stunned by that. Then the doctor says he has a question. Spectral crystals are known for increasing spiritual power, but they usually serve as proof of identity for members of the Green Pyrrhus clan. So if Jaewon isn't one of them, where did he obtain those crystals, and how can he use them without his spirit breaking apart? The protagonist says he simply picked them up and can use them. That leads to the next question. What happened to the crystal's original owners? The protagonist says they're dead, and Jaheir asks who would dare harm members of one of the 5 noble clans of the Great Lands. The protagonist says he killed them himself. Jaheir is shocked, but Yoren tells him not to overreact, saying Jaewon must have had his reasons. Everyone is left speechless. Jaewon explains that they attacked first and tried to steal a horn he possessed, so he fought back. Yoren remembers that the Green Pyrrhus clan is notoriously greedy when it comes to materials, so that explanation makes sense. Then he asks Jaewon to explain what happened after he arrived in chaos. After hearing the entire story, Yoren gets straight to the point. He notes that the protagonist just happened to get caught in something that brought him into chaos, then just happened to obtain the Green Pyrrhus clan's spectral crystals and make his way into the castle. Then he just happened to become involved in this incident, meet the doctor, and attempt Ghoul Slash after seeing it for the first time that same day. With that, Yoren says he understands everything. The doctor asks whether he truly believes this man, and Yoren says yes. The doctor asks whether something happened to his head because of the Castellan's disappearance. But Yoren replies that if you want someone to trust you, you must trust them first. Yoren asks whether he can ask a few more questions, and the protagonist agrees. So Yoren asks whether his body is still alive right now. The protagonist is stunned by the question, clearly not expecting it. Then he remembers that he never entered the main game at all. He was forced out of the Tower of Nightmares instead. Since he was in a spiritual body state, it's highly likely that the Mirage Tree mistook him for an envoy and sent him to chaos. So he answers that his body is probably still on Earth. Jaheir asks how Yoren knew he wasn't dead, and Yoren points to the way Jaewon said he just happened to be caught in something that brought him to chaos. He says no one in chaos would describe their own death like that. Then he asks whether someone is threatening the protagonist and whether that's why he refuses to reveal his identity. The protagonist neither confirms nor denies it. Yoren takes that as both yes as and no, then then says he owes Jaewon an apology. For the last 4 days, his subordinates have been watching him. The protagonist says he already knew the man on the roof must have been one of them. Yorin realizes he was aware all along and admits Jaewon's abilities far exceeded what he expected, making even basic surveillance difficult. Still, that doesn't mean they learned nothing. Much of what Jaewon did was recorded in reports. Danger rating SS, target power level immeasurable, and estimated property damage of around 300 million rurani. Then Yorin asks whether he knows what people like that are called. The doctor immediately blurts out that he's a crazed psychopath. Jahir says he can't tell whether Jaewon is a hero or a villain, while the doctor continues calling him insane. Yorin says some will call him a hero, while others will call him a madman. People will give him countless names, but Yorin calls people like him protagonists. He says protagonists all share one common trait, and it isn't fame. According to Yorin, Jaewon doesn't appear famous at all, meaning someone is deliberately suppressing information about him. That faction clearly isn't friendly toward him. If they were behind everything, obtaining a simple identity certificate wouldn't have been a problem. Yorin says he believes the protagonist is someone who escaped into chaos to avoid a larger faction. Hearing that, Jaewon begins thinking about the group pursuing him. He admits he isn't certain, but it may be the Black Monarch, one of the 12 monarchs of the Great Lands. That makes Jaewon wonder just how powerful those monarchs truly are. Yorin then says he won't ask about Jaewon's identity, they won't charge him for the damage, and Gorgon Castle will protect him. The protagonist asks whether Gorgon Castle is truly powerful enough to oppose the 12 monarchs of the Great Lands. Yorin asks whether he's being pursued by all 12 monarchs, and Jaewon says it may be one of them. Yorin gives him one piece of good news. The monarchs cannot directly interfere with events inside chaos. Jaewon immediately asks what Yorin wants in return. Yorin looks at him and says he needs only one favor: save his castellan. About 2 hours later, they explain the situation. The chief of the northern checkpoint and the woman are both recovering in the infirmary. Still, one of the guards asks whether he truly wants to take the protagonist to the training grounds instead of the guest hall. The doctor says they need to determine which is stronger, Jaewon's slash or his thrust. Jaewon realizes that's truly what he wants. Then the doctor adds that Jaewon must be one of the people who cleared a master's tower. That immediately gets the protagonist's attention. He asks whether the old man knows something, and the doctor says he knows enough. So they head toward the training grounds. The old man says that if Jaewon can defeat him, he'll answer every question. Even so, he's certain that won't happen, but only a few minutes later, Jaewon slams the old man straight into the ground. From inside the crater, the old man starts calling for another round so they can go again. Jaewon says the result is already obvious. The old man complains that he still hasn't used his ultimate move. If he did, the protagonist might die, and he's only holding back out of concern. But the protagonist is already irritated because he keeps repeating the same excuse. The old man keeps calling him rude and asks how old he is. Jaewon guesses perhaps 60 or so. That makes the old man snap. He says he's 1,000 years old while Jaewon has only been thrusting for 60 years. There's no way he should defeat someone who spent an entire 1,000 years cutting. The protagonist asks whether he truly spent 1,000 years cutting, and the old man says yes. Jaewon replies that to him it looks more like 10 years at most. That remark infuriates the old man. He jumps back out, cursing Jaewon and preparing to attack again, saying they'll see whether he can still talk like that after the strike. This time he summons a massive dragon around his sword. Jaewon answers the attack with another thrust. When the two powers collide, Jaewon is caught off guard and gets pushed backward along with the doctor. The doctor says he did rather well. Jaewon is surprised he was knocked back that far, even though he used only a normal thrust. The doctor says the technique is useful and asks what he calls it. The protagonist says it's simply a normal thrust. Hearing that, the old man realizes Jaewon is completely insane because a name like that implies there's an even stronger move. Jaewon says there is. He prepares to use it, aiming the spear-like strike at the old man and saying, yes, there is a stronger one. The old man asks what that thing is, and in his eyes, he sees the one king of chaos itself, just as Jaewon is about to kill him. The old man can only ask how he managed to forget the terror of facing something like this. He realizes the young man reminds him of the one king and wonders whether anyone could truly cut through something like that. He knows Jaewon may not be on the one king's level, but an attack this powerful could still destroy Gorgon Castle or anything else nearby. Jaewon says he's about to release it, but the old man quickly tells him to wait and admits defeat. Meanwhile, in the Great Land's 5th region, the Land of Metal, someone asks them to repeat what they just said. What exactly did that bastard monarch do? They report that according to their investigation, the Black Monarch is currently in contact with chaos, and the Metal Monarch asks why chaos. After all, every monarch of the Great Lands is bound by a pact, preventing them from interfering with chaos. His subordinate says it's complicated and tells him to examine the screen. There, he sees everything Jaewon has done recently. The subordinate says this is the video circulating under the title Solo Completion of the 99th Floor, or something similar. The Metal Monarch asks what that has to do with anything and whether the footage might be fake. The subordinate explains that the person in the video is someone the Black Monarch of the 9th region wanted to recruit. The Metal Monarch asks where that person is now, and the subordinate explains what happened. After refusing to finish the tutorial, he broke through the tower's ceiling and escaped into chaos. The monarch asks how that was possible when the cultivator should have been guarding the 101st floor. The subordinate answers that Jaewon killed the cultivator. That captures the monarch's interest. He asks whether this is some kind of joke, but the subordinate says he could barely believe it either. Even so, the Black Monarch appears certain, so the Metal Monarch begins wondering whether those bastards from the 9th region have a connection to chaos. The subordinate says that's something they only discovered recently, but the Black Monarch has been interfering with chaos for a long time, and some of chaos's 10 sects have maintained regular contact with him. The Metal Monarch asks what exactly the Black Monarch is planning. Then he orders them to send a message so he can travel to chaos. His subordinate hesitates and asks whether his master intends to interfere in chaos too. He says he only wants to observe and understand the situation. Then he orders 10 elite gold rank 1 warriors, adding that 5th stage adapters should be sufficient. The subordinate agrees, relieved that his master isn't shouting at him today. Meanwhile, the Metal Monarch keeps thinking about chaos and wonders how the old man is doing. If not for his temper, he could have lived a long life. With luck, perhaps he's staying out of trouble there, but in reality the old man is nearly dead, clinging to the protagonist's sword and saying he can't let him do that, while asking why Jaewon can't respect his elders. The protagonist tells him to get down, saying he already understands and that the old man truly looks like a fly stuck there. When the old man finally drops, he asks how this is possible. How could Jaewon do something like that after only a few thrusts over 40 years? Jaewon says it's probably because he's performed around 10 billion thrusts. The old man tells him to stop lying. That would require going without food, sleep, and everything else just to thrust at least 8 times every second. But the protagonist rejects that, saying he can thrust 100 times in 1 second, and asks why the old man assumed thrusting could only be done with a sword. His entire body is thrusting. Even now, the old man is stunned. That rough, strange force he felt the first time wasn't real energy or fighting spirit. It was Jaewon's hostility and his intent to refine the world. When he brings a finger close to Jaewon, he can feel the thrust against his skin and thinks this is thrusting. He can't believe it. Jaewon has become the thrust itself. The old man realizes Jaewon has been thrusting at the world without stopping, even at this exact moment. The protagonist reminds him that he already said it. He's performed 10 billion thrusts. Anyway, he asks whether the old man remembers the paper. It's the contract they wrote before the duel, stating that the loser must grant one wish to the winner. Jaewon reads what the old man wrote. The Doctor of Despair promises on his honor and on all the beauties of the world to obey that contract. The old man grumbles that he understands and asks whether Jaewon plans to use him as a slave. Jaewon says no. He doesn't need that. His request is simple: answer his questions honestly. That's all. The old man agrees, but asks Jaewon to take a walk outside first. Once they leave, Jaewon asks what a master's tower is, but the old man begins by asking whether he knows about the nightmares that create towers. He explains that towers made by nightmares range from rank F to rank S, but some nightmares don't care about ranks. Masters are people who once turned an S-rank creator into an apprentice and became master craftsmen. Still, simply being made by a master doesn't automatically make a tower a master's tower. Only special towers created without any connection to cultivation can be called master's towers, and the protagonist asks why such towers are made. The old man says he doesn't know either. No one truly understands what the masters are thinking. Still, people say they're pursuing the world's truth. One thing is certain: every so often, someone who clears a master's tower awakens. Jaewon asks whether the old man came from 1, 2, and he says he cleared the 4th master's tower of Mervalu. That tower is known as Mob Ticker. On the 1st floor, a massive whale appears and relentlessly hunts people down. It may sound ridiculous now, but at the time, it was a full-scale disaster. Many martial masters from the martial realm died there. He says it was practically a miracle that he managed to clear it. When he finally reached level 100 with his companions, they encountered an octopus-shaped demon. Then he guesses Jaewon must have come from a master's tower too, and asks whose tower he cleared. Jaewon says it was Moloch, or at least he thinks that was the name. The old man turns around in shock and says he can't believe he's standing before an awakened one who cleared Moloch's tower. Jaewon asks whether he knows him. Of course he does. The old man says they once traveled together. That surprises Jaewon even more. He asks again to be certain. Did the old man truly travel with Moloch? The old man says it's a long story. He tells the protagonist they'll walk while he explains. So the two enter a festival. The old man walks over to Claire and orders a horned beast kebab. Then he asks whether she's running an open-air bar now. Claire says that's because a certain someone destroyed her shop, and that certain someone is sitting right there. Afterward, she brings them 2 beers. The old man teases her for reopening so quickly after what happened, saying she truly loves money. Claire simply tells him to drink his beer and shut up. Meanwhile, Jaewon looks at the food and then at the people around him. Something feels wrong. It bothers him that the old man notices immediately. The old man says the people don't appear truly alive, yet food exists in a world where no one can even feel hunger. Then he begins explaining chaos. He says chaos was originally a blessed world. It was a place where souls worn down by war in the great lands could rest. Freed from life, the beings there found a new form of existence. Swordsmen and archers laid down their weapons, while bards sang for peace instead of war. But then a fight breaks out nearby and draws their attention away. The old man asks Jaewon what it looks like to him. Jaewon says they appear to be ordinary drunks. Then he notices something. The drink tastes like water. The old man says exactly, they aren't drunk at all, they're only pretending. In chaos, people can't become intoxicated, feel hunger, or even grow old. But even in a paradise like this, humans remain flawed. They continue longing for the lives they had before, when death still existed. So they begin imitating the habits of their former lives. A life where you die if you don't eat, become drunk when you go out, and inhabit a body with a beating heart. He says that's when people began adopting those old habits again. Some gathered to reclaim their real lives, and formed an expedition pursuing the impossible. And that group was the Abyss Expedition Squad. The old man becomes enthusiastic while discussing it, but Jaewon only asks why they went directly into the abyss. He says they were searching for the resurrection fruit. Jaewon's reaction says enough, so the old man explains that it's the fruit from a branch of the mirage tree at the end of the abyss. The protagonist asks whether resurrection truly means a dead person can return to life. The old man says, yes, that's the only way someone in that world can truly live again, by eating the resurrection fruit. The Abyss Expedition Squad was an alliance created to find that fruit. He says that was when he awakened, back when he feared nothing, and was only 150 years old. Jaewon asks whether that means Moloch was part of the expedition too, and the old man says yes. Remembering him, he says Moloch was the leader of the expedition squad. That man was something else. He recalls the day Moloch found him on the battlefield. Moloch told him he was an interesting awakened one. He said it was rare to see an incomplete awakened one who hadn't abandoned his emotions, and that the old man was following a very strange path of awakening. He guessed that path must be difficult, but at the time the old man merely told him to leave. Moloch only said he seemed angry about what happened during cultivation, so the old man attacked him on the spot. He demanded to know why a nightmare was entering the abyss. Weren't they the kind of bastards who spent all day in workshops creating towers? Moloch said there was nothing he could truly say in response. Even apologizing for all nightmares wouldn't change anything. He had never heard of that incident and said it was karma he would carry for the rest of his life. He called himself a nightmare who regretted creating a tower. Jaewon may not believe him, but the reason he entered the mirage tree and the reason he traveled to the abyss at all was because of that tower. He wanted to end all cultivation. That was his true reason for joining the expedition, and Jaewon is stunned by it. The old man says he was caught in the middle of everything. He only made it through the early sections of the abyss, but it seems Moloch reached the top of the mirage tree. Fruit began falling from its branches. Because of that, everyone in the expedition carried armfuls of fruit back toward chaos. But Jaewon notices the problem immediately. If they truly obtained resurrection fruit, why is this old man still here? Claire interrupts and says he should tell the story properly. The expedition failed. The old man knows that, but Jaewon asks how she would know. She snaps that she was there. She says they succeeded only in obtaining the fruit. The old man agrees. At the entrance back into chaos, some people were waiting for them. Those people were the monarchs and lords of the great lands, cowards who didn't dare enter the abyss themselves, the castellans of the 4 castles and the leaders of the 10 sects were no match for them. The difference in power was enormous. Their spiritual levels were on an entirely different tier, and that's how the fruit was stolen from them. Using those fruits, they continued returning to life every time they died, and it has remained that way for 900 years. It even led to the creation of a place called the Resurrection Palace for those bastards. Whenever a monarch from one of the 5 noble clans dies, they're revived immediately. From the beginning, it was already decided who would be allowed to live a real life and who wouldn't. Jaewon realizes that's why the place feels so devoid of life. The people there know they'll never reach true life or the fruit. He asks what happened to Moloch, but the old man has already passed out, drunk. Claire says there's no point asking him now. That damned old man really does become intoxicated somehow. Perhaps that's what happens after pretending for 1,000 years. Anyway, from what she heard, no one saw that nightmare again after the expedition. He vanished after leaving behind a few final words, saying that he failed, but also didn't. Then James walks over to discuss what happened earlier. He thanks Jaewon, saying that without him, his superior would have died. Jaewon has no idea what he's talking about, and James asks whether he already forgot him. He puts his cap back on and says that from now on, the protagonist should always enter Gorgon through the north. He knows Jaewon's face now, so he won't ask for a certificate. Of course, this must remain secret from his superior. Then he leaves as though he accomplished something remarkable. Jaewon simply continues thinking. A moment later, Jahir arrives and calls out to him. He also calls for the doctor. They're surprised to see the captain of extermination there. Jahir looks deeply shaken. He says they have a problem, so they head toward the Castellan. As they approach the castle, Jaewon senses that energy and immediately understands what's happening with the Castellan. He realizes it's a ghoul, and this pressure is dozens of times stronger than what he felt from the earlier ghouls. It's coming from beneath the castle. That makes him remember Yoren speaking to him. Yoren had said they wouldn't charge him for the damage to the castle and that they'd protect him. In return, he only had to do one thing: save the Castellan. Jaewon realizes the Castellan is undergoing ghoulification, and Jahir confirms it. He says the attack came suddenly that day. It normally happens only once a week, but this one arrived earlier than expected. He doesn't want Jaewon to misunderstand. The Castellan is an extraordinary man. Before the ghoulification, he was a living legend. He was also one of the few people who joined the Abyss expedition with the doctor, which greatly shocks the protagonist. Then Jahir says that now that he thinks about it, Jaewon can also perform the ghoul cut. Since the doctor is in no condition to help, he asks whether Jaewon could take his place. But Jaewon says no. He says he can barely imitate it and is nowhere near the old man's level. If he were taught properly, perhaps he could, but then they draw closer. Jahir notices Jaewon trembling. He begins thinking the situation has become worse, and everything suddenly descends into chaos. Then they realize that the Castellan has already fully transformed. When Jahir looks ahead, he sees who is standing there: the chief of the defensive horn and the captain of the twisted horn. They say it has been a long time. One of them speaks to Jahir through telepathy, saying he must be the one who used the ghoul cut. Jahir tells them to move because there's no time to waste, and they should know that. The other says he can't because of his orders, and Jahir demands to know whose orders they are. Then he realizes they're using Defy the Heavens. One of them asks what he's talking about, and Jahir replies that to them, the only sky is the golden sky. At that moment, the man with the axe moves, and the spearman joins him, rushing Jahir, who is shocked they got so close without being noticed. He tells Jaewon to dodge, then shoves the young man backward. The two attackers charge in, but Jahir blocks both strikes without giving up his ground. Jaewon can tell he held them off rather well. Even so, Jahir is stunned. He never imagined the Golden Sky cult had infiltrated so deeply into the castle. He says the people from the outer castle have grown bold. Did they forget who he is? They answer that they aren't the same as before, and Jahir knocks them backward. He warns them to think carefully. If they change their minds now, the Castellan may still forgive them, but the two simply ask, what Castellan? They mean that creature locked in the basement. That thing can't even control its own power, much less distinguish good from evil. They say that isn't the sky they once served. Then they ask whether the captain of extermination still intends to serve that monster even now. Jahir says he still believes the Castellan will return, but one of them says that's exactly why speaking to him is pointless. The hammer user suddenly swings, nearly crushing Jahir's face, and a massive explosion erupts. The hammer user lands beside the spearman again and says that if Jahir were wiser, they wouldn't need to fight. Isn't that right, Captain of Extermination? Jahir really was struck, and the blow sends him crashing into a house. As he rises, he remembers they're only 4th stage adapters. Even together, they shouldn't match a 5th stage adapter like him. So why can't he keep up with their speed or strength? This isn't normal growth. It's more like ghoulification. Something is seriously wrong, and it's dangerous. He tells Jaewon to run, but Jaewon throws the old man straight at Jahir. He says that's repayment for being thrown earlier. Jahir has no idea what to make of that. Then the short hammer user says he didn't hear the protagonist's answer and asks again whether he's the one who can use the ghoul cut. The protagonist asks what he'll do if he is. The short man says Jaewon looks unadapted, so he can determine whether the rumors were false. He wonders whether that sword truly allowed him to use the ghoul cut and assumes a young man that small probably can't even throw a proper punch. But Jaewon asks whether a punch is what he means, appearing directly behind him. Then he throws a powerful punch straight into the short man's face. The skinny man calls out to the defensive horn, but he gets no chance to breathe. Jaewon feints with one hand, then strikes with the other, saying his defense has far too many openings. After all, he's trying to defend himself with something resembling a broomstick. It's far too thin, leaving plenty of space to pass through, so the protagonist takes advantage. He drives a heavy punch straight into the man's chin. That forces him one step backward, and he attempts to attack again, but Jaewon calmly slips away. Mid-strike, the skinny man changes the angle of his spear and tries to catch Jaewon off guard, but he avoids it again. The skinny man rushes him once more, and Jaewon says he can feel stronger energy than before. He asks what kind of power it is. Revenge, perhaps? But then he realizes it isn't. That because half the man's mask is broken, and now the protagonist can see his face. The skinny man asks whether someone like Jaewon truly thinks he can save the Castellan simply by appearing. The protagonist notices the truth. He's afraid. That shocks Jaewon. Betraying everyone with so little courage is almost amusing. Jaewon says saving people isn't his role. That old man over there handles that. Then he stops the spear using only his feet, leaving the skinny man stunned. Even Jahir is surprised. Jaewon leaps toward him, ready to stab, and says things are different when it comes to killing people. While Jaewon deals with those two outside, below them in the underground chamber where the Castellan is held, Yorin is with several high-ranking officials. They say it hasn't even been a full day since the ghoul cut was used. So how is he already like this again? Yorin says he witnessed it himself. The doctor visited that morning, and both the ghoulification and the energy had calmed down. So why is he like this again? Why did it have to happen now, just when they finally had a small amount of hope that it might be curable? They might have saved him if the Castellan had lasted one more month, but the doctor says that isn't possible now. Jaewon's ghoul cut is only an imitation, and unlike Mino's case, the Castellan's corruption is severe. Any ordinary person would have become a ghoul long ago. He lasted this long only because his will is extraordinarily strong. Still, in 1 month, Jaewon's ghoul cut may become something worth gambling on. The doctor says he's never attempted it before, but with 2 people, it may work. And if the second person is the protagonist, perhaps it truly will. Yorin hates hearing that because one of them must know about Jaewon, and he had already suspected there was a traitor among them. He says people capable of controlling spiritual corruption have appeared, and one of the others is shocked that it's true, even if they aren't from the Green Pyrrhus clan. Yorin says exactly, and that's why he wants to witness it himself. That surprises the others, and they remind him that anything connected to spiritual corruption is extremely dangerous. They ask why Yorin won't simply send a captain or minister instead. He says they truly don't have much faith in him. Then Yorin asks whether they've forgotten who he is. He survived the hell of war, and even if he lost the battle over the fruit, he'll continue throwing himself into anything connected to the lives of Gorgon's people. But when the Castellan returned, he couldn't believe the condition he was in. The Castellan had gone out for an inspection and returned spiritually corrupted, and the people who witnessed it are in that room now. He wonders whether it was one of them. Then he addresses all the guards, saying this is a serious situation. One man warns that it's dangerous and says they should enter only after the doctor arrives. But another argues that if they delay any longer, Gorgon is finished. He says they can't use the ghoul cut without the doctor and asks whether the other man is planning to kill the Castellan. The man says they can't defeat him even if they all attack together, so Yorin asks what he intends to do. The man says he'll use the ghoul seal. Yorin is shocked and says no, that's the final option. But the man insists it will be too late if they wait any longer. At the very least, they need to preserve the Castellan's spiritual energy through the seal. Yorin points out that they don't have a spectral crystal to perform a ghoul seal, but the man calls for the commander and says everyone already knows, so there's no reason to hide it anymore. He says the man has arrived, and that person carries in a box. It's the captain of the Black Shadows. Yorin can barely believe it because the captain of the Black Shadows belongs to the commander's faction, and he's a traitor too. Inside the box is the same type of spectral crystal Jerome possessed. The man says this concerns Gorgon's future and asks why Yorin was hiding something so important. More than anyone, he should know what happens if the Castellan becomes a true ghoul. Then he openly accuses him, saying he must want to turn the Castellan into a mega ghoul. Isn't that what he was trying to do? He says he saw with his own eyes how much damage even a single mid-level ghoul caused in Gorgon. Mega howls are disasters that command countless ghouls and leave destruction wherever they go. Does he truly want that to happen? Yorin has no answer. With the Castellan raging and the doctor absent, the man's argument begins sounding reasonable. But Yorin says this isn't something just anyone can do by holding a spectral crystal. The ghoul seal is a secret art of the Green Pyrrhus clan. So how does he intend to bring one of them there? Now the man tells him not to worry. He says he already summoned people who learned the technique, but Yorin sees they aren't from the Green Pyrrhus clan. The man admits it, but says they can still perform the seal and resolve the crisis. Yorin feels that everything is deeply wrong because if the ghoul seal is performed this way, the Castellan's spiritual energy will be sealed inside the crystal. Since energy isn't inherited in chaos, whoever possesses that spectral crystal containing the Castellan's spiritual energy could inherit it and become Gorgon's master. If Gorgon falls into the wrong hands, everything is over. Then he realizes that besides an irregular like Jaewon, there may be someone else who can hold a spectral crystal without belonging to Green Pyrrhus. That makes him remember when the Castellan said that people capable of controlling spiritual corruption had appeared. Yorin is shaken as he connects every piece. From the Castellan's spiritual corruption half a year earlier to his rampage today, everything was part of the outer commander's plan. He orders the men to stop the outer commander, but none of them move because they've already been completely bought off. Yorin drops to the floor in despair, realizing they were all involved. In that moment, he feels there's nothing left he can do. All he can do is apologize to the Castellan. As the technique begins, Yorin blames his own weakness because he failed to protect Gorgon. He says he's truly sorry, crying as he speaks. Then the entire ceiling begins breaking apart. Chunks of stone crash down. Below, a massive hole opens in the ceiling, and everyone wonders what the hell just happened. When Yorin looks up, the others do too, and they realize the protagonist has arrived. Jahir is with him. The outer commander demands to know who Jaewon is and how he got inside, but Jahir tells him to stop pretending and throws a man down below. Their lies have already been exposed to everyone. These men confess to everything. That makes the outer commander furious. Meanwhile, one traitor lies broken on the ground begging for forgiveness, then suddenly explodes in front of everyone. Jahir demands to know what the outer commander is doing. The man coldly says that now their betrayal has been exposed, they saved him the trouble by silencing themselves. So why should anyone blame themselves for failing to stop a criminal from killing himself? Jahir snaps, asking what kind of twisted nonsense that is. He tells him to prepare himself after saying such garbage. If the seal continues, everything will happen exactly as the outer commander planned. But everyone in the room suddenly points their swords at Jahir's neck. He asks what they're doing, and they apologize to the captain of extermination, saying he must not oppose the will of the outer commander, or rather the Golden Sky sect. He must remain still until the Castellan's seal is complete. Jahir shouts that they're traitors. Then the protagonist tells Yoren that the promise he made was false. Gorgon can't protect him. Yoren asks what he means. The protagonist says he'll change the terms of that agreement, and Yoren asks what he's talking about. Jaewon says he'll save the Castellan and kill those traitors. For him, in return, Yoren must hand over that old man. Then Jaewon will restore the Abyss Expedition Squad. If that happens, they can help him. All three of them are stunned by what the young man is offering. The outer commander mocks him, saying he talks big. He's heard the rumors about the man who killed Janya with a single thrust. He thought they were fabricated, but perhaps they were true after all. In that case, they'll need to use everything they have. Everyone charges at him while the protagonist raises his sword. Before they can even land, he unleashes thrusts in every direction, cutting them down one after another, and one captain loses an arm. The others glance over and realize they're completely doomed, but the protagonist continues striking down anything that moves. He points out that they simply keep coming at him. Even wounded and falling apart, they still try to reach him. So he realizes there's no other choice and fires a direct frontal thrust, wiping out a huge number of them. The outer commander tries to stop it, but instantly realizes blocking is impossible. So he attempts to deflect it and send it off course, but it nearly strikes the Castellan. Yoren looks back and panics. He realizes that if the outer commander had tried to block it head-on, he would have died. That overwhelming destructive power terrifies Yoren. Then they ask the Elder Chief what to do. Continuing the plan is becoming harder, and if they can't maintain the ghoul's seal, they'll have no choice but to proceed to plan B. He orders them to release Black Cloud immediately, even if it affects all of Gorgon. But the protagonist hears every word they say. He addresses the outer commander directly, saying he already knows he's Gorgon Castle's outer commander, and also the elder chief of the Golden Sky sect. He says he doesn't know what the man is trying to accomplish or why they're infecting spirits. But one thing he does know is that he likes people like him. The protagonist prepares a devastating attack, and the outer commander sees it coming. He shouts that it doesn't matter what the attack is, they must stop it. At the same time, the protagonist says he's truly grateful that people like the outer commander exist. Because of them, he doesn't have to feel guilty about wiping this world out. Then he unleashes the strongest thrusts he has used on this planet. The attack shoots upward, exploding into the sky like fireworks, leaving everyone in awe. Yoren Chivir can't even move. Jahir tells him to pull himself together, but Yoren simply stares at that overwhelming hope. He remembers the Castellan's words that the people there needed hope, a hope that would never waver, an overwhelming hope. And now he says he has finally felt the overwhelming hope the Castellan described, coming from a man who speaks of destroying the world. That was the last thing he expected. After that attack, the outer commander is split not merely in half, but into more pieces than anyone could count. Still, he admits the young man is truly monstrous, but says it's already too late because Gorgon and the Castellan are finished. The protagonist walks over to complete what he began and drives his sword into the man's face. Then Jahir calls out to the protagonist, who asks whether the old man is still asleep. Jahir says they've shaken him repeatedly, but he won't wake up. The protagonist then hurls the old man hard into a wall, making everyone shout and ask what he's doing. The old man thinks the pain feels strangely familiar as his pelvis screams in agony, and Jaewon says he should have awakened on his own. They call him over quickly because the Castellan is at his limit. Then the body begins moving. The target's spiritual corruption rate has exceeded 99.9%, and ghoulification is now about to occur. The system begins calculating the target's danger level but concludes that it cannot be measured. The system gives its final verdict, Mega Ghoul. Gorgon's automatic alarm system activates, and everyone begins running to evacuate. The guards order a complete evacuation with no exceptions. They must prevent further incidents. James curses and asks what the hell this is and what's happening inside the castle. Then the old man tells the captain of extermination that he and the internal commander need to evacuate. He tells the protagonist to help, saying his thrust is still too sharp to be used for saving people. The protagonist asks when he changed swords, and the old man becomes angry, reminding him that J1 was the one who broke the previous one. Then he says enough, talking, and enters the world of paintings again to save the Castellan. But when he begins creating the art around the Castellan to restore him to the person he once was, the Castellan begins reliving his memories. The old man tells the protagonist that the ghoul cut can awaken buried memories like these. He says he attempted it during Mino's incident too, and once the target is filled with memories, the most urgent problem should be resolved. But then someone disagrees, startling the old man. He immediately remembers something from long ago and asks about the voice coming from the Castellan. The voice turns toward him, and those eyes make him certain of one thing: that is not the Castellan. Then the Castellan truly opens his eyes, horrifying everyone. The protagonist calls to the old man, and the old man says, "Something is wrong. This is something else. It isn't the Castellan." Then the creature tears through all those chains and rises, towering over them. With that, it opens its terrifying eyes, staring at everyone while black aura pours out. Then it fully completes its transformation, floating in the air. The old man is now certain this isn't the Castellan. It is something he warned them about before. When that thing touches the ground, they all feel the pressure. It says this is astonishing. Who would have imagined it would reach this place through that body? The creature is pure hatred. It says that in the end, this man also became a ghoul, and then it notices a familiar face. It begins smiling at the doctor, calling him an incomplete awakened one and asking why he's still in chaos. Didn't he obtain what he wanted in the abyss 900 years ago? The old man says that creature is the master of the ghoul palace at the center of chaos, the only being capable of opening a gate to the abyss, the one and only king, the catastrophe. The protagonist thinks that even with suspicion, he still has no idea what the creature truly is, and the situation begins irritating him. Meanwhile, the one king enjoys their fear. The protagonist can tell it's similar to a ghoul but isn't one, and asks what the hell it is. The creature simply waves its hand and asks why the doctor never left chaos. Its influence spreads everywhere, destroying the old man's world. It can't imagine that the old man remained behind to save a world this worthless. The doctor is shocked that with only one movement, it completely erased the world he created. Even then, the one king continues smiling at the situation. It says the protagonist is an interesting human because even after fully awakening, he still possesses a human heart. The old man thinks the one king used the Castellan's corrupted descent into Goldom to take control of his body. So what they're seeing is only a tiny shadow of the one king. But he's already trembling, thinking that if a mere shadow feels this overwhelming, the true creature must be beyond imagination. Under that pressure, the monster appears hundreds of times larger than it truly is. Then the protagonist calls to the old man and asks whether he failed. Right after that, he says he'll simply kill the creature. The king repeats the word, kill? Is he saying he intends to kill the Great One? King? Then it begins stretching its neck until its head bends away from its body in an L shape, laughing at the protagonist and calling him amusing. The doctor warns the protagonist not to do it. This isn't something that can be killed or stopped. Not even Moloch could do anything against it. This may only be a shadow, but it's still unbelievably powerful. The protagonist tells him not to be afraid. They can win this. The old man can't understand how he's staying so calm before something this powerful." Then the king bursts out, laughing loudly enough to show that he doesn't take the protagonist seriously at all. Afterward, he casually puts his neck back into place, then stares at the boy. This time, he spits a sword from his mouth and tells him to come if he wants. Grabbing it with both hands, he pulls out the massive sword. He calls him a foolish awakened one, a human-hearted awakened fool daring to face him head-on, and the monster looks more than ready for a fight. So the clash is finally about to begin. He says he always knew that Brat was strange, but never imagined he'd go this far. The king is surprised there are still people trying to reach the end of that world. Even so, he says that isn't enough and grabs the protagonist by the head. Then he says the boy is even weaker than that nightmare from 900 years ago. The protagonist can barely break free, but jumps away at the last second, escaping the Castellan's sword. At the same time, he manages to stab the creature's arm and tears it clean off. He thinks that's good. One of its arms is gone, so it should slow down, but the severed arm suddenly comes flying back at him. He has no idea what's happening and only has time to barely dodge the attack. It nearly smashes him in the jaw, and he answers with another strike, stabbing straight through the center of that ghoul-like body. But it keeps attacking as though nothing happened. Then it catches part of the protagonist's cape. The king says corruption is a sickness of time. Now, the protagonist's arm is injured, and the king explains that one glance at the void sword can make hundreds of years pass, or rather thousands. A soul can't endure that much time. It ages, rots, and becomes a ghoul. But the protagonist says that won't work on him. He stabs into the damaged flesh and tears it away, saying he only has to remove that part of his soul. The king is shocked that he cut away part of his aged soul and remained sane. He praises that terrifying willpower, but says this is the end. Then he starts pulling more swords from his body. The protagonist is horrified by the sight. There are far too many blades. The king prepares to control them. He moves the swords through the air with his mind and aims them at the protagonist. Then he truly launches the greatswords at him, and the old man ducks because he knows there's nothing he can do. The king suddenly notices the sword in the protagonist's sheath and says it's a replica from the Tower of Nightmares. He mocks it as a fine toy crafted by a nightmare, while the protagonist does everything he can to avoid the incoming blades. The old man grows more worried, but the protagonist says he knows what to do. He plants his sword in the ground and prepares for the king's next attack. The king comes in quickly, and the protagonist stops his sword while the king is still in midair. The old man is thrown backward, while the king leans closer and whispers that if he keeps resisting like this, his soul won't last. The protagonist knows he's right. He can't win like this. No matter how many times he uses insight, he can't find a weak point, and the strange particles in this place make it even harder to focus. Then he remembers when the doctor told him his unique world was called the blank-marked world. It was born from his desire to preserve the memories of everyone who disappeared, and every awakened one has a world of their own. That world takes shape from the keyword they gained upon awakening, tied to an emotion or desire. The stronger the awakened one, the more beings they can carry into that personal world. So the protagonist realizes it's time to turn things around and knocks the Soul King's sword away. Then he throws himself forward and fully activates his world, the world of oblivion. Everything changes. The tree and the eye appear, and the king finally sees it. The doctor realizes this is hell. It truly is hell, and he understands that the protagonist has been living in a world like this all along. It's a hellish place filled with nothing but hatred and rage toward the world. The king asks whether this is his ideal and says it's interesting. But the protagonist drives his sword straight into the center of the king's mouth before he can resist. He says at least he no longer has to deal with those irritating particles anymore. With that strike, several of the king's teeth fly out, yet he still begins laughing. Then vines burst from his body and rush toward the protagonist. He rises again, face to face with the boy, his mouth shattered, and says the fool keeps challenging him without knowing how to finish him off. Then he raises his hand and slams the protagonist downward. The boy is pinned there, and pain tears through him as the king drives him deeper into the ground. Opening a hole, the doctor is terrified. Water begins pouring from the hole, and the king steps on the protagonist's chest, saying someone who never released his hatred was an interesting existence, one he hadn't seen in a long time. Then he draws his sword, again, preparing to stab the protagonist and kill him. He says it was enjoyable, which makes this a shame. But before he can finish, the protagonist opens his eyes like a true main character, and before the king can react, he fires an attack from below. It strikes him directly in the center. The king is genuinely surprised, and the protagonist says it was fun, but he's only getting started. The king says that's hilarious. The boy can't even leave a real wound, yet the king begins rebuilding himself after being knocked down. His body pulls itself back together, becoming even uglier. The protagonist can only ask what the hell this is. At this point, he looks like an Elden Ring boss. Then the monster attacks again. The protagonist slips out of the way, but the monster swings its hand upward at him. He blocks it, but is then smashed away and sent flying. He ends up pinned against a wall. The boy coughs up blood, and the king charges at him again. Once more, the protagonist dodges, appears behind him, and prepares another thrust. But the monster turns at the perfect moment, sees the strike coming, and knocks it away. The king says that for hundreds of thousands of years, he has watched the beings who shaped the world, and every one of them climbed that tree carrying different questions. He stares deeply at the protagonist and asks what answer he's seeking up there while carrying a world like this, and what his question even is. Then he attacks the boy again, but the protagonist manages to hold him back, as the king says he understands. Now, he says this world itself is the protagonist's question. So what is this world to him? Destruction, annihilation, or eradication? Then he begins to understand. To the protagonist, this world is an apocalypse. That's the only name that suits it. He says it's an arrogant world because a mere human is questioning the value of the mirage tree's existence. Then he asks whether that's truly what the boy is challenging, following the laws of his world, and attacks again. The protagonist retreats while asking what the hell he's even talking about. The king is confused too, then realizes it wasn't a question after all. At the same time, the protagonist takes his stance again, preparing to unleash a much greater attack. He says he's been in a situation like this before, somewhere else when he fought that demon. Then it clicks. The being before him is the shadow that descended into the Castellan, which means he can still do something. He prepares a thrust. The king notices, but the protagonist's attack comes too quickly for him to do anything. Afterward, the king is nearly falling apart. He calls the protagonist an arrogant man and asks whether he still doesn't understand that he can't kill him. But with every strike, he grows more twisted and hideous, and finally says this insolence is becoming boring. So he'll end the protagonist for good. He lunges at the boy, literally trying to swallow Jaewon whole. But then the protagonist draws his blade and prepares the next attack. As he jumps, he begins seeing those same lines again, the ones revealing a weak point. He says he knew it. The king was connected to that body. With that, he strikes directly at the connection. The king thinks that's impossible, that such power belongs in fiction. And the protagonist drives in his sword with all his strength, and the king calls him an existence living for the apocalypse. He says he'll be waiting at the entrance to the abyss. With that, he finally leaves. The protagonist is left badly injured, with huge chunks torn from both arms, and that was only a shadow of the king's true self. He begins thinking he needs to become stronger. Ordinary thrusts aren't enough anymore. He remembers the heavy thrust in particular. It's a good move for fighting an army, but against one powerful enemy, the attack spreads too widely to be effective. This time, he could only use it as a distraction to buy time, so now he needs a new technique designed for fighting a single target. After that, the doctor lies on the ground when Jahir arrives with urine. Then the Castellan calls to the protagonist, and he realizes the Castellan is still alive and asking him to come closer. He tells Jaewon that even after becoming a ghoul, he kept watching over him. He's deeply grateful that Jaewon stood against the One King. Then he grabs Jaewon's arm, which the protagonist clearly dislikes. Still, the Castellan says perhaps this is the moment for Gorgon to change and asks him to accept it. He begins pouring his power into Jaewon's arm. A branch appears there, carrying a familiar aura. It reminds him of Yoren, Jahir, the old man, Mino Han, and everyone else living in the city. He can feel warm memories within it. Then he asks Jaewon, please don't forget his human heart. A little later, James arrives and asks whether everyone is all right, while the old man can only complain about his back. But when they look over, they see Jaewon returning and notice the mark on his arm stretching from his shoulder to his wrist. Seeing that, everyone kneels before him. Yoren is shocked, thinking about the Castellan. Then he finally understands. If this was his wish, then so be it. He says that he, Yoren Chivir, will serve the new Castellan of Gorgon. Everyone bows to Jaewon. Then 2 days later, Yoren Chivir approaches him, though Jaewon wants nothing to do with the role. He says he isn't the Castellan and already made that clear, but Yoren says he seems to have forgotten the details of their promise. So he reminds him that the protagonist promised to save the Castellan and kill the traitors, while Yoren promised to help organize the Abyss Expedition Squad. The protagonist asks whether he's dumping the responsibility on him because the Castellan died, and Yoren admits that's basically. Jaewon answers that the old Castellan is dead, but since the new one is alive, there shouldn't be a problem. Yoren agrees, saying that's exactly why Jaewon must keep his promise too, now that he is the Castellan. The protagonist hates the idea. He asks how things ended up this way, saying he has no time to waste in the castle. He must keep moving and reach the abyss. He asks Yoren if he can give the title to someone else, but the answer is immediate, impossible. Gorgon wouldn't accept it. Jaewon is stunned and asks whether Gorgon means the symbol, realizing that thing chose him. Yoren says that's why the title can't simply be transferred. Gorgon's Castellan changes only when the previous one dies. On top of that, today's paperwork still needs to be handled. Since Jaewon just became Castellan, there are records and other documents waiting for him too. He begins reading and finds several bizarre laws. The first says insulting the Castellan in public means a public lynching. A second offense brings soul removal. A third means complete soul destruction. That's when he realizes why everyone always speaks so politely about the Castellan. Yoren tells him to use anything on the desk if he wants, then says he'll go organize the books and the protagonist can call if he needs anything. But Jaewon opens a drawer and finds a crumpled ball of paper inside. It turns out to be from the 17th Castellan. The message congratulates him, even though the writer had no idea who would find it. If Jaewon found it, that means he's the new Castellan. Even the little paper doll moves stiffly as it says he must be thinking hard about how to govern Gorgon Castle. The protagonist asks what this is and whether it's enchanted paper, noticing it isn't a doll made with psychic power. The Castellan tells him not to worry, because a Castellan has only one duty, enjoying himself. A good Castellan is one who has fun. Public safety belongs to the administrative division, internal matters go to the internal commander, and outside affairs go to the external commander. They've always handled everything properly. Apparently, this advice has been passed down through generations of Castellans. Jaewon quickly realizes every previous Castellan was lazy. The message continues, saying that according to Gorgon's records, half the Castellans were crushed by too much work, which accelerated their spiritual corruption and led to their deaths. Jae-won sees that this advice isn't only for him, but also for Gorgon itself. The message warns him not to be greedy. Don't try to change things. And don't work too hard, because everyone there already knows this world can't be changed. That's why what matters in this world isn't change, but making life last longer. So instead of pursuing change for the sake of a few, he should do nothing for the sake of the many. The speaker begs the boy not to be greedy, while giving off an eerie aura in chaos. The only good Castellan is a Castellan who does nothing. Jae-won says he's beginning to understand what kind of being this place's Castellan is. Someone who abandons hope just to survive and blocks change to protect many lives. But then Yoren enters and asks what's troubling him so much. Jae-won tells him he's going to eliminate the position of Castellan. In Gorgon, Yoren asks what that's supposed to mean. Jae-won says it has to begin there, then asks what a castle really is. Yoren says that's a strange question. But a castle is a fortress, and a fortress is a military structure that protects allies from enemies. The protagonist asks what happens if there are no enemies left, and no one ever attacks the castle again. That leaves Yoren startled. In that case, the castle would have no reason to exist, and no castle would be needed. Even so, he insists a castle without enemies is impossible. Jae-won says it isn't because he's going to unite chaos. After that declaration, the story explains that funerals don't exist in chaos. Instead, they hold floating soul ceremonies to say goodbye to people who have vanished forever. A funeral is meant to remember the dead, but a floating soul ceremony is meant to erase them. During it, the story of the vanished soul is repeated again and again, so that after the ceremony ends, their name is never spoken again. It's the final gift chaos gives to those who are gone. Yoren says they knew Emil Groshek, but they can't bury him. He no longer exists anywhere in the world, with no body and no soul. Only memories remain, while he becomes nourishment for the tree of mirage. That's why they must forget Emil Groshek. During the week-long floating soul ceremony, they speak of him one final time, again and again, until nothing remains to say. Jae-won thinks he's finally learned the name of that old bastard Emil Groshek, the one who forced the title of Castellan onto him. Then he catches the thoughts of people nearby, and they're shocked that Jae-won is wearing the Castellan's clothes. They wonder whether such a young soul truly became Castellan, saying they heard he isn't even 100 years old. Crying, they ask whether Yoren is plotting something. Again, then someone approaches him, saying he looks like the kind of person she'd love to fight. When Jae-won looks at the woman, he's surprised. Immediately afterward, another man steps forward and asks whether he is the new Castellan. The doctor says it looks like she arrived too late. She's the vice leader of the Sacred Servant Guild, and apparently that old man from the School Forest Guild arrived first. She finds that interesting and asks the doctor who he's betting on. But he says a bet only matters when there's actually something to wager. Then the man asks Jae-won how old he is, since he heard he was very young. The protagonist says he's around 60. The man is stunned and asks whether Gorgon has started using a hereditary system. Crying, he even asks whether Jae-won is the Castellan's son, and everyone thinks that's ridiculous. Calling him that old bastard's son is too much. Still, no matter how young he is, the man says he must know how people end up in chaos. Either way, he hopes they can get along and reaches out to shake Jae-won's hand, introducing himself as Jang Go-han, vice leader of the School Forest Guild. Inside, he thinks the rumors were true. The new Castellan is an unadapted one. At last, he may be able to make Gorgon pay for the humiliation he suffered 10 years ago. Back then, his leader ordered him to obtain permission to open a branch in Gorgon, no matter what it took. He says that while bribing the guards at the northern outpost, he was caught by that arrogant commander. At the time, Carlton Javier declared him under arrest for bribing the guards, And afterward, Emil asked how he could ever allow a branch from someone who tried to bribe his men and stir up trouble. That left him furious. He was directly rejected by a Castellan just as arrogant as the outpost chief. But now the Castellan is dead, and that damned northern outpost chief is in the hospital. The new Castellans is only some rookie. To him, this is a gift from heaven. So he grabs Jaewon with malicious intent and activates a top-level battle formation. That energy rushes directly at the protagonist. He's shocked when he sees the 8 gates of hell. As soon as one gate opens, a massive dragon emerges from inside. On its back, the dragon opens its mouth and prepares to blast fire at Jaewon. The others are stunned, asking whether the Castellan situation hasn't become insane. That bastard truly used the 8 gates of hell on the Castellan. They call it unbelievably cruel, far too much for a 60-year-old child. Watching everything, Zhang asks Jaewon what he thinks of his strongest battle formation, saying he must already be trapped in a hallucination created by Taemin's hellfire. That red dragon should be the one screaming and begging. But Jaewon says chaos has its own special way of greeting people. Zhang begins trembling as the protagonist squeezes his hand even harder, still holding on. Jaewon tells him it's time to return the favor because Taemin is already dead beyond the gate of hell. Then Jaewon repays him with lost enchantment. That strange eye locks onto Zhang, and Zhang screams, feeling as though he's staring directly into hell. Everyone around them is shocked, unable to believe Jaewon escaped the 8 gates of hell. Jaewon says insulting the Castellan should earn a public beating, but he'll be lenient this time and only warn him to be more careful. The doctor is disappointed, saying that was far too boring. He expected a real beating. Meanwhile, the woman can only wonder who this child truly is. With that over, the ceremony moves on to the Castellan's opening speech. Jaewon walks to the podium, and even the doctor looks surprised that the boy is truly going to give a speech. Then a bad feeling begins creeping in. He introduces himself as Jaewon, the new Castellan of Gorgon, but says he doesn't know Emil Groshek, doesn't know what he did or what kind of life he lived, and honestly, doesn't care. He already knows everyone is unhappy with him. They're probably thinking some young man with weak spiritual pressure became Castellan through luck. And he admits that's partly true, because honestly, he wasn't even in Gorgon. Still, Gorgon accepted him as its Castellan. So even if he says something insane, like abandoning the title or uniting chaos, even if he feels dangerous simply by standing there, some people still decide to hear him out first. The crowd is stunned. They can't believe an outsider became their ruler, and some even wonder whether he's from the Palace of Resurrection. What will happen to Chaos? Now, Yoren says it doesn't matter how strange he is. Jaewon is still his master, and that sends everyone into an uproar. Yoren adds that he believes the protagonist wouldn't do anything that would endanger Gorgon's future. But before long, someone comes to see him. Jahir apologizes for disturbing him so early, but says things may have gotten out of hand. Yoren quickly prepares and rushes to the room. When he opens the door, a flood of papers bursts out and startles both of them. Yoren stares and asks how much work has accumulated. The whole room is filled with documents, so he says no. One could pretend to work in a mess like this. But the person inside isn't Jaewon at all. It's Carlton Javier doing all the work. Yoren asks what he's doing there when he should be in the hospital. Carlton answers that his master ordered him to stay there, so Yoren asks where his master is. Meanwhile, Jaewon is far away, smashing statues, each one modeled after Carlton Javier. The doctor complains about all the different Carlton versions being destroyed, even one showing Carlton in agony, whining about how much money they could have earned. Jaewon simply says the important thing is that he developed a new technique. Then he grips his sword and assumes a fighting stance. The old man notices the setup is smoother than usual, and from the blade's movement, he concludes it was inspired by his own slash. He begins thinking the move should be called Zhang He Thrust. But the protagonist asks whether he wants to be stabbed like the name suggests. The old man becomes annoyed, asking what the boy is talking about. After all the effort he put into naming it, Jaewon only became more full of himself. Still, he says it's worth testing. The moment Jaewon attacks, the old man leaps aside to avoid the strike. Even Yorin reacts, and the old man asks whether Jaewon was seriously trying to hit him, complaining that the boy has no respect for his elders. Then he looks back and realizes someone else was standing there and got hit. That person is the leader of the Thunder Clan. He's shocked to see him collapsed on the ground. It's Anyang, leader of the Thunder Deus clan. The old man wonders what happened to him. A few minutes earlier, they had asked Anyang whether he was certain that Castellan was at the training grounds. He said yes, then peered through a narrow gap, spotted Jaewon, and began charging his power. Calling upon the power of Thunder Deus, he declared that today he would become Castellan. He didn't care whether others called it cowardly. To him, assassination was still true one-on-one combat. But then he noticed something flying toward him. It was Jaewon's attack. When he wakes up completely wrecked, he jumps in shock. The doctor is surprised he's awake, and Anyang begins shouting again, asking why the doctor is there. He rambles that he has always admired dirty tricks and knew a day like this would come. Then he asks who the hell the protagonist is, and the doctor tells him that's Gorgon's Castellan. Anyang says he has never heard of anyone like him in Chaos or even the Great Lands, and the doctor admits he hasn't either. So Anyang says that's exactly why he's asking. How does any of this make sense? The doctor replies that it truly doesn't. Honestly, nothing about Jaewon makes sense, especially after everything he's done. Anyang realizes the doctor is serious, but says it doesn't matter anyway. He tells Jaewon to fight him again, swearing he'll win this time, and demands to know how the Castellan attacked before he even revealed himself. The doctor points out how shameless that is, since Anyang was the one trying to assassinate him. Jaewon simply agrees and accepts the challenge. That only makes Anyang angrier, and he charges in. Jaewon avoids the first 2 strikes. Anyang admits he's faster. Then he looks, then swings downward with his daggers, and asks why Jaewon won't try dodging this. As he launches the attack, he bursts forward like a blur straight toward the protagonist. But when he stops, he realizes he still couldn't hit him. That only makes him angrier, and he says he didn't want to use this yet. Then he begins drawing on the power of Thunder Deus, forming a spinning force above his head. He declares that his next move will end the fight in one strike with the power of Thunder Deus. But just as he's about to fire, Jaewon appears behind him. Jaewon says that technique takes far too long to charge and lands another thrust. Sometime later, someone opens the door and reports that the Castellan barely defeated the Thunder Clan leader. He says the news is already spreading, then leaves again. The doctor says he did well, but assumes many more powerful fighters will begin challenging Jaewon now. Anyang says it took him exactly 100 years to reach that point because he came from one of the 5 great families of the Great Lands, the Yang family. Yang was once part of that family, or rather, more precisely, he was a slave beaten by his masters. The companions who cleared the tower with him also became members of the family, and they believed they would spend the rest of their lives together. But one by one, they were sold to battlefields or died as slaves, so he worked for nearly 100 years. Most of the other slaves died, but somehow he survived. After building trust for all that time, he finally earned the rank of official servant. But on the very day he became one, he fought against his fate for the first time because he couldn't keep living like that forever. Abandoning the 100 years of trust he had earned, he stole the Yang family's vault of secret techniques. Among them was the highest-ranked skill he obtained, the Thunder Taoist technique. The moment he acquired it, the cells in his body were restored, and he could freely wield the power of Thunder Taoist. That was the Yang family's secret art. Of course, the result was 20 years of his being hunted by the Yang family before he was beheaded. But after being thrown into chaos, he used the Thunder Taoist technique to claim the 9th seat among the 10 sects in just 100 years. Even so, a man who hasn't even lived 100 years is now Chaos's Castellan. When Anyang remembers what the doctor said, he wonders how someone like that could really be Castellan. Then he admits the doctor was right. Nothing about Jaewon makes sense. The doctor, who understood despair better than almost anyone after what happened with the Abyss Expedition Squad, was actually smiling. Seeing that, Anyang remains angry, but the doctor tells him he should feel fortunate. At least he met this man before learning what true despair looks like. The doctor says Anyang is probably wondering how much potential Jaewon has. Then he explains that 1 week before Jaewon arrived, Gorgon had almost been completely taken over by the Golden Sky Sect. Anyang is stunned to hear that, and the doctor says he doesn't know what trick they used to turn Gorgon's men against it, but it felt like they had been preparing to seize Gorgon for a long time. Still, the one who saved Gorgon when it was on the verge of collapse and defeated the one king who descended into the Castellan's body was Jaewon, current Castellan. Anyang is shocked and says the doctor should have told him sooner. The doctor fires back, asking who tried to assassinate Jaewon before anyone could explain anything, and tells him not to blame others for his own mistakes. Then another person suddenly arrives and surprises them both, announcing that he has come to request a duel with Gorgon's Castellan. He says he came with the leader of the Sunsea sect, but first he wants a match of his own. He's Kang Wong, leader of the Flame King's sect. Jaewon tells him that isn't necessary. He tells both of them to attack at once. He's working on his technique and doesn't have time to spare, leaving them both stunned. The doctor simply sighs and says many people are about to get hurt today. The two of them agree, saying he'll regret speaking that way. Kang Wong rushes forward, coating his sword with firepower before striking. At the last second, Jaewon slips away and avoids it. The blow tears through the wall behind him. The doctor says he'll burn down the entire training ground, while Jaewon points out that in his heated state, he probably can't hear anything. Kang Wong keeps attacking. The protagonist catches the blade, locking him in a raw contest of strength. Kang Wong asks whether he's afraid of the flames, but Jaewon says, not at all. He drives a punch straight into the sword, even with his hand covered in fire. That forces Kang Wong to change his grip, and Jaewon tells him to say later whether he feared that thrust, because the moment Jaewon strikes, Kang Wong vanishes from the room, blasted through the wall. Jaewon thinks it's still difficult to control his strength. The doctor wonders how he's supposed to explain this to Yoren, and even Anyang can hardly believe it. Meanwhile, the Sunsea leader floods the area with water, extinguishing the flames as he draws his sword from the water. He says Kang Wong will be fine, and Jaewon reminds him that he told both of them to attack. Together, the man answers that he simply hates heat. Then he raises his sword and politely asks Jaewon to be his opponent. The two stand face to face. Seeing him summon that much water, Jaewon notes that one used lightning, another used fire, and now it's water, like some kind of Pokemon lineup. Still, jokes aside, he can tell this one is stronger than the others. So the protagonist moves first with a thrust, Kamen stops it and immediately counters with a horizontal slash. Jaewon notices this man is different. He can't sense despair in him the way he did with the others. It feels more like Kamen is holding back. Jaewon attacks again, but Kamen dodges and is caught off guard when Jaewon comes from above with another thrust, driving it straight down at him. Kamen barely avoids it and defends himself. When he sees the strike, he realizes Kang Wong would have been finished if he'd tried to block it. So Kamin admits defeat, but Jaewon says he's hiding his true strength. Kamin replies that some things are obvious even before a fight reaches its conclusion. Since he lost, he says they'll discuss the Abyss Expedition Squad. Later, when Kangwon wakes up, he begins cursing the Thunder Deus leader, shocked that he lost by such a small margin. The doctor asks whether he plans to blame someone else for a fight he lost himself, which only makes him angrier. Then Yang says that no matter what, the question now is what the two sect leaders will do. Since they lost, they have no choice but to join the Abyss Expedition Squad. Kamin says he actually came there intending to join from the beginning. When asked directly, he confirms it. Kang Wong thinks about Kamin, remembering that he has always been that kind of man and was a close friend of Emil, Gorgon's former castellan. Back then, however, he lacked the skill to join the squad. In those days, the Expedition Squad lost all its strength and hope at once, and Kamin witnessed its end with his own eyes. 900 years have passed, and he continued sharpening his blade with revenge in his heart. Kamin says he was planning to head for the Abyss soon anyway, and the doctor is surprised. He says fine, then asks what the Flame King will do. Kang Wong says he has no choice after losing the duel. Then he asks about the Thunder Deus leader, who says he's made his decision and begins to leave. Everyone asks where he's going, and the doctor can't believe it, asking whether he truly plans to challenge them again after seeing the gap between them. But instead, he drops to his knees at Jaewon's feet, and no one understands what's happening. He declares that he, Yang, leader of the Thunder Deus sect, swears loyalty from this moment onward to Jaewon and the Castellan of Gorgon. Seeing that, the protagonist tells him he doesn't need to swear loyalty, but Yang insists. He says he'll follow with absolute loyalty, even after death. Jaewon dryly says he's already died once, leaving Yang stunned. And Yang begs him to accept him into his family in any role, even something like captain. The doctor asks what family he's talking about, and Yang hurriedly says he won't steal anything like secret techniques, so please accept him. He once belonged to the Yang family and ran away after stealing their techniques, so now he wants to do the same again. The doctor asks whether he really means that. Even as leader of the Thunder Deus sect, did he consider the sect's future before saying it? Yang answers that the Thunder Deus sect no longer exists in chaos. The doctor asks what he means by that, and Yang says only 7 survivors remain, including himself. Then he explains that 1 week ago, the Thunder Deus sect was wiped out. The doctor asks whether he's truly saying the Thunder Deus sect is gone, and Yang says yes. The doctor asks when it happened, and Yang repeats that it was 1 week ago. So the doctor summarizes it. The Thunder Deus sect was destroyed, and by coincidence, Gorgon announced that the new Castellan would be chosen through duels. So Yang came there aiming for the Castellan seat, believing it was his one great opportunity. But when he actually fought Jaewon, he was crushed. His sect is gone. He failed to become Castellan, and now he's asking to be accepted as a follower because he has nowhere else to go. Yang says that's exactly right, with a shameless expression, and the doctor realizes he truly has no pride at all still. He points out that if the Thunder Deus sect was destroyed 1 week ago, rumors should already have spread. Kamin says that even considering the distance between Manticore and Gorgon, a full week is a long time. Then Yang tells the doctor that he said the Castellan saved Gorgon, and the doctor replies that he already explained it. The boy saved Gorgon from the Golden Sky sect. Yang suddenly puts it together. Kang Wong wonders whether it truly was the Golden Sky sect, and Kamin thinks that can't be right because the chaos in the inner castle 1 week ago was caused by that same sect. The doctor then realizes they were the ones who destroyed Yang's sect, and Yang says exactly. The Thunder Deus sect wasn't the only one wiped out. The third-ranked Shadow sect and even the top-ranked Sky Dragon sect also fell, and none of them could defend themselves against the Golden Sky sect. Everyone is shocked. Then the doctor asks what happened to Manticore Castle, and Yang says it was completely seized by the Golden Sky sect 1 week ago. The doctor thinks that explains everything. There's no way news like that could remain hidden for an entire week unless the castle itself was involved. They must have sealed the area with a barrier, meaning the Golden Sky sect, after capturing Manticore, is controlling the skill system and blocking communication skills too. Kang Wong asks him to slow down because he isn't following all of this. He asks whether that means 3 of Chaos's 10 sects were defeated at once, all by the 10th-ranked Golden Sky sect. The answer is yes. Kameen says he'd heard rumors that the Golden Sky sect had been growing stronger, but how did they become powerful enough to completely seize Manticore in only a few years? Then Jaewon asks whether a lower ranking number means greater strength, and everyone turns to stare at him in shock. Yang begins mocking Jaewon, asking whether he only figured that out now, even as Castellan. Jaewon instantly becomes angry, nearly ready to kill everyone, and some of them turn pale. One look at his murderous aura makes Yang abandon the joke and apologize, begging Jaewon to spare him while promising to explain everything. The protagonist immediately calms down, and Yang is shocked he's still alive. The doctor notes that he just escaped death. Yang explains that Jaewon should already know there are 4 great castles and 10 sects ruling chaos, usually called the 10 sects of chaos. But those 10 sects aren't equal. They are ranked from 1 to 10. Rank 1 is the strongest, and the gap between them is enormous all the way down to rank 10. The top 3 are especially powerful. Even so, the 9th-ranked Thunder Deus sect, the 3rd-ranked Shadow sect, and the 1st-ranked Sky Dragon sect were all defeated by the 10th-ranked Golden Sky sect, and even Manticore Castle was captured. Yang says he doesn't know what kind of backing they have, but he's certain someone powerful is supporting them. While everyone was trapped in fear, they were already moving to take Gorgon after capturing Manticore. They're forcing others under their control. They're taking the castles one by one, and their goal is the same as his. Jaewon begins wondering whether the nightmares and the hymn that man mentioned are in Manticore. That thought makes him furious. Meanwhile, somewhere else, someone completely loses control. His men report that they still failed to obtain the Guardian's horn, but had no choice. That creature could have slaughtered everyone in the hall. The one hearing this is Lin Jinyoung, leader of the Golden Sky sect. Honestly, he has the face of a complete madman. His subordinates continue, saying, the leader of the Sky Dragon sect was captured and had all his limbs severed, while the leader of the Dark Forest sect is still resisting, though not for much longer. Jinyoung grabs a kunai and throws it at one of the heads nearby, saying that's excellent and asking whether they captured the leader of the Thunder God sect too. But they admit they haven't yet, and the man speaking gets a kunai buried in his shoulder. He begs for forgiveness while Jinhyung calmly says, it's fine, telling him to forget it. Then he asks where the man escaped to, and they say he likely fled. Gorgon. That catches Jinyoung off guard. He didn't expect the sect leaders to join forces the moment Manticore fell. Then his thoughts turn to Gorgon. He heard some damned fool there is risking his position as Gorgon's Castellan to form an Abyss expedition squad. Jinhyung can't believe anyone in Chaos still thinks that way. Even though they had fewer troops then, Manticore, First Elder Mihan, worked hard to gather the foundation stones. He's probably too ashamed to face the Dark Monarch now. So Jinyoung orders them to open the screen. There he sees the name Jaewon, the new Castellan. They confirm that's correct, and now that he looks more closely, the name feels strangely familiar. Then a message arrives. It's from the Dark Monarch, and Jin Hyung immediately wonders whether it's about tracking down the runaway product. He realizes they're asking him to find something they couldn't even control themselves, and tells his men to inform them that they received the message first. Growing impatient, he turns to the man before him, who's trembling in fear. and says the more he thinks about it, the less sense it makes. Some random product killed a cultivator during a tutorial, destroyed the tower, and then reached chaos. The man keeps trembling while his friend looks sorry for him. Jin Young simply keeps laughing. Then he kills the man by driving a kunai straight into the center of his forehead and asks whether they truly think a story like that makes any sense. The other man says it doesn't, and Jin Hyung agrees that it's insane. Something like that shouldn't be possible. When asked what they should do about the Thunder God sect leader who fled to Gorgon, Jin Hyung says to leave him alone. The others don't quite understand. So he explains that the leaders of all 10 sects headed to Gorgon after hearing the Castellan position was being contested, and says those are the people they need to watch for his plan to unify chaos. If anything, this helps them because Gorgon will soon be destroyed by the dead. He thinks back to the massive evil energy the dead released from inside Gorgon Fortress 1 week ago. That had to be Soul King catastrophe. The energy vanished quickly, but that isn't the frightening part. The dead can summon more dead, and those bastards are about to learn why Soul King catastrophe is known as one of the 12 monarchs of the Great Lands. But the doctor says that's impossible because the monarchs agreed not to interfere in chaos. Yang asks who besides the monarchs could grant power great enough to stand against the 10 sects. Then Kang says he heard the Great Lands are in the middle of wars, so perhaps someone is using that chaos to interfere there. So maybe they should try contacting the Palace of Resurrection. Kamin is shocked he'd even suggest that. The Palace of Resurrection is where the monarchs and the 5 great clans are revived, and it's also the organization that controls all the fruits of chaos. He adds that if one of the 12 monarchs is involved, then the treaty has been broken. The doctor agrees. In exchange for the Palace of Resurrection taking all the fruit, the monarchs of the Great Lands and the 5 great clans made a treaty promising not to interfere in Chaos's affairs. But Kang says they still need to question them about this. Kamin, however, says that's only a theory. Besides, he hates the idea of asking them for help. Worse, what if they're all working together? Kang has no answer. Then the doctor looks at Jaewon and says things seem to have gone too far, asking what they'll do now. Manticore has fallen, and 3 of the 10 sects are already defeated. If they keep following his plan, it will probably lead to war. Jaewon says it doesn't matter. Those enemies had to be faced sooner, later. But the doctor remembers what Yorin said. The Castellan wants to unify chaos, eliminate all enemies, and abandon the Castellan seat, because a Castellan isn't needed if no castle remains. Then the doctor says it can't be that simple. Unifying chaos is on an entirely different level from merely forcing the 4 castles and 10 sects to bow to him. The Palace of Resurrection is stronger than all 4 castles and all 10 sects. Combined, at Jaewon's current level, defeating them is impossible. No matter how strong he is, some things can't be accomplished alone. Just then, sunlight begins pouring inside. The protagonist says it doesn't matter, and that's exactly why the doctor is there with him. The doctor already thought Jaewon was reckless, but he's truly treating the old man like an ally. He looks at him, and the old man is stunned. Jaewon says they were right. He doesn't have much experience, and he hasn't lived very long. But since the old man is there, that's enough. The old man asks when he ever said he'd join him, so Jaewon simply asks whether he won't. The old man becomes awkward, wondering why a mere 60-year-old brat is making him feel this way. Then Jaewon turns to the others and says that, just as they heard, he isn't only recruiting for the Abyss Expedition Squad. He's going to unify chaos and destroy the Palace of Resurrection that stole the fruit 900 years ago. The Abyss Expedition Squad will depart only after that. What he needs are true allies who will go all the way with him. If they don't think they're ready, they can leave now. Kamin asks what he'll do if none of them agrees to help. Jaewon says he'll do everything himself. Kamin fires back, asking whether he didn't just say that doing everything alone was Impossible. The protagonist answers that he made it this far alone. That shocks all of them, and then they begin laughing, especially Kameen, before saying he's right. Kameen says he'll go with the Castellan, whether to the Abyss or the Palace of Resurrection. Yang says he's joining too because their bodies are already one, but Jaewon says he doesn't need that kind of thing. Then he asks the same of the Flame. King and Kang admits he still hasn't decided. The mood drops slightly, and Kang says that's only natural. How much do they really know about Jaewon to accept an offer like this so easily? Honestly, he isn't sure Jaewon is qualified to lead the Abyss Expedition Squad. The enemies he wants to face are far too powerful, and that's why he wants proof. There are currently 6 sect leaders in Gorgon, and if the protagonist can earn recognition from the other 3 leaders, then Kang will acknowledge him too. Jaewon says fine, he'll do it. Kang is surprised he agreed so easily, but then Jaewon adds that he has a condition too, surprising them. He says that if he must earn their recognition, then they must also earn his. They ask what kind of recognition he means, and he says it's a tournament. He'll hold a tournament with the Castellan position at stake, and they need to place in the top 8. That's his condition for recognizing them. He'll take their test, and afterward they can take his. Kang asks what he's talking about, and Kameen agrees. Being sect leaders doesn't automatically make them the strongest in chaos. Then he asks when this tournament begins. Before they can finish talking, a terrifying aura rushes down the corridor and forces open the door. It's Yuha. Calling for Jaewon, she hands him a paper, and he says it looks like it has already begun. The notice says anyone seeking the Castellan position must join Gorgon's first tournament, and the preliminaries begin today at 6. Sometime later, Yuha can't hold it in anymore and says he must have some kind of plan. He asks what kind of plan she expects him to have, but the situation is even worse than last time. Powerful people from all over Chaos, along with many spectators, are gathering. Gorgon's outer district is already packed, and every checkpoint is struggling with identification. Hawthorne says the internal commander doesn't seem happy about the Castellan's decision. He replies that this isn't about personal feelings, but principles. Then Cawthon points out that during emergencies, if most Horn captains agree, laws can pass without a conference, and the Castellan did receive majority approval. He admits that's true, saying that among the 5 office Horn captains, the 3 who supported him were the newly appointed captains, and all 3 approved it. He says this all traces back to the Golden Sky Sect incident. 4 of the 5 Horn captains died, and the last was left crippled, leaving the offices badly understaffed. Because of that, Jaewon selected people close to him as the new Horn captains: Claire for finance, Jahair for defense, and Cawthon for law. That's why every new law passes so easily. Claire also asks how he expected her to handle finances while being an Umbar innkeeper with second stage adaptation. Then she notices he clearly dislikes the Castellan's choices, so she asks whether he at least understands how much money this will bring in. Apparently, he doesn't. She says that's exactly the point, money. She hopes he isn't looking down on her simply because she owns an Umbar. He denies it, but she says his expression suggests otherwise. Then she explains that money gathers wherever people gather, and because of the tournament, Gorgon now has the largest crowd it has ever seen. She asks whether he even knows where the tournament is being held, and he admits he doesn't. She tells him it's on Vendor Street, north of the outer district, catching him off guard. That street was destroyed during the Golden Sky Sect incident a few days earlier. Now the people who lost their jobs there are working as tournament staff while the street is rebuilt. He thinks it over. He knew the tournament was coming, but never imagined they would turn a place like that into a source of employment. She continues, saying the total damage from the Golden Sky Sect incident reached about 12,878,000,000 horns. Then she asks him to guess how much profit the tournament made in only 2 days. He begins to say they're still calculating, but she slams the table. The answer is 13,280,000,000 horns in net profit. If they include future earnings, the total could become even greater. When he only stares in shock, she asks why he's so surprised. For her, counting money has always been part of life. She admits she still doesn't know what the Castellan is truly trying to do, whether he actually plans to form an abyss expedition, squad, or begin a war against all of chaos. But one thing, she says, is already clear. From this point onward, chaos is going to change. Far from there, away from their current location in southern chaos across a vast sea, stands the southern castle of Dryad. It's a natural fortress built from branches and secretions produced by the Guardian's plant-type horn, designed to draw water from the great castle. There, Dryad's Castellan senses that something terrible is about to happen, and Lincrop speaks to Dryad about that uneasy feeling. She then uses her supreme skill, clairvoyance, and begins seeing farther and farther away until she spots something truly alarming. Ghouls are moving toward Gorgon, and among them is Marguerite Reverse Walker, one of the 3 great ghouls. The moment he realizes she's watching, he looks back at her. That gaze strikes her like pain itself, and she instantly knows she must warn Gorgon's Castellan. So she sends a crow, or whatever that creature was, to Jaewon. Meanwhile, inside the hastily constructed Colosseum, the entire crowd is going wild. One man says they've already reached the round of 16 in only 3 days. That man is Shin Mugiwoki, leader of the Primordial Universe sect. Then the doctor arrives and says it's all because Kang Wong went wild in the preliminaries, breathing fire and trying to kill everyone. Mugiwoki is surprised to see him there and says it has been a long time. The doctor agrees. Then the 2 lock eyes in a tense stare. The doctor says Mugiwoki looks stronger now, and Mugiwoki says the same about the old man. But the doctor changes the subject, saying this is unexpected. For someone who loves fighting, Mugiwoki didn't even enter the tournament. Mugiwoki says he only enjoys fair fights, not cheap matches like this. The doctor jokes that if Kang Wong hears that, he'll start breathing fire again, and right then Kang Wong truly goes after Jaewon, throwing all his flames directly at him. But the attack hits nothing. When Kang Wong looks up, his opponent is already there. From above, Jaewon comes down with a brutal strike that smashes Kang Wong into the ground and completely overwhelms him. Everyone is stunned. Mugiwoki says those movements look familiar and wonders whether it's a skill. The doctor answers that it is. Cloud steps from the Metal Monarch, Hyoyo. Mugiwoki wonders why one of Hyoyo's subordinates is there, and the doctor says he's asking the same question. As far as he knows, several monarchs are planning something around this tournament. Then Jahir announces that the round of 16 is over and the quarterfinals everyone has been waiting for are next. Mugiwoki is shocked that they're already beginning the quarterfinals and says it's far too fast. The doctor says that's simply the Castellan's impatient personality. In the stands, some people become excited because it's finally the turn of the leader of the school forest sect. They're about to witness the skills of Chaos's greatest strategist, Zugi Myung, who enters the arena acting completely full of himself. Looking down from above, Doctor notices something. Zugi is laughing at him. When the man even winks, the doctor becomes annoyed and says he'll have to beat him later. Mugiwoki tells him to calm down. Zugi isn't even 400 years old yet. Then Jaewon steps into the arena. The doctor says the child just saw him threaten to beat Zugi in his place. Once the two stand face to face, Zugi says he has heard all about the Castellan's plan, but it's impossible. Mugiwoki is surprised to learn that man is the new Castellan, and the doctor confirms it. As Mugiwoki watches, he wonders whether Jaewon can truly defeat Zugi Myung. Zugi then says it's strange. The protagonist's energy feels similar to the doctor's, and he asks whether he's his student. The thought even seems strange to him. Meanwhile, Jaewon simply swings his sword, leaving everyone speechless. Even Mugiwoki can't say a word. With a single strike, Zugi is pinned to the wall. The doctor then asks Mugiwoki whether he truly thought a monster like that could be his apprentice. After pulling himself from the wall, Zugi says the quarter-final position opposite him had been empty. Later, he discovered that position belonged to the Castellan, and that actually relieved him. The entire reason he joined this cursed tournament was to teach that arrogant Castellan a lesson. He says there have been people like this before, people who gave hope to others and gave meaning to lives that had lost it. But hope that never comes true becomes even deeper despair. That's why he came there, to crush that hope before it turns into despair, just as he has done for the last 400 years, so he can't accept losing there. No, he refuses. Then he asks J1 whether he truly thought he'd won. If Zugi admitted defeat, it would erase the meaning of those past 400 years. It's hard to follow him without understanding what he means. Zugi says J1 only called this a one-on-one duel, but never clearly explained the tournament rules. He only said he would surrender the Castellan seat to anyone who defeated him in a 1v1. J1 asks what he's getting at. Zugi answers that he wants an intelligence battle against the Castellan. He asks whether it isn't only fair to fight in the area where he's strongest. The crowd begins shouting that the school forest sect leader is shameless and should simply admit defeat. The doctor says he knew this was coming. Mugiwoki says it's difficult to decide a winner in a battle of wits, and the doctor says Zugi must be suggesting that game strategists enjoy so much. So he tells everyone to watch carefully, and J1 says that's fine. He asks what exactly Zugi means by a battle of intelligence, and Zugi takes that as acceptance. Immediately afterward, everything around them begins to change. The entire place becomes a miniature model, and they enter the world of strategic formations. J1 asks what this is. The system says that since he's a beginner, he can review the rules and controls in the manual. Zugi explains that although it talks grandly about formations, it's basically just a game. He says Nightmare Marks created it, inspired by a game from the frontier, and even strategists from the Great Lands play it often. Quietly, he thinks that he's the best at this game in the entire abyss. He asks whether the protagonist needs time, since beginners can read everything first, but the protagonist says no. It's much simpler than he expected. He thinks that Zugi said it was based on a frontier game, and the main setup is a war among 3 races. Players gather resources, train troops in real time, and destroy every enemy building through strategy. J1 knows a game with that exact system. The frontier game this was based on must be that game from Earth, and practically everyone there knows it. He's played it at least 1,000,000 times and wonders what's wrong with these nightmares. This is almost outright plagiarism. Then Zugi asks whether this terrain suits him. The system announces that Zugi Myung has selected Lost Garden as the battlefield for the strategic formation match. J1 tells him to choose whatever he wants. Then J1 selects the human race, while Zugi Myung chooses the nightmare race. Zugi notices J1 selected the weakest of the 3 races. Despite all his confidence, this man is still only a beginner. The nightmare race becomes stronger over time, but it can also establish an early advantage. His plan is to use minions to control the field first, then overwhelm the protagonist with enormous numbers and win. But J1 calmly begins cutting down the demons. He uses his human units to completely overwhelm Zugi, who can barely believe what he's seeing. He asks what J1 thinks he's doing and why he's attacking already. He's even sending farmers into combat. Then Zugi notices something strange. J1 is building towers directly inside his base, as though it belongs to him. When one archer approaches the nightmares, it wipes them out. Zugi realizes J1 is hiding behind the towers to keep attacking. He can't understand it. The farmers have so much HP that they block the path whenever he tries to destroy the towers, but he can't stop now. Defending himself accomplishes nothing, and he can't even gather resources or construct more buildings. Zugi blurts out, asking what kind of strategy this is. Jaewon says it's a fairly common strategy in Korea, and people already know how to counter it. Professional players get mocked for using it, while everyone watching loves it because he's winning so decisively. So Zugi begins thinking, there's no way a beginner should know a tactic like this, and complains that the child can't play that way. He says it's basic manners not to attack each other during the first 10 minutes. But Jaewon asks what he's even talking about. Zugi explains that people normally gather resources and build during those first 10 minutes. The protagonist asks whether that's written anywhere in the rules. Once Zugi realizes the boy is right, Jaewon tells him that if it isn't in the rules, it doesn't matter. Afterward, Zugi drops to his knees, wondering who the hell this man really is. Jaewon doesn't have even a trace of manners, and he breaks every pattern Zugi knows. Because of that, he can't even guess where Jaewon's limit lies. That means he simply can't defeat him. Perhaps those 400 years were all merely waiting for this moment. In the end, he formally admits defeat to Jaewon. With that, the battle ends. The protagonist waits to the side when the doctor walks over and asks when he learned strategic formations. Mugiwoki comes over too, and the doctor says he thought Jaewon only knew how to thrust. Then he corrects himself. Since Jaewon's new spiral cut was influenced by his own strike, perhaps he isn't only interested in thrusts. After all, while discussing it, he says the move used against Zugi Myung was that new technique, spiral cut, and Jaewon questions it. The doctor insists it must be called spiral cut. He remembers trying to give the protagonist's attack that name earlier, but Jaewon said he only uses thrusts. So the doctor argues that since this cut was inspired by his own, the name should remain. Then Kamin says that because cuts and thrusts share the same purpose, killing the enemy, he can add execution to the name. Jaewon says it's spiral execution. He has already named the technique, but the old man asks whether he's truly choosing that. He mentions spiral cut again, but Jaewon says spiral execution sounds better. More importantly, he turns to Mugiwoki, says he looks rather strong, and asks whether he wants to fight. Mugiwoki realizes that's an extremely aggressive greeting, and the doctor reminds Jaewon that he attacks veterans instead of showing them respect. Jaewon answers that none of the veterans there are weak old men. They're old and strong, so there's no reason to go easy on them. The doctor asks Mugiwoki whether he heard that, saying Jaewon never loses an argument. But privately, Mugiwoki thinks this is the first time since the Abyss Expedition Squad was disbanded 900 years ago that he's seen the doctor enjoy himself this much. That makes him remember Moloch. As leader of the expedition squad 900 years ago, he gave the Abyss hope and dreams. But in the end, he became a symbol of despair. Mugiwoki wonders how the protagonist compares to Moloch and whether he's truly a worthy replacement. Judging from the fight before him, Jaewon possesses immense strength, and his talent alone may even surpass Moloch's. But then there's his personality. Mugiwoki can't sense any justice in the boy. He's the complete opposite of Moloch, who was calm and kind. On top of that, he wonders about the killing intent he's feeling. It feels deeply unnatural. The longer he stares at Jaewon, the more it feels as though that gigantic eye is pulling at his mind and he senses something there. He even looks back, then asks the doctor whether Jaewon is also awakened. The doctor says it took him long enough to notice. The protagonist is fully awakened. Then they announce that the next quarterfinal match is about to begin, and Jaewon is already interested. He heads toward the arena, but the doctor asks where he's going since it isn't his turn. Meanwhile, Mugiwoki is shocked that Jaewon is fully awakened, but Jaewon tells them it would be a waste of time to stand around waiting. Mugiwoki realizes that means he has already passed the third wall of awakening. The protagonist steps into the arena again, and the doctor begins wondering what kind of trouble he's about to cause this time. Then when Jaewon arrives, he says that aside from Kamin, and Yang, those three look fairly strong. He's especially interested in the woman with the chain scythe. There's something suspicious about her that he can't read. He begins wondering who she really is. Then Jahir asks why he's there since this isn't his match, and everyone is shocked that the Castellan stepped onto the stage. They all wonder what he's about to say. Jaewon grabs the microphone and tells them to listen. He says he's seen enough of the contestants' abilities, understands their level, and is becoming bored watching from the sidelines. So he's considering changing how this works. Then someone steps forward and tells Jaewon to wait, asking what he thinks he's doing. It's Gokuryong, leader of the sacred servant sect. She asks what right he has to do this and how he plans to change the rules now. Jaewon says he's removing the one-on-one rule, and she asks whether he means a team battle. He says exactly. She points out the problems. How would teams be divided, and how would they choose the winner? But he says she still doesn't understand. He makes it clear she misunderstood. This won't be a team tournament. There will be only one team, all 6 of them together, against him. Everyone there is stunned, and she can hardly believe it. Jaewon says he's serious. He'll fight all of them alone. He even promises to give the Castellan position to the first person among them who defeats him. No one in the arena can believe what they heard. Still, they think this is the perfect chance to see the Castellan's power and tell him to show what he can do. Then one of them begins laughing, saying she had been wondering what his true goal was. She looks genuinely surprised and says she had a feeling something interesting was about to happen. After making that announcement, Jaewon thinks that what he truly needs right now is the people's trust. Trust usually comes when people spend time with one another, and that kind of bond takes time to build. But he doesn't have enough time right now. So in a situation like this, the other way to gain their trust is by showing overwhelming strength. Then a girl walks up to Jaewon. She comes far too close and stares directly into his face. Strangely, she looks very similar to him. Everyone who sees that is shocked, and some even think it looks romantic. She says she likes him, and it would be a shame to kill him now. That's why she's stopping for today and leaving. Jaewon asks what just happened. Even with such a huge numerical advantage, one contestant suddenly withdrew. She says it's annoying and that soon that thing will appear. Jaewon becomes curious about what she means. Then Yang says he's leaving too, admitting that he doesn't think his current abilities are enough to defeat the Castellan. The protagonist notices that the crazy Thunder Deus sect leader is about to become his subordinate, but still wants to preserve his pride. Kamin also makes an excuse and says he'll withdraw too. He admits his abilities don't come close to the Castellans. Jaewon notices the leader of the Sunsea sect is worrying about something as minor as whether the match is fair. He's just like the others. People truly don't change. At this rate, everyone will leave. Even if he defeats the rest, it won't make much of an impression. Gokuryong tells Jaewon that's unfortunate because things aren't going the way he wanted. Jaewon agrees it's a shame, but says that if that's how things are, then the 3 of them can attack him. She becomes irritated, saying his arrogance and recklessness keep getting worse. Even if the others withdrew to spare him, she'll still fight. Then Nessa of the Black Veil tells the other woman they'll use this chance to teach him a lesson. Gokuryong says that no matter how strong he is, he can't survive their combined attack, but then tells her vice leader to calm down. She says they didn't come there to fight the Castellan. Even so, the vice leader still wants to attack. Jaewon pays attention to their conversation. He had complained earlier that he wouldn't get to see them fight. So now they ask what Captain Ryong plans to do. He says he'll wait and observe. He thinks the Metal Monarch must be involved because someone is supporting the Golden Sky sect's leader. Gokuryong says she can't tell him that, and that he only needs to complete what he was ordered to do. After they agree, she asks what the princess was doing. The man says they want to learn more about the Castellan's personality, surprising Gokuryong. Then she realizes they want to measure how useful he'll be as a chess piece, and says fine. Afterward, she tells the Castellan they have no intention of fighting him, and Jaewon asks whether that means they're surrendering. She says that isn't quite accurate. Choosing not to fight and surrendering are two different things. The protagonist asks whether that means they won't fight, and she begins explaining that they will join the Abyss Expedition Squad by their own choice. Everyone there is completely confused. Jaewon watches them closely and asks what they're really planning, but Gokuryong denies any scheme. They're simply joining the journey meant to restore life to the people of Chaos. The crowd in the stands can't believe it. Instead of drawing their swords, these women are discussing something else entirely. Gokuryong says that since they came this far, she should be honest. She never intended to take the Castellan position for herself. Then she asks whether she's wrong. After all, from the very beginning, this tournament was never meant to choose a new Castellan. Its true purpose was to gather people for the Abyss Expedition Squad. She adds that she's honestly impressed by Jaewon's method. Ever since the squad failed 900 years ago, no one had tried to create something this large again. That's why she says she's proud to stand with him, and she's sure the audience feels the same. The Castellan position isn't the only thing people care about now. Then she throws her veil into the air and activates her eye power on Jaewon, summoning a swarm of butterflies. The entire place turns pink as she says she wants to hear everyone's honest thoughts. That gaze can look directly into people's minds, forcing them to confront what they truly believe. She asks whether they came there merely to watch a fight with their own eyes, or for the life and future of chaos. This is her supreme skill, eyes of justice. She says she wants to believe chaos hasn't completely forgotten true passion. Just like that, people begin thinking the sacred servant sect leader is right. They start asking themselves what they truly wanted to see. Jaewon wonders whether this is some kind of ability because everyone looks completely dazed. He even wonders whether he should snap them back to their senses with a few thrusts. But then someone raises a hand and says he agrees with the sacred sect leader that he didn't travel all the way from the north just to watch petty fights. It's honorable sword, and everyone is shocked to see him there. Gokuryong turns and looks directly at him, while Jaewon is caught off guard by what's happening because all of them seem to be in on this together. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Carlton Javier is walking through the castle. He notices something ahead and, upon opening the door, sees a messenger crow from Dryad Castle. He's surprised to find a messenger there, saying he left the office empty too long and wondering when it arrived. Then he reads the message and turns pale. A horde of ghouls, including a mega ghoul, is heading toward Gorgon Castle. When he looks out the window, he realizes it's already too late. They're far too close. At the same time, Jaewon also notices the shift in the weather, and Gokuryong says that's exactly the point. What they need now isn't internal conflict, but unity. That's why the tournament should end there. The goal has already been achieved. Countless souls have gathered, ready to risk their lives to join the Abyss Expedition Squad. Now that she feels the moment belongs to her, she moves to finish this. She asks everyone to listen, saying one important issue remains. Who should lead the squad? The doctor realizes she's about to take control, and Mugiwoki sees through her little game too. He says she's combining her top-tier speaking skill with eyes of justice. Now that the other abilities have stopped, he wonders what the sacred servant sect leader is truly planning. Then she says she wants Gorgon's Castellan to lead the squad, because he possesses more strength than all 10 sect leaders combined, along with a sharper mind than the school forest sect leader. In her eyes, Gorgon's current Castellan may be the most gifted person in Chaos's history. People begin thinking that perhaps this truly was her goal all along, even praising her for elevating someone else instead of herself. But then Honorable Sword objects. He says the position of Abyss Expedition Squad leader can't be determined by strength and intelligence alone. She asks what other qualities he believes are necessary, and he answers that a leader must be able to guide countless squad members and possess the right personality. So he says they should test the Castellan's character and that she is the perfect person to do it. She asks how he wants it done, and he suggests a Justice Inquisition for the Castellan of Gorgon. Her little plan is working perfectly, and she loves it. Now people begin to understand. They can judge his personality through a Justice Inquisition, and they urge her to begin. Then Red speaks to the sect leader, saying she requested the Justice Inquisition, so everyone except the Castellan must leave. She says it can't be helped. If that's what everyone wants, then she'll do it. She activates another one of her abilities and turns to the Castellan, asking whether he'll accept the leader position if he passes the Justice Inquisition. The doctor realizes that if they truly proceed, they've cornered him. Mugiwoki notes that most people know about the sect leader's Justice Inquisition, and some high-stage adapters even request it to gain further enlightenment and advance to the next stage. The doctor thinks that if Jaewon blasted everyone away as usual, the Abyss Expedition Squad would become a problem for another day, and no one would want to follow a leader who stabs his own team to death. But if he does nothing, his personality gets tested instead. With a personality this chaotic, facing the Justice Inquisition could destroy him. So the doctor wonders what Jaewon will do now. Jaewon simply agrees. She asks whether that means he accepts the Justice Inquisition, and he says yes. That makes her smile. But one man nearby wonders why the two of them are simply standing there, doing nothing. He keeps waiting for the Justice Inquisition to begin, but then notices a ship. Jaewon is on that ship. She says the setting for this Justice Inquisition is the vast ocean, where situations like this often become chaotic. He is trapped aboard the boat, and then a massive wave hits, throwing everything into chaos. She explains that this is why ships sink so often. A man calls for the others to hold on while he tries to pull them up. Then she says that fortunately, a rescue ship arrives. Someone aboard the rescue ship shouts that they need to save one more person, but the boat only holds 10 people. If they take one more, it will sink. Another man says they have to leave that person behind and save those. They still can. Then someone grabs Jaewon's hand and calls him captain. He's caught off guard and wonders when he even ended up aboard the rescue ship. Then the test question appears before him. Save the people who can be saved and abandon one person, or refuse to abandon anyone and rescue them all, even if the ship sinks. Jaewon looks at her while she tells him to make his choice. Now he begins to understand how the Justice Inquisition works, and she asks what he'll decide. The protagonist realizes some people would call him cold-hearted if he chose option 1. Others would question his judgment if he selected option 2. No matter which he chooses, his worth as leader of the expedition squad will be judged. But then he simply says he chooses option 3. She freezes and asks what he means because there are only 2 choices. He says his answer is number 3, save everyone and keep the ship from sinking. She can't believe it and wonders whether he found the hidden choice, the one that appears only when someone discovers their own answer. Option 3 says he won't abandon anyone. He'll save the drowning people, then jump into the water himself and wait until rescue arrives. He says that's the only answer that protects his judgment while also preserving his humanity. She planned to attack his ability no matter whether he chose the first or second option, but that plan has failed. So now she wants to know what he's truly thinking and asks what this third option actually means. He says the reason they're dying is because the ocean exists. She hesitates, then says yes, that's true. Jaewon answers that he only needs to thrust at the ocean. At this point, even she thinks he sounds insane. She wonders whether he's lost his mind, but Jaewon truly prepares to attack, aiming directly at the water. She tells him to wait and asks what he's trying to do. The doctor sees his stance and shouts for everyone to run. They don't even understand what's happening, but they move out of the way, and Jaewon unleashes an attack so absurd that no one can believe it. Not even she can, and she's the one conducting the trial. Everyone watching is stunned. Then the entire system glitches, and he breaks it apart. The ocean actually vanishes. They return to land, and everyone begins shouting that it's a miracle before rushing toward Jaewon. He tells those NPCs to get off him, but before disappearing, they thank him for saving them. Their gratitude catches him off guard. The immersion level is unbelievably high, and just like that, the Justice Inquisition ends with Jaewon as the winner. But Gokryong immediately demands to know what the hell he thinks he's doing and asks how he could do something like that. He says he'll skip the praise because he's completely furious with her, and now she's the one becoming nervous. At that moment, Gorgon issues an alert announcing a Gorgon 1 emergency across the entire region. Then Gorgon's alarm sounds, and she asks what's happening. Jaewon bolts away immediately. As he runs, an announcement says all events are canceled, the castle gates will be sealed, and every resident must evacuate to North Street at once. One boy asks what's happening, and a man shouts at him to move. The ghouls are coming. Everyone follows Jaewon toward the wall, and Yang asks whether all those black shapes are truly ghouls. He thought his sect was wiped out in Manticore, but now he's staring at an entire ghoul army in Gorgon and thinks he may actually die there today. Kang asks whether he planned to join the squad despite being afraid of enemies like that. But Yang notices that even the Flame King is trembling badly, so he tells him to shut up. Seeing this, the doctor realizes chaos is now being led by newcomers who weren't even born 900 years ago. The primordial universe, Sunsea, School Forest, Sacred Servant, Flame King, and Thunder Deus. He sees them all there and realizes 6 of Chaos's 10 sects have gathered in one place. He never imagined he'd witness a scene like this again before dying, so he asks Mugawoki whether it reminds him of what happened 900 years ago. Mugawoki asks whether he means the time they went to the Ghoul Palace, and the doctor says yes, it truly feels similar, though he still has no idea why. That creature is there. Ghouls kept summoning more ghouls, and whenever a mid-level ghoul appeared, smaller ones followed behind it. If a large ghoul appeared, medium ghouls came with it. And now in Gorgon, the Ghoul King, Soul King Catastrophe, has appeared. The very reason castles construct walls, the monster that spread terror throughout the entire abyss, is drawing closer. A mega ghoul is heading directly toward them. The reverse walker, Marguerite, screaming as it charges toward the castle. Then everyone begins getting attacked and devoured by the ghouls. People beg for someone to save them, but the monsters show no mercy, killing everyone they reach. The girl thinks this is the end. There are simply too many monsters flooding in. Even so, when no one has any hope left and the ghouls keep pouring in, Honorable Sword is the first to run into the chaos. She feels relieved and begs him to help her, but he runs right past. He apologizes, saying a ghoul that large is far beyond him. The girl is stunned, left completely helpless. While he tries to escape, he gets hit too. Gokryong thinks this is a world where no choice changes anything. She wonders what kind of justice can exist in a place like this. People keep dying one after another, and she realizes this world has no choices and no hope. But amid all that chaos, one of the monsters is torn apart, directly in front of her. The one who appears is Yang, cutting the monster down and telling the Sacred Servant sect leader to pull herself together. Then Kamin and Kang arrive too, killing monsters alongside the others and slowly turning the situation around. She can't understand why they're only buying time when victory should be impossible. She even wonders whether Yang is charging in because he's an idiot. But when she looks more closely, she sees he's trembling and clearly terrified. So what hope is driving him to fight? Even so, he keeps standing firm. He admits this isn't easy, and the others tell him to stop sounding weak because stronger enemies are still above them. Then Jaewon arrives to confront the giant monster, and they say the one person capable of fighting it alone is finally there. As the monsters rush toward the protagonist, he grabs one and tears its head off with his bare hand, without even drawing his sword. The others attack too, but he simply watches the massive flying rocks coming toward him and says they shouldn't destroy other people's buildings like that. The stones try to smash into him, but Jaewon slips away cleanly. The moment he lands behind it, he prepares to strike as the giant ghoul charges at him. He dodges again and thinks this ability is incredibly irritating. The monster never relents, and Jaewon realizes it uses telekinesis when he gets too close. If he creates distance, it fires that purple beam instead, so he has to move before it hits. The blast destroys everything behind him, and the monster immediately begins charging another one. Jaewon becomes increasingly annoyed, then faces the next attack head-on. Down below, the old man keeps killing monsters, but begins weakening. He remembers the past. Just like back then, there's nothing humans can do against despair. This great, they can do nothing. Then he sees a flash of light and remembers the old Castellan saying, the people there needed hope, an overwhelming kind of hope. That hope arrives with Jaewon driving his sword into the mega hool. The old words return to him again, hope that won't lose to anything. With one thrust, Jaewon pins the monster to the ground. The shockwave from the strike terrifies everyone and nearly sweeps them away. The doctor stares in shock at Jaewon standing on top of that monster and thinks he really should have done this sooner. The doctor asks what he did, but Jaewon looks back and sees more ghouls rushing toward him. Cayman tries to cover him, while the doctor freezes as he watches him get surrounded from every side, pinned down for a moment. The protagonist thinks this is annoying. He breaks free, kills a few, moves aside, and when he sees the next wave coming, he prepares another thrust. This time he wipes out every ghoul charging at him. The doctor can't believe it. Jaewon said he'd just keep thrusting, and that's exactly what he does, tearing through part of the wall and every ghoul in front of him. He really clears the entire area. After that, things finally begin to calm down. No one can believe it, especially Mogu. He calls it reckless, and the doctor says Jaewon is always like this, but he's decided to protect that recklessness. So now he understands and says they'll stay with him. Then Cayman charges after the smaller ghouls that remain, and Yang doesn't hold back either, rushing another one. He even starts teasing the Flame King. The king snaps back, asking what he wants and telling him not to bother him because he's busy. Yang says he's kind of embarrassed to admit it, but he still feels like he has to tell someone. The king asks what he's rambling about while still cutting down ghouls, and Yang blurts out, "Doesn't he look insanely cool right now?" Nobody answers, and he begs someone to say something instead of leaving him hanging. The monsters keep coming, and Gang says his exhausted body is getting heavier and heavier. At this rate, they'll be finished. But before a monster can move, a rock flies into it, and a little girl is the one who threw it. The monster becomes furious and lunges at her, so she shouts for someone to attack. Carlton Javier responds by throwing out his chains onto the monster, saying they came to help. Gang says this is how it should be, and little by little they begin turning the battle around. Even Mogaluk joins in. Jaewon keeps watching and sees that things are finally going their way. Then he drives his sword into the ground and sends a thrust across the entire city. 10 days later, in Gorgon Castle, that much time has passed since Magritte, one of the 3 great ghouls, was destroyed. All of chaos is buzzing with the news, and a reporter asks a blacksmith what the greatest change in Gorgon has been since that incident. The man thinks for a moment and says this place has become better to live in. The reporter asks, better in what way? He explains that 6 of the 10 chaos sects have moved to Gorgon, causing a huge increase in supplies, including beast horns. Because of that, the city is experiencing an economic boom like never before. But hearing him call this a great place to live, the reporter feels something is off because everything is wrecked. He says the damage looks terrible, yet somehow the mood here feels bright. The blacksmith says that's normal for a journalist who didn't witness the wave route. The wave route was the day a wave of darkness filled with ghouls was split in half by a single blade of light, and everyone who saw it felt strangely drawn in, charging down that path and fighting the ghouls. Many people died, and ever since then, everyone has kept asking what exactly they saw that day. The blacksmith says all a fool like him can say is this: Gorgon became a better place to live. The reporter writes that down, word for word. Then he feels the ground shaking and asks what's happening. The blacksmith tells him to relax. This has been happening often lately, but the reporter quickly realizes a blast like that can only come from a fight between high-stage adapted spiritual power users. Now that he thinks about it, 6 of the 10 sects have their bases in Gorgon. He starts wondering if the sects have gone to war, but the blacksmith says, you could say that, as more explosions keep going off and several people are launched from the Colosseum. They're actually the sect leaders. The blacksmith says there are 5 of them today, while the reporter just stares in shock. Hewan is the one who sent them all flying, and he's furious inside the arena, saying they still have a long way to go. When Jin Hong Lim hears what happened in Gorgon, he can hardly believe it. He hurls his cup at his subordinate's face and asks what the hell that means, telling him to repeat it. The man says again that the one behind the attack on Gorgon, the mega ghoul Magret, is dead. Jin Hong thinks that's impossible. A mega ghoul is as strong as a 9th stage adapter from the Great Lands. To fight one, you need power on the level of at least a lieutenant general. Even in chaos, there are only 3 mega ghouls. So how did this happen? Jin Hong Lim orders a full investigation immediately, and his men move out at once. Even then, Jin Hong Lim can't accept it. To him, this has to be some kind of mistake. 4 days later, news spreads through the area about the destruction of the Golden Heaven sects. Northern Branch. Back in Gorgon, Jin Huan is crushing those sect leaders and openly calling them weak. He asks what they've been doing for all these centuries, while they all kneel before him and endure the scolding. Jin Huan asks how he was supposed to defeat something like that. MC calls him out, and Jin Huan freezes. MC says the only thing Jin Huan really has is fast footwork, and Jin Huan can't even respond. Then he turns to Kang Huang, saying his power is solid, but he's far too slow. As for James, Jin Huan says he wastes too much time thinking before moving. When it comes to Zhenya, he says she has good speed and sharp judgment, but her endurance is terrible. Finally, he points to Cayman, calling him the best of the group. His fundamentals are strong, and he has no major weakness, but that also means he doesn't truly excel at anything. According to him, they all share the same problem. They achieved too much without struggling enough. The doctor admits the kid really knows where to hit hardest, but the protagonist says the old man is weak too, especially after living for 1,000 years. The old man gets annoyed, yet deep down, he knows the protagonist is right. 900 years ago, the leaders of the 10 sects were all at least 7th stage adapters. The strongest among them, the leader of the Sky Dragon sect, had reached the 9th stage. Even with fighters that strong, the expedition was still brutal. That only proves how dangerous the abyss truly is. Zhen Huan reminds them that during the recent attack on the Golden Heaven sect's northern branch, half of them were either badly injured or nearly killed, and that wasn't even their main headquarters, Manticore. If they ended up like that after fighting only one sect, how do they expect to survive an expedition? That's why he says they'll undergo special training for 1 week, starting now. They're all shocked, and even Jang starts thinking he's going to come out of this completely built. He speaks up and tells MC that everyone there is an adapter. The 15 adaptation stages that measure their strength aren't something they can simply jump over in a few days. Normally, it takes 10 years for an ordinary person to reach the first stage, then 20 more for the second, 40 for the third, and another 80 to reach the fourth. Most people die before getting that far. That's why anyone above the fourth stage is called a high-stage adapter. Zhenhuan asks what point he's trying to make. Then comes the real question. Is he trying to turn them into awakened ones? That leaves everyone stunned. Zhenhuan says he's heard awakened ones don't grow step by step in the normal way. Instead, they leap forward through sudden insight. The protagonist confirms it. Yes, he plans to turn them into awakened ones if they can completely let go of their own worlds. None of them truly understand what that means. Zhenhuan asks what he's talking about, and the doctor explains that a perfect awakening has 3 stages. The first stage is breaking the world of adaptation they've lived in until now. Anyone who reaches that point gains eyes that can tear the world apart and see its true core. Someone asks whether he means doubt. Zhenhuan doesn't fully understand the theory, but Yang still can't grasp what it means to destroy the world of adaptation. Zhenhuan explains that it means giving up all the system's benefits, such as skills and status. That shocks him, and she mocks him, saying she's amazed someone with that level of understanding became the leader of one of the 10 sects. He argues that even if he isn't the smart type, he's still a hyper-adapter. Hyper-adapters are people said to be blessed by the system, with extreme compatibility with it and with skill interfaces. They grow 10 or even 100 times faster than normal awakened ones. Most powerful beings are like that, including the 12 monarchs. But Kang Wang calls him an idiot and says there's no one there who isn't a hyper-adapter. To them, there's no way anyone would throw away that kind of talent overnight. But Kamen reveals that he isn't a hyper-adapter. He says that if giving it up will make him stronger, then he'll abandon everything. His skills, his world, all of it, except for his hatred of the monarchs. The others ask whether the leader of the South Sea sect understands what he's saying. This isn't simply about giving up what they've gained. They ask if he's forgotten the Great Disappearance. Jiwon admits he doesn't really know what that is. Then Janya begins explaining. It all started with the appearance of the Fisher, which suddenly appeared in the Great Lands 700 years ago. The group called Fisher declared war on cultivation the moment they appeared. They brutally killed the monarchs of the 4 regions who opposed them, then made a declaration. Anyone who wanted to become awakened had to go to the Forgotten Lands. They had to deny the world itself. Back then, tens of thousands gathered in the Forgotten Lands, but almost nothing is known about what happened afterward, because they literally vanished. Yang is shocked it happened to all of them. Janya says only a tiny number ever returned, and one of her companions was among them. She claims she had become awakened, though only at the first stage. Jia Yuan asks what happened to those who returned. Jia Yuan says every one of them was broken. They suffered severe mental damage. Some went insane, and others lost their memories. The symptoms differed, but one thing was always the same. None of them knew who they were. Jia Yuan thinks that over. Then he tells Janya there are 2 things worth saying for now. First, he isn't part of the Fisu. He understands why they would suspect him since he's awakened, but that doesn't change the truth. Second, awakening really is dangerous, just as she said. That's why he'll only take volunteers. She asks what he'll do with those who refuse, and he says he'll still make them stronger. She asks how, and he says they only need to raise their adaptation stage. She can't believe what she's hearing and asks whether he wasn't listening. The forest sect leader already said it was impossible to raise an adaptation stage in 1 week, and they don't have enough time. Javan says he can solve that problem and tells everyone to follow him. Then they head outside. They arrive at a purple castle. The blacksmith looks at MC. He welcomes him, and Javan asks whether they can begin immediately. The blacksmith says yes. Shang is stunned to learn that the building was made from beast horns. Then the blacksmith says he'll show them. The moment he touches the castle, the entire structure changes color. He tells them to watch closely. Then all of them receive a notification. It asks whether they accept the summons of Carpe Diem, the Tower of Nightmares. Even the doctor is shocked, asking why a Tower of Nightmares is here. The man actually built the tutorial. It's insane. Soon, they're pulled into the tower, Carpe Diem. Once they arrive, none of them can believe it. The doctor says humans really created a Tower of Nightmares with their own power. Kameen says that even if it only has 2 floors, it's still incredible. Jang becomes excited to return to this place, this time to break cultivations. Instead of being cultivated by it, Yang says this is exactly what he wanted too. Then Jaewon tells them that from this point onward, all training will take place there. Time moves 100 times slower inside the tower, so 1 day outside equals 100 days within. That means 1 week becomes 700 days, almost 2 full years of training. He adds that spiritual corruption will accelerate in inverse proportion to how much as its time slows down, and their souls will grow heavier because of the increased density of time. To prepare for that, the tower has a function that automatically expels them once their spiritual corruption reaches 80. There will always be beast horns outside the tower, so they don't need to worry about corruption. Yang says he thought the Castellan was a heartless bastard, but he's actually rather kind. Jiwon asks what nonsense he's talking about, and Yang declares he's decided to follow him for the rest of his life. After that, the protagonist says he'll separate those who want awakening from those who don't. Anyone who wants to become awakened should go right. Those who only want to raise their adaptation stage should remain on the left. Sometime later, Zhang is already fighting, shouting, and asking how he can look down on the sacred serpent sect's skills. Yang fires back that no matter how fast her sect is, it still can't match the speed of the thunder god. But then a blast of fire comes, flying at him. He barely avoids being hit. The flames pass right beside him. Kang Wong says speed doesn't matter. What matters is destructive power, and the Flame King is the best. At that, then Zhang appears. He calls them pathetic and says that's exactly why none of them are making progress. Everyone turns to look at him and immediately starts chasing that loudmouth. Meanwhile, Emil watches from a distance. He remembers what Jaewon told him earlier when he realized Kaiman was the only one who wanted to awaken. Then Zhangya asks how exactly MC plans to raise everyone else's adaptation stage. She explains that for high-stage adapted people like them, becoming stronger isn't easy. They either need a certain level of enlightenment or a new top-class skill to raise their mastery. Jihuan says that part is easy to solve, but she points out that top-class skill books are difficult to obtain and asks if he robbed one of the 5 families' vaults or something. That comment accidentally hits a little too close to home for the one who actually did steal one. He says they don't need a skill book. Learning from a teacher is enough. She asks whether that means he's going to teach them himself, but the protagonist says no. So she asks who will. Then she realizes what he means, and he confirms it. From now on, they'll teach one another. Mugawoki says the idea is brilliant. Sect leaders with pride that enormous would never even consider learning from each other. Still, it doesn't go very smoothly. Every one of them insists they're the strongest. One there, and naturally that leads to trouble. Zook ends up trapped in the middle of all the arguing and attacks. Even though he's the innocent one this time, Mugawoki admits he's unsure whether this is going the way Jaewon intended. Then he wonders how Kaiman is doing on the 2nd floor. Kaiman is there with MC, continuing to train his swordsmanship. At some point, he wonders how many times he's repeated the same move. 100,000, a million, perhaps even 10 million times already. Jaiwan tells him to go faster, and Cayman keeps swinging without stopping. Cayman begins wondering whether training like this can truly make him stronger, but MC asks whether he's still stuck on that. He says Cayman should already be starting to feel it, and Cayman keeps going without hesitation. The protagonist asks whether he's still worried about being unable to defeat the other adapted, and Kamin admits he knows better than anyone that he has no talent, but what brought him this far was steady effort and simple discipline. Unlike the other sect leaders who were blessed as hyper-adapted, Kamin became strong through hard work alone. Even while doubting himself, he never gave up, and that mindset is what leads to awakening. It isn't only talent, but willpower, so Cayman asks MC whether he truly believes he can do it, and MC says yes. That's why Cayman needs to believe as well. Hearing that, Kamin begins letting go. His doubts finally start breaking apart. Then he starts striking with greater power. After some time, the same girl who fought Jaiwan earlier stands atop a tower, drinking and enjoying herself, when she notices something. The Nightmare Tower, built by Manus Carpe Diem, is right before her. She laughs at the idea that people who have lived for hundreds of years still believe they can change anything, and calls them fools. She asks the person beside her whether he agrees. It's the doctor. She calls him master. He looks at her and asks what she's planning. She says that's a sad thing to ask after they've finally reunited after so long, and tells him to come back because everyone is waiting for him. But he says he already told them he won't return to those who abandoned their humanity. She argues that they're fighting for humans and that they're the only ones truly doing so. The Fisher alone, he denies it. They only use humans, and the Fisher already ended after the Great Disappearance. They lost their purpose long ago, and now only the name remains. The girl simply starts laughing. Then she apologizes, saying she couldn't help herself. After all, laughter is the only normal response to hearing something like that from him, because he was also one of the people who planned that cursed Great Disappearance. He says that isn't what happened, and she replies that perhaps the outcome wasn't what he wanted. Even so, he didn't stop the Great Disappearance. He only watched it happen. Still, she says she's grateful because the person she is now wouldn't exist without her master. Then she asks if he knows that some of the Fisher's children are trying to awaken using the method he taught them. Children with no talent or connections swing swords at each other hundreds and thousands of times. They keep doing it until they kill one another over and over. Only a tiny number survive and reach the billions. By then, they lose their sense of life and death and begin seeing the world in an inhuman way. That's when they gain the first keyword of awakening, deconstruction. The doctor draws his sword and says that was the wrong keyword. She says he's talking like this again, then asks what he could possibly know when he never even fully awakened. He thinks of his own world, marked only by white, and she says his unique world is still the same as before. He was too afraid to risk his humanity, so he couldn't draw anything in the world he worked so hard to create. Then she says she was different. She became the leader of the Fisher's second squad, draws her weapon, and attacks the doctor. Her weapon begins filling the entire space. She reshapes the world around them, and he's clearly shocked by what he sees. He says he'd heard she became a squad leader, then asks whether she reached the third stage of awakening. She answers with a question. Did he really think she stopped at the third stage? Then everything changes again, and he sees corpses within the blood she summons. She asks what he thinks. Can he recognize it? It's the scene of the Great Disappearance. The doctor is stunned. She asks how it feels to witness the masterpiece he helped create, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. She tells her master that the living shouldn't imitate the dead, and that he should know better than anyone that nothing can be changed. In chaos, the world never changes, and that's why they will return to the Fisher, But the doctor says he can change. She doesn't understand, so he repeats it. He can change, and this time, even chaos can change. She notices he can still make that expression and asks whether someone changed him. He doesn't answer. She tells him he'll fail, just as he failed 900 years ago in chaos and 700 years ago in the Great Lands when he ran away and abandoned them. Then she tells him to try all he wants. The fisher will be watching. Meanwhile, with Jaewon and Kamin has reached the first stage of awakening, which is to doubt the world. The second stage is understanding the world you doubted. The third stage is forgetting the self the world defined for you. Kamin sinks into that deep state of concentration. Then Jaewon tells him to return to his senses. At the same time, he attacks and sends Kaiman flying. Kaiman is caught off guard. Jaewon tells him to stop being pathetic. He rushes in again, ordering Kaiman to fight as though his life truly depends on it. This time, the attack is real. Kaiman takes a hit and loses part of his face. He says he can't even imagine himself winning. The protagonist keeps attacking, tearing away more of his body, and Kaiman admits he can't even begin to comprehend the protagonist's power. Before anything else, he wonders whether he's actually becoming stronger at all. In despair, he closes his eyes and asks himself what he's even been doing. But Jaewon tells him to break through the limits the world placed on him, then attacks again. Kamin opens his eye with new resolve and uses the third stage of awakening. A wave forms beside him. He uses that wave to strike MC. He likes the result. Kamin remembers that the third stage means forgetting the self defined by the world, and the protagonist counters with oblivion. After the clash, Kamin falls to his knees. Jae Shithwan congratulates him. He finally reached the third stage of awakening. Kaiman asks whether he truly became stronger, and MC says he improved greatly. Even so, Kaiman realizes MC must also be at the third stage. After seeing him endure that, Kaiman knows that no matter how many limits he breaks, he still can't even imagine himself reaching his level. Sometime later, during a meeting inside Gorgon Castle, someone says the current expedition system is far too unstable. Another person asks whether that means he refuses to recognize Jaehoon as the expedition squad leader. He says Gorgon's unilateral decision to create the expedition squad violates the treaty of the four castles. Someone else reminds him that the treaty was dissolved long ago, so there's no point bringing it up now. This is a meeting of the three castles inside the conference room of Gorgon's inner fortress, but Nessian says he remained silent until the squad was formed. So why is Zug speaking up now? Zug snaps back, telling Deus of Thunder to shut his mouth. Joran cuts in and says they gathered because of the Golden Sky sect incident, asking everyone to calm down and return to the main subject. But one of them refuses and says they're settling this first. He says the Abyss Expedition Squad leader should be selected again through a fair process. This is the Lord of Gerudo, the cold-blooded golden monarch Gal Hoidong, an 8th stage adapted. Then the Lady of Dryad, the elegant Izia, says she can't claim his request. Makes no sense. She asks where Jaewon is now, since he should have been informed about this meeting. Joran says yes, a notice was sent. They proposed the meeting of the three lords immediately after the protagonist left, before he had a chance to refuse, and the messenger already confirmed that Garuda's envoy had departed. All members of the adapted team had already returned, but the lord leading the awakened team still hadn't come back. That's why Gorgon is falling behind. The person making the decisions isn't even there. Gali Hoiding says it's absurd to trust someone who hasn't even lived 50 years to build an Abyss Expedition Squad. Worse, they gave the leader's position to that boy. He says perhaps this is all part of a plan to throw the entire place into chaos through a rookie whose past nobody even knows. Then Jorgen steps forward. He places a dagger against Gao Hoidong's throat and tells him to repeat that. Gao Hoidong freezes and asks what he thinks he's doing. He demands to know whether Jorgen is trying to threaten him by force. His guards prepare to fight, but Gang is already about to join in too. Yom cuts in and says that if they want to replace the squad leader, they'll have to get through them first. They have no intention of following anyone else. No one expected that level of loyalty, and it catches everyone off guard. Then in the arena, he asks whether Yom is really going to keep sticking. His nose in, Yom fires back, asking who's afraid. Doesn't Galhoiding trust his own strength? Galhoiding says he'll allow Yom to strike first. Yom says that was already the plan. He appears behind him and launches an attack, but Galhoiding dodges with a simple step. Yom is stunned, the attack curves back, and Yom manages to get behind Galhoiding, but the man remains calm and admits the boy truly fast. Even so, his eyes continue tracking every movement. When Yom leaps upward, Galhoidong is surprised. Yom pushes him hard enough that he finally draws his blade. Clearly wary of the attack, Galhoidong says what Deus of Thunder accomplished is impressive. He can't believe someone who had only recently entered the early level of a 7th stage adapted reached this point. He admits Yam became stronger than expected. Still, Yam won't overcome the difference. No matter how hard he tries, he can't defeat the gap between their adaptation stages. Golden discs gather overhead as Galhoidong warns him that a 7th stage fighter can't defeat an 8th stage adapted using the golden meteor wheel. He sends it crashing down at Yam, saying the match is over, and batters the boy again and again. Gang begins to panic over what's happening to Deus of Thunder. Galhoidong shouts that the boy fought well, and everyone witnessed his defeat with their own eyes. Since he won, he declares that he should become the expedition squad leader. But Yam asks why he's so eager to end the fight. After all, he's still standing just fine, and Gang is shocked. Yam says he'll show him something interesting since Galhoidong seems bored from all the trash talk. Then he takes his stance. Gang mutters that Yam simply doesn't know when to quit. He says Yam is too straightforward and speed is the only thing he has. Yam charges again, but this time he changes elements and uses the 18 blades of the Flame King. Kang Wang's technique in Yam, Yang Yun style. The golden attacks begin, turning away. Galhoidong is shocked to see the Flame King's technique. Yam follows it with the 8 stealth formations, a Sogmyeong technique, in Yam Yang Yun style. Now Galhoidong realizes Yam is even using the school forest sect leaders' techniques. He asks how all those sect leaders could teach their secret arts to someone else. Did they truly throw away their pride? Yam answers that pride doesn't make anyone stronger. Then he attacks and slips directly past Gang. He leaves only a shallow cut, and Guy says he understands. That's how Yam wants this to proceed. When Yam turns his back, Guy says he'll stop holding back. With the X on his chest visible, he summons all his golden discs. Yam can sense something dangerous approaching. A massive disc forms above Guy's head. Everyone nearby begins shouting for the others to run as far away as possible. They all scramble to escape. Then Guy throws that wheel, the golden wheel of 10,000 Cs, straight at Yam. It tears through everything in its path. Even Aisha looks frightened. As the attack races toward Yam, Guy mocks him, asking where the god of thunder went and telling him to try surviving this. But then he's stunned because Yam cuts straight through the disc and rushes directly at him. Yam says the game is over. He tells the Castellan of Garuda that he fought well, then uses Azuri's heavenly blade, the Shin Muguke technique in Yam style. The strike flies straight at him. Yam only has to touch Guy's forehead and the blow lands hard. Before Yam can continue, Mujuke steps in and stops the god of thunder. He says that's enough. Then he announces that the Castellan of Garuda lost the duel. It's over. Mugukai adds that he hopes Guy wasn't planning to use the horn of Guardian Garuda, since that's a weapon of the great goals. He can tell Guy had to be pushed that far merely to face the god of thunder. Guy admits defeat and says Yang did well. Afterward, 2 step back. Mugukai declares that Guy Rudong lost to the god of thunder and asks who wants to face him next. He even asks whether Aicxa wants to be his opponent. Anyone who still wishes to fight is free to come down, but then Gaoker Yang walks over to Guy. Mugyuke asks what she thinks she's doing. She says it should be obvious that she's switching sides. He asks what game she's playing, and even Kang demands an answer. Then she believes this side has a better chance of winning. Just then, someone else arrives and tells Mugyuke that he'll be his opponent. He says it has been a long time. It's the Monarch of Grace, Bang Shunyu, a 9th stage adapted. Yuri is stunned and asks why a monarch is there. So there truly was a monarch behind the conference of the 3 castles. Mugyuke can't believe Bang and Ashio dared return to Chaos when he was once Chaos's sworn enemy, the same man who slaughtered countless souls and stole the fruit 900 years ago. Bang tells him not to be foolish and invites Mugyuke to go with him, saying the Iron Monarch misses him greatly. Mugyuke can't believe Bang now serves the Steel Monarch. Bang says he does. His ruler treats martial artists well. He says the 5th region is almost like a small morim. Hoyu is nearly finished, and there's no way he'd ever accept someone like Mugyuke. Then he asks if Mugyuke is still clinging to old hatred from the past. Hoyu forgave him easily, but perhaps Mugyuke isn't like that. He tells him not to act so cold toward a fellow martial artist after everything they endured together. That only makes Mugyuke angrier. He asks how Bang dares say that after betraying Morim, but Bang stops his attack with one hand, even while Mugyuke swings his sword. Bang says he's being too harsh. After all, this is their first reunion in 900 years. That only makes Mugyuke even angrier. He says even Adria of Garuda and the Sarsanadisa clan were dancing in Bang's palm all this time. Bang calmly answers that he has no idea what Mugyuke means. He says they only gave them a warning so they could make the smartest choice. In the first place, the master of Gorgon Fortress and the others are only flattering themselves. Bang calls it pathetic. Mugyuke tells him to shut up. He keeps attacking while above them, Adria simply watches. Then someone else tells Adria not to fall for Bang's schemes. They say she's making the correct choice. Still, she doesn't look convinced. She remembers speaking with the Steel Monarch's envoy, Hai Yang. He told her the master of Gorgon Fortress is even more dangerous than the leader of the Forgotten Sky Clan. He's trying to use the Abyss Expedition Squad to unite chaos, and the monarch sees him as an omen. An omen is the title given to beings who try to change chaos, and whenever omens appear, hope appears in chaos too. But that hope always turns into despair. So if they don't eliminate him, a massacre will happen there. Haya says that since she has lived 970 years, she should know very well what happened 900 years ago. Adria thinks she can't let that tragedy happen again. He asks her to cooperate with them and says that 1 week later, the summit of the 3 fortresses will be held in Gorgon. Back in the present, she wonders whether this truly was the right choice. Bang asks Mugyuke why they don't end this already. He says Mugyuke can't defeat him. Hasn't he realized that yet? But Mugyuke keeps attacking. He even uses the heavenly sword, and Bang is actually surprised by the strike. The explosion is enormous, but Bang still blocks it with the back of his hand. He says the gap between each adapted stage is already large, but the gap between the 8th and 9th stages is a bottomless abyss. For Mogokis, defeating him is nearly impossible. Then Bang grabs his hand and tells him to reach the 9th stage before daring to challenge him again. He touches Mogokis' chest and attacks. Bang says someone without the rank of a monarch can't even scratch him. That single blow crushes all of Mogokis' hope. Gokuryong is shocked, so this is the power of a monarch. Mogokis was defeated with one strike, and the one ruling the 12th region, the monarch with the golden jade mask, isn't even a great monarch. Beneath a great monarch is a lieutenant general, then a major general, and he's neither. He's only the lowest of the 3, a brigadier general. She can't believe they planned an abyss expedition to fight monsters like these. Bang tells them to abandon that dream. They can't win. He asks if the high positions they've already reached in chaos aren't enough and tells them not to chase what they can never possess. By then, Mogokis falls to his knees at Bang's feet. Even so, his eyes still don't belong to someone who has lost. Even on his knees, Mogokis hasn't given up. Bang warns that if they don't want to be erased forever, but before he can finish, Mogokis attacks again. This time, his strike cuts off part of Bang's hair, and Bang blurts out, asking what he just did. He can't believe Mogokis still wants to fight in that condition. Mogokis reminds him that 900 years ago, they were defeated by the Palace of Resurrection. Their fruits were stolen, and they lost precious friends as well. He says he never forgot the misery of that day. Then he tells Bang that things are different now. Bang looks surprised but calls him annoying. As Mogokis raises his sword again, Bang asks whether he chose death in the end. But before Bang's blow can land, Mogokis uses the enigma of the heavenly sword, catching Bang off guard. The moment he sees that strike, Bang freezes. Then Mogokis unleashes the heaven-destroying form on him with everything he has. Even so, Bang simply reaches out and calls Mogokis pathetic, using the bottomless well to crush the attack. Seeing that, Mogokis is left speechless, and Bang says he still couldn't reach the sky, not 900 years ago and not now. Then Bang grabs his face and says he can't change anything. Everyone nearby tries to save Mogokis, but Bang tells him to blame the master of Gorgon Tower for filling his head with this insane dream. Before he can do anything else, Kaiman arrives and brings Rain with him. Bang is stunned, and Kaiman apologizes to Mogokith for arriving late. Bang can hardly believe it. Kaiman says the Tower Master will be late because he's busy, but he'll face the monarch instead. Yurin finds that strange, wondering what could matter more to the Castellan than being there. He thinks the Abyss Expedition Squad may end before it even begins, but Kaiman tells him to relax. Since he's there, everything will be fine. Then he asks whether Mogokith is all right, and Mogokith is shocked to see him. He tells Kaiman to give up because Bang is far beyond him, but Kaiman says it's fine and tells him not to worry. He says those two need to leave with the citizens and get as far away as possible. Suji asks what he's talking about. If even Mogia couldn't match Bang, then even fighting together doesn't guarantee victory. Still, Kaiman asks him to let him handle this alone. That leaves him stunned, and Kaiman says it has been a long time since he last saw the monarch. Bang asks whether they know each other. He says the face seems familiar, then wonders if he was that novice who failed to join the expedition squad because he wasn't skilled enough. Kaiman says he was. Bang says he must have improved greatly if he truly believes he can stop him, so Kaiman asks if he wants to see for himself. Bang says he does want to see how strong the boy has become and attacks, but Kaiman slips out of the way as Bang's hand reaches for him. Then he counters with his sword, and Bang is shocked, driven backward. Bang admits that wasn't bad and wonders what kind of skill it was. Kaiman says it's weaker than the strong thrust, but far stronger than a normal thrust. That's the superior thrust. Then he tells Bang to fight seriously, or he'll die by his hand. Bang really doesn't like hearing that. He asks whether Kaiman truly believes he can kill him, then summons golden hands behind his back and says that even as a weak little runt, he still dares try to defeat him. Kaiman charges in with full force. He gets pushed back for a moment, then regains his ground and strikes one of those hands again. The moment his attack lands, the hand breaks apart, and Kaiman says Bang will die there. But Bang actually likes that. He says that even at the end, Kaiman still never learned his place. But then he stares directly at the next attack coming, and Kaiman remembers when the protagonist congratulated him for finally reaching the third stage. Kaiman thanked him but asked whether he truly became that much stronger in only 2 years. The protagonist pushes back, saying the second floor has a different time flow from the first floor, where the other sect leaders are training. Did Cayman really think he could perform 10 billion thrusts in only 10 years? Then Cayman opens his unique world, vast ocean, and floods the entire area with water. Bang is shocked by that awakened Sido. He'd heard the Castellan was awakened, but never expected there to be another. Then Cayman begins attacking, and Bang says, it won't work. Camine keeps coming anyway, charging in with the strong thrust. That massive attack crashes toward Bang, and he can't react. After a while, Camine plants his sword in the ground. His attack leaves Bang barely hanging on, completely wrecked. He's shaking so badly that he can't even remain standing. Camine prepares to strike one more time, but Kukurian steps before him and attacks instead, catching Camine off guard with what she's doing. He dodges the girl's attack, and she says the Castellan truly did mention this, that it was for her to extract it. Then she asks the leader of the South, C-sect, to fall back, saying that no matter how strong he's become, he can't face a monarch after training for only 2 years. She asks whether he even considered what would happen afterward, but Cayman questions her, saying he trained for only 10 years. He tells her he's been thrusting for 200 years, then uses spiral execution. That attack wipes away everything in front of him. Everyone there is terrified by the power of that strike. It tears a crater through the path ahead, and Mogiak wonders whether he won. He thinks the Castellan saw this coming and sent Cayman. He also knew chaos had to stand on its own instead of depending on him forever. Soon, the news spreads everywhere. Sometime later, Cayman goes to speak with Aishi, saying that in the end, she was the only envoy who changed her mind. She's surprised to see him there and says she's only staying because he convinced her. More than anyone, they know how terrifying the monarchs are, so she asks whether he really plans to face them, and Cayman says he does. But she says the Golden Sky sect is nothing compared to the palace he's trying to challenge. Even if he defeated the Monarch of Grace, that's only a lieutenant general, the lowest rank among the 3 generals. That means he may face far stronger monarchs later, and Cayman says he knows. Still, he says they already ran once 900 years ago, so they can't run again. That surprises her, because this man always had an inferiority complex, simply because he wasn't a hyper-adapted one. Even when he panicked before the monarch, he couldn't overcome it by himself. But now he's changed so much that she wonders whether he's even the same Cayman she once knew. Then she says that if he truly believes that, she'll try to believe in him too. But suddenly, she hears a tremendous noise outside. She turns to look over there and is shocked to see the Tower of Nightmares. Cayman says yes, the Castellan and the Artisan of Dawn created it together. She asks whether he's been cultivating there all this time. Cayman says it may resemble cultivation, but it isn't. No one becomes a product inside the tower because no cultivator exists there. She's stunned that a tower without a cultivator can even exist, and there's no way Cayman became this strong from it alone. Then Cayman tells Aishi she should see it with her own eyes because chaos can now protect itself using its own strength. She notices even the citizens want to enter the tower. They're usually so fearful, so why would they want that? Then she realizes it's because they've always wanted to choose for themselves. The freedom they lost 900 years ago means little unless they regain their own strength too. So she understands that they've chosen to believe in themselves again. Then she asks where Gorgon's Castellan is. Meanwhile, the protagonist is with the doctor. The doctor says the conference of the 3 castles should be over by now, and the protagonist agrees. Then the doctor asks whether it'll truly be fine for him not to attend, since the other side must have brought powerful people too. The protagonist says Cayman should have handled everything by now. Cayman may even be stronger than him at this point. The doctor firmly denies that, saying Cayman will still need another 100 years to defeat him. But the protagonist points out that the doctor also restarted from the beginning this time, and he admits that's true. Even so, there's something else. The protagonist says the third awakening should be right before his eyes. So why couldn't he reach it? The doctor answers that his method was wrong. He believes direction changes everything. If someone begins awakening with a different keyword, then it's an entirely different path. The doctor asks whether he already knew that, and the protagonist says he knew they saw the world in very different ways. That makes the doctor think. He reflects that the awakened ones from the fissure, including Saum himself, all awakened with the same keyword. The first awakening of deconstruction. After that comes the second step, understanding, and the final step is forgetting. The awakening he knew was never that deep. He had faced countless enemies on the battlefield and never questioned deconstruction. He never truly thought about understanding either. That's how he reached awakening, without questioning or thinking deeply. But the man before him is different. For him, doubt meant questioning the very reason for his existence. Understanding meant thinking about why he exists in this world at all. That's why he kept questioning and thinking about everything. Even after gaining that unique world, his path, it demanded that he constantly test whether his world was truly valid, a painful, thorny road. Then the doctor asks the protagonist how old he is now, and the protagonist notices the old man is talking about age again. He says the tower's third floor was completed a few days ago. According to Maycall, time there moves at least 100 times more densely than on the second floor, and he was away from the second floor for 2 chaos days. That means he must have spent that whole period training on the third floor. So the old man asks how many years he stayed there. Jawan answers, 2,000 years. The old man can't believe it. He asks whether MC has lost his mind and truly expects him to believe that. He teases him, asking whether he'll finally show respect if it's true. The old man says he must be joking. He asks again how long the old man stayed, and the answer is that it wasn't nearly as long as he had hoped. Then he calls the old man out. But the doctor says that even if Jawan lived 1,000 or 2,000 years, he'd still be only a child to him. The protagonist says the doctor never changes, even after living more than 200 years. Then the doctor asks whether he's really heading to the Palace of Resurrection now, and the protagonist says yes. The doctor warns him that the Palace of Resurrection won't be easy to handle. He asks whether it wouldn't be wiser to strike later, after they've gained more awakened fighters from Gorgon. MC asks whether he truly thinks the monarchs will simply wait. They'll act once the others gather more awakened people, so he wants to catch them off guard first. He doesn't plan to fight everyone inside the palace, only destroy the key things there. The doctor quickly realizes Jawan must be after the fruit, and one more thing as well, the treasure of nightmares, the item that can turn the living into the dead, and also the narrow door. He heard that the narrow door allows someone to enter chaos while still alive. So if Jawan takes all the fruit and destroys the door, the monarchs should lose their way into chaos. They could still go there by dying, but not many of them would be willing to do that. Either way, there's one stop before then, Manticora Castle, on the road to the Palace of Resurrection. The doctor explains that the Golden Heaven sect currently controls Manticora. They won't simply stand aside and let them pass. So he asks what the protagonist plans to do. He pulls out his sword. He says he'll handle it in the usual stupid and simple way, stab through everything and crush it head on, just like always. The doctor asks whether he realizes they'd be taking on an entire fortress by themselves. He wonders if sneaking in unnoticed isn't an option. Jawan says he'll do what he always does, but the doctor reminds him that they still need to preserve as much strength as possible. He tells MC not to forget that Manticora is only a gateway on the road to the Palace of Resurrection. MC says he understands and prepares himself. Then he attacks with a thrust, cutting down everyone in front of him. Meanwhile, Jawan, watching from inside, says this is the first time he feels the rumors may not have been exaggerated. From the destruction of the Golden Heaven sect's northern branch to the wave route, this man truly did all of it himself. He's shocked because this is the same person the Monarch of Darkness asked him to find. If he had seen this sooner, everything would have been much easier. Then someone says Jiwon seems deep in thought. Simply looking at him excites her. She says it's no wonder the Monarch of Darkness went after that girl. Then she begins speaking to him sweetly. The protagonist tells Saren that this is chaos and says she should save those trashy clothes for home. She fires back, telling him to look at his own rags before criticizing her outfit. She adds that martial artists always think any place they conquer becomes part of Mirim. As she watches, she suddenly asks what kind of technique is on the screen. Everything was blown away in one strike, and she thinks it's amazing. Jiwon asks Saren whether she came all this way only to bother him, but she says of course not. She came to tell him something interesting. He asks what it is, and she says the Monarch of Grace appeared in chaos. MC says he already heard. She continues, saying every force sent to Garota before the takeover is dead. After investigating, they realized it was the Monarch of Grace's doing, and it seems he took Garota and Dryad in exchange for helping both castles. The treaty said the Supreme Monarch wouldn't interfere in chaos or anything like that, but that clearly means nothing now. First it was the Monarch of Darkness, and now even the Steel Monarch's people are entering chaos. It has essentially become a proxy war between the monarchs of the Great Lands. Still, she smiles and says she heard the Monarch of Grace was beaten to death. Jiwon is stunned. He asks whether he's truly dead and who killed him. She says one of the 10 clan leaders did it, but he refuses to believe that. Even all of them together shouldn't have been able to win. Then she asks if he remembers that man from Gorgon Castle's expedition team. It was one of them, the leader of the South Sea Sect, who killed him. The protagonist thinks that's impossible. The South Sea Sect leader shouldn't possess that kind of power. Even if he had been hiding his strength, something that absurd shouldn't be possible. The Monarch of Grace is one of the Steel Monarch's sub-monarchs, part of the 12 supreme monarchs ruling the Great Lands. Anyone at that level is important, especially in the middle of a power struggle. The South Sea Sect leader should know exactly what it means to make an enemy of someone like the Monarch of Grace. But while Jiwon is thinking, she changes the subject and asks what he plans to do about the man he was supposed to find. Because of MC's failure, that target became a Castellan, and the Monarch of Darkness will be furious if he learns his prey is causing this much trouble. He says it's actually better this way. What he was seeking came to him on its own. He also saw the dead demon warriors, the monsters she created that can use the power of the dead. He assumes that means they won't have any trouble. Outside, the protagonist finishes off the enemies, but the doctor begins to feel something is wrong. There's no way the Golden Heaven sect could have faced all of chaos using troops at this level alone. Jaewon says that's not necessarily true. The doctor asks what he means, and then more men appear. He wonders who they are, and the doctor senses a horrifying energy from them, like he's staring at death itself. One of them steps forward and asks Jaewon whether he's the famous trailblazer everyone has been talking about lately. He says it's an honor to meet the man at the center of all those rumors. Then they land directly in front of MC. The man notices the divine doctor is there too, so the doctor asks who he is and why he speaks, as though they know each other. The man asks if he's already forgotten him. He says he gathered the horns for the clinic and carried the patient too. Then the doctor finally remembers. It's Heinz, the Just Warrior. Heinz says he's relieved the doctor still remembers him. The doctor asks what a Gorgon guard like him is doing with the Golden Heaven sect. He says that sect doesn't deserve him and asks why he's standing beside people like them. Heinz answers by asking whether the doctor can truly say that after knowing what he endured in Gorgon. The doctor is caught off guard and remembers what happened 100 years ago. Back then, Gorgon was at war with a sect called the Crimson Martial Sect, which no longer exists. On the battlefield, Heinz reported that the Crimson Martial Sect attacked while the others were away. 50 guards, including the captain of the southern outpost, were wiped out forever. In that ambush, only one person survived, Heinz himself. Later, he went to the divine doctor and begged for help becoming stronger. Since the doctor came from Morum, Heinz believed he had some way to make it happen. But the doctor asked the boy a question. He said he understood the grief and despair of the weak, but slapped the boy's hand away and said he had seen countless people like him during his 1,000 years in chaos. He couldn't grant every wish. He said he was sorry. Heinz says he still remembers those words, that if he wanted strength, he should work hard. But then he asks whether the doctor knows something. Working hard is a luxury only some people receive. He removes his eye patch, shocking the doctor. Most people in chaos never even get the chance to work hard. He struggled to protect the justice he believed in all his life, then fought to shatter that belief, and reveals his ruined face. The doctor is stunned and asks what happened to his appearance. Heinz says the weak warrior of justice he once was, a second-stage adapter, died 100 years ago. Now he is Heinz, vice leader of the Golden Heaven sect. Then Heinz turns to Jeku and mentions the rumor that he fights, only with thrusts. He invites him to play. Then he uses the 8 volcanic technique, a supreme art that tears arteries apart, attacking with that disgusting mass of mouths alongside his weapon. Jaifu charges straight in. He drives a thrust directly through the center of it, his sword striking the tip of Heinz's weapon. Heinz is startled by the force. He asks how that's even possible. Then another man tells the vice leader they need to attack together. All of them rush Jaiwan at once. He simply watches them without moving. Meanwhile, Jin Hong Lim stares at the scene and demands to know what the hell is happening. Jin Hong can't believe how easily he's killing the demonic ghouls. Since he only just reached monarch rank, he thinks perhaps they can defeat him if they all attack together. But he also knows a frontal assault would get many ghouls killed, and if they all die, their entire plan collapses. So he calls out to Sir Wen Armelt, and she snaps at him, asking what he wants and telling him to stop bothering her. She says she already did everything he requested, studied the spectral crystal, created the black cloud, and even made the ghouls. That leaves him stunned. Still, she says that in that case, they'll make a trade, grabbing him and pulling him close. Meanwhile, they think about the Lord of Gorgon, the legend of the wave route, and Heinz remembers the one called the Challenger of the Impossible. Those are the titles Jaiwan earned in only 1 month, and Heinz admits he hates every one of them. He's only a guest, yet after living 200 years, Heinz watches him become a Castellan in a single month. He can't accept that. So he begins shouting at the protagonist and prepares to attack. Disgusting threads begin pouring from his mouth. Then he charges directly at Jaiwan, saying he'll show the result of all his effort as he thrusts with his spear. Lemsi slips aside, avoiding all the wreckage, but that movement creates an opening, and Heinz grabs his spear and aims at him again, saying this is the power he gained after abandoning all his beliefs, the strength earned through hard work, and this is whatever that is. But Jaiwan is already tired of the speech. He says that's enough and strikes back with everything, using one more thrust. The damage is incredible, and Heinz is blasted away, driving his spear into the ground to stop himself. By now, he's almost completely transformed into a ghoul, and Jaiwan wonders why everyone in chaos ends up acting so similarly. One of the nearby demons is shocked. The protagonist blew away half the vice leader's body, even though Heinz was nearly a 9th stage adapted. So they order everyone to focus on buying time until the vice leader recovers. They all move to surround MC, and the doctor shouts for Jay and Wan to be careful. But you see, as everyone is always talking about hard work and effort. Then he sweeps through all of them with a single thrust, killing everyone at once. Seeing that power, Heinz even lets his weapon fall. He can only ask himself what that even was. As he looks into the protagonist's eyes, he sees the world tree inside the protagonist's mind and wonders what exactly he's witnessing. He starts thinking, this may be the unique world of an awakened one. Just as he heard in the rumors, he's stunned. Is this how someone sees the world when they refuse to give in? The eye that controls and rules everything in the world is right there, and Heinz wonders whether MC is truly trying to fight it. To him, it's unbelievable. Jaiwan is completely insane. He dares challenge that thing, and Heinz wonders whether, instead of giving up and throwing away justice, he could have followed the same path while pursuing his dream. He finishes everything there, and everyone starts calling him a monster because he destroyed thousands of years of Mantic Castle's history in an instant. The doctor says that attack should be called world thrust now, not heavy thrust. Jiwan tells him to stop talking nonsense. They're moving forward along the path he created. The doctor adds that a few are still standing, but they don't appear able to stop them anymore. He asks how the protagonist did that, since everything touched by his thrust transformed into the protagonist's unique world. He's never seen anything like it. MC simply says he stabbed really hard, which the doctor clearly can't understand. He starts wondering whether MC is nearing the stage beyond forgetting. Then he says things should be easier now. He can't sense any lieutenant generals, and that last attack seems to have badly wounded the leader of the Golden Salt sect. But then someone appears, asking whether he's late, and the two of them look up at a massive screen. He asks what just happened, and the doctor realizes it's spatial interference. He can't believe that's the transcendent movement skill, teleportation. Then Sir Wen Armelt appears, asking why the ghouls became frightened, and the doctor thinks only one race can use that. Jiwan asks who this strange girl is, and she immediately becomes offended, asking if he seriously doesn't know her. Doesn't he watch the hottest young star of the week or the best of the best? She asks whether he doesn't even have a hologram panel at home. He simply says no. The doctor quickly tells him this woman is a nightmare. Surprising him, the doctor says every man in Chaos knows her. Sir Wen Armelt says the old man has good taste, but he seems unaware of one thing. Calling a succubus a nightmare is taboo. She explains that nightmares are a different race, and at his age, he should know better. Then she says her name is Sir Wen Armelt. Sir Wen Armelt, not merely some nightmare. Jaiwan figures she must be the nightmare the Golden Sky sect had. He has plenty he wants to ask, but no time for that. So now that she has introduced herself, he tells her to move aside. She apologizes but says she can't do that because she received a request to stop him. He's gone too far. Jaiwan says he has no choice. Then the girl becomes nervous, telling him to wait as he prepares to attack. She asks why he's so impatient and begs him to give her a moment. What about becoming her product? The one who asked her to stop him is nearly dead because of his attack. Now that the promise means nothing, she wants the protagonist for herself. But when his attack comes directly at her, she thinks she almost died from it. She tells him to stop being such a menace, saying he should understand how much trouble he's in. Jaiwan, meanwhile, senses an overwhelming spiritual presence approaching from outside the castle. It may be the general class monarch he's only heard about. Serene Armelt says the monarch of darkness is searching for him. Does he understand what that means? Still, she says she can hide him, and if he belongs to her, she guarantees no one in the 12 regions will be able to touch him. MC says he doesn't want that. She says she expected as much. So now there's only one option. She summons an earpiece and several screens, then says she'll have to force him to become hers. The doctor warns Jiwan to be careful, because this is succubus authority magic. Her power spreads throughout the area, summoning all kinds of things. She tells him to let her know if he changes his mind, since she doesn't want to go too far without reason. Then those things rush, both of them. As they're attacked, Jaewon uses his thrust to kill many of those monsters. Sir Wan Armelta asks what he thinks he's doing and sends her snakes to attack, controlling them to box him in. The doctor says this will never end at this rate and tells Jaewon to aim for the succubus. But instead, he plants his sword in the ground and sends a massive tide rushing everywhere. The monsters don't understand what's happening, and Sir Hwan thinks it was clever. Perhaps he's trying to hide in the area, but then he runs through it, stepping across every surface and leaping toward her. Even so, Sir Hwan Arnold says she can see everything he's doing through the screen. She attacks with part of her magic, pulling one of those snakes in to catch him mid-air, saying he's simpler than she expected. She tells him to calm down and think, because her offer actually puts him at an advantage. After all, she is Sir Hwan Arnold, and Armor's the captivating flame always ranks first in the popularity vote on little brother. But even from within that trap, Jaewon keeps attacking and blows away all that sand, appearing again. Then she realizes he materialized his own mental image and that this man is truly a monster. Jaewon reaches her, grabs her by the neck, and slams her into the sand, completely overpowering her as he asks whether she's still going to continue. Then he notices this nightmare isn't actually hostile. If he spares her and brings her along, she could be useful once he goes to the abyss and beyond. Besides, there are many things he wants to ask, such as about the original nightmare who should be at the top of the mirage tree. So he says that if she obediently goes to Gorgon, he'll spare her. She only wonders whether he's asking her to surrender and tells him not to make her laugh, while pointing upward. Jaewon then realizes she's still controlling the game, moving enormous amounts of sand around them. She says she would never surrender, even in her wildest dreams, and uses her magic to force him to release her. He falls onto another one of her giant screens and she mocks him. He finally managed to catch her, so isn't it a shame? Jaewon is surprised that she escaped, but she appears directly behind him, asking if she surprised him by suddenly appearing. The protagonist doesn't even get a chance to react, and once again, he's caught in a mental attack. The 8 gates of hell. He's dragged through a massive gate, and she notices he doesn't look surprised. She asks whether he already knew about the 8 gates of hell, and he says he's faced this skill before. She answers that this will be different from the fake 8 gates of hell in his memory, because the real 8 gates were originally a skill created by the succubi. Then Jaewon starts being struck by the wind there. The first gate is the hell of stormy paths and countless hurricanes come at him. The 4th gate is the hell of tangled darkness, and chains rush toward him too. He simply watches for a moment before breaking them with a thrust. He keeps cutting down everything coming at him. Then the 6th gate opens a freezing hell, and he kills that ice dragon again, as though it's nothing. That finally shakes Sir Hwan Arnold. She's left wondering whether he's even human. Jaewon simply asks if that's all she has. She admits he's impressive, but says the next one won't be so easy. Another gate appears. This one is covered in arms. Those hands begin pulling it open, and from inside, purple liquid spills out. It floods the entire area. The moment Jaewon sees it, he freezes. The water carries countless corpses, and the more he sees, the more stunned he becomes. Sir Hwan Arnold says that no matter how skilled he is, this one will be difficult. Since the 8 gates of hell were created, no one has ever passed the 7th gate. Then countless versions of Jaewon begin asking who he is. That sight rattles him. This is the 7th gate, the hell of identity. As those other selves question him, MC can only wonder what's happening. Even if they come from completely different timelines, every one of them is still him. He finds the situation strange and prepares to attack, but the others do the same, all readying their thrusts. That catches him off guard, because it isn't only their faces. Their techniques are identical too. Worse, they seem to think the same way he does. Instead of rushing in, they're testing him first, trying to determine how strong he is. So Jaewon realizes he'll have to strike first and defeat them through pure skill. As he begins doing that, the other versions attack too. He isn't surprised. Naturally, They all rely on thrusts. That's what most of them know best, and it's getting on his nerves. While he keeps cutting through them, he suddenly notices that he's the one being hit. Then something changes. He wonders what this smoke is, but it isn't normal smoke. The instant someone appears behind him, he attacks immediately. Another version of himself is split in half and falls directly before him, staring into his eyes. Then a voice tells him to stop. That strange smoke keeps spreading everywhere. Jaewon is stunned, and then he hears someone calling him. It's the corporal, followed by an apology that drags him back to his time in the army. He remembers that trauma while the man keeps apologizing. The protagonist realizes these are his old memories, the ones from before the tower. The man tells him he really worked hard, and the protagonist should understand that better than anyone. If he were in his position, he'd understand what he meant. After thanking him for everything, the man raises his weapon and places the handle beneath his own neck. MC shouts at him, but it's already too late. He remembers that this man was his subordinate, an advisor broken by all the madness around him until one night he killed every superior and officer. Jaewon was the only one in the platoon who survived. From the platoon commander to the battalion commander, every officer was replaced. He was cleared because the dead soldier's diary proved he wasn't involved. Even so, he spent 15 days locked in military prison, wondering whether he could have saved him. He thinks that's when he first began hating the system. Long before this world of skills and status screens, he had probably already been living inside a system, a world where an enormous structure crushes people beneath it. That memory makes him increasingly furious, and every time he kills one of his other selves, more of the past returns. Everything he experienced, one memory after another, comes flooding back, like the purge in Balganga City. His anger keeps rising. Then one of them, perhaps the last one, asks who he is, even as Jaewon kills his childhood self. That horrifies him even more, but he knows he still has to continue. He truly finishes off that little boy. Then Sir Wen asks what he thinks now that he's experienced the 8 gates of hell. She explains that forgetting is the process through which awakened ones become new beings by losing themselves, and anyone who has gone through it is especially vulnerable to the 8 gates of hell. Even succubi, who can control their swollen egos, go through a suicidal phase in which they try to tear themselves apart. But Jaewon is only human. Outside, the doctor tries to wake him while he's lying in her lap, and she keeps whispering, wondering whether he can endure having all the egos he lost through forgetting return at once. The protagonist realizes these are the memories he abandoned when he entered forgetting. This is a world where he must kill himself to move forward. Then another voice calls to him from beyond that gate. Jaewon is completely exhausted. He remembers what he is. This truly is the hell of identity. His body feels heavy, and he can't see anything. Then he remembers Kamin asking what awakening truly is. The doctor answered that awakening means learning to face things, and that it gives you the power to see the truth of the world. Nimsi realizes this is from when he taught Kamin. The doctor said, the awakened can see the numbers that form the world's truth and the particles that construct reality. They can read data that adapted people can't, and even the way they see themselves begins changing. That's what people call the stage of forgetting and awakening. But awakened people must also endure alienation, because those who see too much are doomed to become blind faster. Now Jaewon begins to understand that's the alienation the old man spoke about. Those who see too much go blind quickly, and those who hear too much lose their senses quickly too. But then he wonders whether any of that matters, because he truly did work hard and no one else made it as far as he did. But deep down, what he truly wanted to say was that he was tired. Then he begins seeing a rain of stars, and as he looks at them, he remembers everything he's endured and asks himself who he truly is. His body begins shining again, and he says he doesn't know who he is, but he exists All those countless memories he forgot while thrusting through the world for 2,000 years, and the thread connecting them all are who he is. With that, he reaches a new understanding. Then he wonders what's happening and why the gate is changing like that. Serwen begins coughing up blood, asking what this is. It's backlash. Then Jaiwan opens his eyes once again. Even after living more than 2,000 years, she has never witnessed anything like this. The entire world of the 8 gates of hell shatters. Jaiwan opens his eyes again, thinking that even after forgetting, he still doesn't know what his next keyword will be. For now, the 8th gate before him is something he must overcome if he wants to leave this place, so he walks toward it and places his hand on it. The moment he touches it, the gate begins to glow and opens for him. Inside is an unreal, almost legendary sight. Jaewon looks around and wonders whether there's truly nothing there, asking why the room is so empty. Then the stars begin shining, forming letters in the sky. The message says a legend is being passed on to the one who cleared all the gates of hell. Jaewon assumes this must be a recording left by the one who created the 8 gates of hell. The voice says it still remembers the day the Abyss Expedition Squad was formed, and he is shocked by what he's hearing. Then it reveals its name, Moloch Serwin Armalt, and says this is the story of its failure. Meanwhile, outside, the doctor grabs the protagonist and that demon girl too, carrying them inside and laying them down while still calling for him to wake up. He can't understand why MC still won't awaken. Even after bringing in the succubus who used the skill, MC shows no sign of opening his eyes. The illusion should already be gone, since the succubus was defeated. On top of that, people from the Palace of Resurrection have arrived from every direction, and one of them even appears to be a general class fighter. That man asks whether they've found them, and when they say no, he orders them to search carefully. He says they must be nearby. That man is the 11th stage adapted monarch of black, Fragrance Garum. The doctor is horrified when he sees him. He never expected someone so important from the 9th region to appear in chaos. Then Garam senses something, and his men ask what it is. He turns and looks directly toward the doctor's hiding place, saying the rat managed to evade them this long. He raises a handful of flames and calls him a filthy rat. The instant he snaps his fingers, the attack flies directly there, but Serwen Armalt apparently uses her power to vanish with them before it lands. After blowing everything apart, Garam wonders whether they escaped. He orders his men to reclaim Manticore and find the leader of the Golden Sky sect. Elsewhere, Serwen Armalt complains, asking how many times she's died today. She speaks to the old man and asks whether he has nothing to say after she saved his life, but he's lying flat on the ground, saying he's the one who saved her and asking whether she forgot who protected her while she was unconscious. She dismisses it and says, things are calm now. But he asks what she plans to do next, and she says she's going to Gorgon Castle. He asks whether she's giving up, but she says no. She only has a few things to settle with him. He's still asleep, and the doctor says he already sent word to Gorgon Castle by carrier pigeon. But it's strange that he has remained unconscious for so long. By now, they should already have sent troops, including the newly awakened. Then Cayman says they received a message from the Castellan. He destroyed Manticore Castle. Now, Gorgon's Liberation Army, Carpe Diem, is heading out on an expedition. They will pass through Manticore and attack the Palace of Resurrection. Cayman orders everyone to move out, because now not even the Palace of Resurrection can stop them. They all charge in and begin cutting down Samuel Graham's men. Many of them die quickly, and Zug is stunned. A force of 300 awakened fighters is no joke. For a moment he thinks they may truly win this time. But Samuel Graham simply says he doesn't understand. To him, they'd be better off accepting reality and living obediently. Then he rises and unleashes his power. He attacks at once, hurling a massive rock down at them. With one punch, without even using his full strength, he kills many at once. and calls them greedy. Zug can only think, "What the hell is this?" A rock flies directly at him, and he can't even react. All that remains is his fan. Yum can't believe it, and Samyengoram tells the others to fall back. He stomps the ground and makes everything tremble. Terror spreads through the troops, but Yum orders them to attack first. As they rush forward, he raises one hand and calls upon Tholi. That power forms around him, and he fires it over all of them. They are nearly wiped out. That single blast from one hand causes enormous damage, and Yum can barely believe what it did to him. He loses an arm, and just like that, the Gorgon Carpe Diem Liberation Army, which had pushed the front all the way to Manticora against the Palace of Resurrection, is stopped completely. Yum orders a full retreat and tells everyone to run. The mere appearance of the Black Fragrance monarch, Samyengoram, completely reverses the war. The next day, in the conference room inside Gorgon Castle, Yoren Shiver reports that from the first squad under Captain Carlton Javier to the 7th, led by the Mugioki sect leader, a 9-fash stage adapter, half of Captain Carpe Diem's forces were destroyed in only 10 days, along with the other squads. Worst of all, 532 stage awakened fighters died too, and they were major assets. Ahesha says they barely managed to keep the war going, and now the Palace of Resurrection's army is already right before Gorgon. She thinks everything would end if they simply gave the palace what it wants. But Kang asks whether she's really saying they should hand over the Castellan and the tower just to save themselves. Kameen says Kang is right. They can't surrender the Castellan, and even if her clairvoyance allows her to see things, it doesn't reveal the future. He warns her not to become blind because of her own ability, reminding her that the Castellan already told them they only need to create their own path. She says there's no way they can win and asks him to accept that. Then she suggests asking the other monarchs for help. Yuren asks whether she means the Steel Monarch, and she says yes. He points out that every monarch sent by the Palace of Resurrection is tied to Brill of the 9th region, and everyone knows Steel and Brill have hated each other for a long time. She asks if he forgot they killed the Monarch of Grace, who was sent by Heichu, but he explains that more precisely, that monarch isn't truly dead. Anyone who enters chaos through the narrow gate returns to their original body after dying. Even so, Kamen says they still shouldn't accept help from other monarchs. She asks why, and he answers that chaos must be liberated by chaos alone. Meanwhile, Surf Wen and the old man are still watching the protagonist, who is somehow still asleep. The old man jokes that the man must be made of iron. While he continues sleeping, the doctor starts shouting at Sir Wen, asking whether she shouldn't wake him properly since she's the one who put him in this state. He can't believe an illusion kept him unconscious for 10 whole days. She snaps back that he talks so much that it's annoying and asks whether he isn't supposed to be a doctor. If he has so many complaints, why doesn't he fix it himself? He says he would have if he could. Then he asks why she's still there, saying he thinks she has some connection to the Monarch of Darkness. Sir Wen says that kind of contract doesn't matter. What matters is that a human passed through the 8 gates of hell. That shocks him, and he asks whether the illusion she used on him was truly the 8 gates of hell. He thought even weaklings from the Forest School sect could use that skill, so how could someone like him be defeated by it? The comment clearly irritates her. She says the 8 gates of hell is an incredible skill. It was never intended for humans, and its full power only emerges through a succubus. She explains that she taught it to the Forest School sect because she wanted to see someone overcome it. As far as she knows, no one had ever passed the 8 gates of hell. Still, she had seen similar cases before. If a human used the 8 gates, what usually got destroyed was the user's mind, not the skill itself. But this human was different. He didn't merely destroy his own mind, he completely erased the skill. He destroyed the 7th gate, which no one had ever passed, and reached the 8th and final one. Then she adds that the 8th gate is the place of rewards, and anyone who clears the 7th can receive many rewards there. The doctor remembers hearing something before. If someone passes all 8 gates and reaches the 8th, they may be more than worthy of becoming the king of chaos. Izugi Mingo mentioned that once, and he dismissed it as nonsense. Now he isn't so sure, so he asks, "What is there?" She says it's the legacy left by her godfather. Before she can explain further, the protagonist begins waking up, and the old man lights up. Once he sits up, the old man is almost giddy. The protagonist asks what's happening. After hearing everything, he straightens himself and begins to stand. The old man asks where he's going, and he says he's heading to the conference room. The old man tells him he can't go there now. Some of them, following the other's request, are trying to hand him over to the Palace of Resurrection. If he truly wants to go, he'll have to step over him first. So the protagonist does exactly that without difficulty, since the old man fits right beneath his legs. That leaves the old man furious, asking whether he truly just stepped over him. The protagonist walks into the hall, and when he appears before everyone, they're shocked to see the Castellan. Yuri and Aishishiya feel too ashamed to even look at him, but the protagonist gets straight to the point. He's going to the Palace of Resurrection. Everyone is stunned. Cayman asks what he's trying to do and says he can't. Others beg him to reconsider and say he must not do this. Even Yoham, standing there after losing an arm, is trembling. The protagonist says he's fine and tells them not to look at him that way, but Yoham responds. He says many of their comrades died while the protagonist was unconscious. Does he know that? If they had never learned about freedom and hope, they never would have died, and they didn't even have time for the soul flow ceremony. The protagonist simply apologizes. Yanam tells the Castellan that he hates him because he gave them freedom and taught them about hope. Because of that, they truly need him now. He begs him not to go to the Palace of Resurrection. Please stay. It would be better if they died fighting together. The old man is surprised, and the protagonist thinks that he truly did give them something enormous. Now they're ready to risk their lives to protect it. Then the protagonist says, everyone has misunderstood. He isn't going to the Palace of Resurrection to surrender. Yuma is shocked, and even the old man can't believe what he's about to hear. The protagonist says he's going there to destroy the Palace of Resurrection. Everyone turns pale. Yuri can tell this won't work, and the old man thinks this man is insane. Yuma even asks whether he's lost his mind. The protagonist says he hasn't, but Cayman asks if he truly just said he's going to destroy that place, and exactly when he plans to do it. The protagonist answers right now. Sir Wen thinks this human is truly strange. He seems not to understand what reality even means. Reality always forces humans to kneel, and no one should follow him. But then people start liking the idea. Of course, they say they can go with him. Since they can't stop him, they ask him to bring them along. Kameen, Kang, and even Carlton Javier all say they'll go too. Sir Wen thinks they're all insane. Why are they speaking like this? They used to be satisfied with their miserable lives as spirits, so why are they suddenly shouting about freedom and real life? She wonders whether it's all because of that man. The protagonist thanks them for their support, but says he only needs 4 people total for this attack, including himself. It'll be him, the old man Cayman, Carlton Javier, and the woman in the back too. She can't believe he just included her. She never asked to be part of this plan, so she asks whether he's seriously bringing her. He looks directly at her and says yes, she's coming. She asks why she would go, while Kang thinks this is absurd. There's no way only 4 people can do this, so Kang asks to join too. But the protagonist says 4 is enough, and she keeps trying to make him listen. He tells the rest that the same applies to them, so they shouldn't feel bad. She keeps protesting in the background, saying she isn't going. The old human remains silent, while Carlton Javier asks about the larger task ahead. If they destroy the Palace of Resurrection, will everything truly be over? What happens once chaos united? Isisha says the people across chaos won't accept them as the central power. Because of that, other groups driven by division will rise, and those who remain behind will need to build their own strength to deal with them. Aeon asks whether they can handle everyone else after the Palace of Resurrection is destroyed. Nearby, Siri and the old man are still arguing. He says that once the palace's narrow gate is destroyed, the monarchs won't be able to move through chaos anymore, so the enemy side probably won't have any monarchs left. But Jahuan asks whether he's truly certain the war with the monarchs will end once the narrow gate is destroyed, especially since that gate was never the original way into chaos. Ion can't believe they would kill themselves merely to come there. To him, that makes no sense. But the protagonist says they're only preparing for the dangers they can already see coming. The girl keeps refusing, but he asks whether she truly doesn't want to know what was inside the 8th portal. If she helps him, he'll tell her what he saw there. Soon, they're inside Siri's personal workshop. They begin looking around, and everyone quickly realizes it's rather awful. It seems that once someone becomes a famous craftsman, they become far too full of themselves. She keeps warning them not to touch anything, saying she didn't even create that one herself. Her godfather made it for her, and she can't believe she let anyone into her private workshop at all. If they hadn't needed help creating a teleport route to the Resurrection Palace, she never would have brought them here, to the place with her long-distance travel portal. Then the old man points something out to Jahuan, saying she made that thing and called it a tower. Its title is The One Who Regressed 10 billion times, and the summary says that after regressing 10 billion times, he must conquer the great land under the blessing of the legendary nightmare Serwyn Armelt. Apparently, this was meant to be her ideal tower. She panics and tells them not to read it, adding that she made it when she was only 200 years old. Cayman doesn't buy that excuse at all. He wonders if she's really one of the 500 famous masters. She snaps back, asking why he's looking at her that way. Does he think she looks like a joke? Then Jaewon picks up another tower called A Cultivator Who Doesn't Cultivate. Its story is terrible too, and he clearly hates it. She just tells him to shut up. She says she'd rather run around naked than let them keep reading this stuff. The old man says that after seeing things like this and feeling nothing, he really must be getting old. Cayman agrees that a lot of time has passed, but it still gives off a bad feeling. Then she remembers that all of them used to be products too, people trapped inside the spaces those towers created. They themselves were products in the past, so she remembers how they used to destroy all of them. Of course, they wouldn't like her workshop for making towers. After suffering through that before, Jaewon asks her what the name of that one is. When she turns to look, that tower is much better made than the others. She says it's called The World After the Fall. That's the title, but it's still unfinished. As Jaewon looks at it, she thinks about how that was the tower she designed after meeting him, and honestly, she has no idea how he'll feel after seeing it. Thinking about it now, she never once looked at a tower from a product's point of view. Then she says the bridge is connected. They can go in. She figures it's natural for him to feel strange, but something still seems off, and she can't tell what it is. Still, she begins to understand why her godfather gave up on that expedition, and perhaps why he felt that way too. On the other side, at the Resurrection Palace, people are watching everything. One man starts shouting that someone cut the line, and the guard is barely awake, thinking they're all idiots. He says if they were truly people who could reincarnate, they wouldn't be standing in line there. They'd be at the fruit storage. After waiting over 6 months, they should have given up already. Then someone calls out to the palace master, asking if this isn't already his 3rd year there. That man is the 72nd master of the Resurrection Palace, the monarch of Mist, Hitchmeyer. He says it isn't that he can't reincarnate. He chose to remain there and serve as palace master. They answer that it's basically the same thing. They say his situation isn't any different from theirs. But Hitchmeyer calls them fools and attacks. He sucks the air from their lungs, leaving them unable to breathe, and asks if they want to stop existing forever. They immediately beg for mercy, and he says they ruined his mood. If not for the agreement, he wouldn't be rotting away in a place like this. The story says that monarchs who enter chaos after dying in their previous lives have duties to fulfill. They become palace masters until the next monarch dies and arrives in chaos. He says he needs the next monarch to arrive soon so he can leave that remote corner of chaos. Then he remembers the strange rumors he heard after the monarch of Jade Mask entered chaos and was defeated by an awakened one from Gorgon. Those people were supposedly forming an expedition into the abyss to attack the Resurrection Palace. He thinks that's ridiculous. How would they even reach this place? And since the monarchs of the 9 regions came through the narrow gate, he figures something must have happened. Still, he can't leave because he's the palace master, and that only makes it more frustrating that he has no way to learn the truth. Then a nearby wall begins to crack. By the time he looks over, it's already too late. The wall explodes, and an attack rushes straight at him in the palace. But Hitchmeyer draws in a breath and reacts quickly, shouting at the intruder and demanding to know who's there. His strike collides head-on with Jaiwan's attack. Then he uses interference, cancellation, realizing his opponent must be at least on his level. He charges straight into the clash, asking if he's the Castellan of Gorgon. Then he notices water spilling from Kamin's sword. Kamin answers that he's not the Castellan. That throws Hitchmeyer off, and Kamin says it has been a long time since they last met. Then the old man and Jaiwan arrive beside him. Kamin clearly knows this is the Monarch of Mist, and all of them are ready to fight. He says he came to collect what he's owed for what happened 900 years ago. As Kamin launches more attacks, Hitchmeyer draws in all the wind he can hold in his lungs and blasts it back. A massive cloud swallows Kamin, leaving him unable to see. He grows frustrated because he can't believe he still can't sense his enemy even after all that training. For a moment, he thinks perhaps he really is useless, but then he remembers Jaiwan telling him he can do it, that he believes in him. So Kamin focuses again and decides to trust all of his senses. Just as Hitchmeyer appears above him and prepares to strike, Kamin finds him first and hits back before he can move, forcing him away. Hitchmeyer is hit hard, part of his abdomen blown away, and he's shocked. Kamin managed to detect him. That only makes him even angrier. Kamin readies another attack, while Hitchmeyer starts cursing him for being a filthy, arrogant bastard. At the same time, Jaiwan speaks to the doctor saying he'll take Saren with him and head for the Palace of Pleasure. Kamin can handle things here. Meanwhile, the girl in the back is annoyed because she can't even see the fight. He explains that the Palace of Pleasure is hidden by the fruit and the narrow gate, and it sits at the top of the Resurrection Palace. The energy coming from it feels wrong, so the doctor needs to be careful. He adds that he and Kamin will do everything they can to keep as many monarchs as possible from reaching the Palace of Pleasure. Meanwhile, inside the palace, everything begins shaking, and the monarch of the Fire Wheel and the monarch of Seven Fears appear. Noticing the massive noise outside, Seven Fears looks ahead and spots the doctor there. He says he knows he's there, but the doctor has already drawn his sword and prepares to attack, swinging at both of them. Seven Fears leaps away, while Fire Wheel ducks in panic. Seven Fears is shocked that the doctor came back, but there's only one woman with him. They were told to bring back the Castellan, yet all they got was an old man. Fire Wheel demands to know how he dares attack the Resurrection Palace and asks if the old man wants to die. The doctor can't believe they dodged his slash so easily, and he realizes he can't lower his guard. Then Seven Fears says it isn't too late and tells him to bring the Castellan of Gorgon instead. Even if he can handle the two of them, he won't stand a chance against all the brigade generals guarding the fruits. The doctor tells them to stop talking trash and come at him already, summoning a dragon behind him. Meanwhile, inside the Palace of Pleasure, everyone seems busy surrendering to pleasure. Women are draped all over the men there. One of them says it sounds like things at the main gate have gotten out of hand and asks if they should go check. That's the shy monarch, like a first edition. Then the second dragon monarch tells him to forget it because Hitchmeyer will finish them off. Meanwhile, the fourth dragon monarch says, the women of chaos truly are the best. As they keep lounging around, the third dragon monarch says he can't imagine coming to chaos without stopping by this place. The fifth monarch says it would be awful if they were castrated by the alliance of female monarchs back in the great land. He says he doesn't want to face Runuko over something so stupid, and they all laugh. But then they wonder if the people of chaos might take offense. One of them brags that they live in an amazing place, talking about the first dragon monarch. While they fool around, like a first edition starts feeling that something is wrong. He suggests checking what's happening outside, but the fifth monarch says the master of the Resurrection Palace can handle it. He tells Laika to stop ruining the fun and enjoy himself for once. Laika argues back, warning that if something truly went wrong, they'd all have to deal with the consequences. Even with a wine cup in hand, someone reminds him that the generals were ordered to protect the Resurrection Palace. The fourth monarch becomes annoyed, telling Laika to shut up and sit still. If he's so worried, he can go check by himself. Laika First Edition is clearly frightened, but he still keeps himself composed. And the fourth monarch pressures him, asking if he wants to fight them. Then all those idiots start ganging up on him. They look ready to kill Laika First Edition, but he stays calm and says that isn't what he meant. He says he'll go alone. As he leaves, they laugh and call him a pathetic rat. Laika curses them under his breath, swearing that one day he'll take revenge. Still burning with anger toward them, the first monarch inside releases, killing intent at Laika First Edition. Terrified, Laika quickly says he'll only take a quick look and runs out. One of them laughs, saying that's perfect. The first brother truly is the best at silencing people. The first one simply says he hates noise. After that, they return to laughing at the rat. But in the middle of their laughter, Sir Wen's power appears directly above them. One of the brothers notices it, looks up and sees the protagonist and Sir Wen emerging from a teleport. The fifth monarch asks who the hell they are. The third is shocked, and the protagonist immediately launches the first attack, scattering both the monarchs and the women around them. The second brother is stunned by what just happened, while the other two stay back. Then the protagonist appears, right in the middle of them, ready to kill everyone there. But the first brother says he must be the Castellan of Gorgon, and the protagonist answers that of course he is. The brother is surprised that he actually came in person and alone. He says the boy must have lost his mind and asks if he came to keep his promise. The protagonist says no, he came to kill all of them. The first brother hates hearing that. He asks whether this nobody truly thinks he can kill them, a mere soul of chaos. Daring to say such a thing, his arrogance has no limit. So he calls upon his dragon power. Sir Wen warns the protagonist to be careful. He's caught off guard when the dragon rushes at him. He blocks it with his sword but is still thrown back into a pillar. He plants his foot, breaking the pillar as he steadies himself and prepares to charge again. But before he can, the fifth and second brothers jump in together, demanding to know how he dared attack the Resurrection Palace. The protagonist slips away as they smash the pillar behind him. He tries to move away, but when he stops, he realizes even more of them are coming. The first brother tells him to get up, saying he'll pay for interrupting their fun. He can struggle all he wants, but all of them are about to rush him together. The protagonist watches each of them closely. Then the first monarch orders the attack, and they move in with coordination. The protagonist answers with his first thrust. They mock him, saying strong attacks mean nothing if they don't land. The protagonist is surprised by those bastards because they keep attacking non-stop, and it's becoming annoying. Then the third tries to kill him, but the protagonist dodges and returns with another attack, this time kicking him in the face and sending him flying. He tries to hit the fifth too, but one of them strikes from below, trapping him between two attacks with another brother. The second says that no matter how strong he is, he can't defeat them alone. Not even a high-ranking general could stop their combined attacks by himself. The two of them enjoy the moment and laugh at the protagonist. He admits they may have a point. Fighting them alone is difficult, and that's exactly why he begins drawing out his power while preparing another thrust. All of them widen their eyes at the sight. The protagonist tells them he's going to wipe them all out at once. Then he unleashes a massive thrust that tears through nearly the entire place. Elsewhere, the old man is shocked by the blast, realizing the boy has started fighting too. He's still holding back the other two by himself. Back in the hall, everything is wrecked, and the protagonist looks tired and injured. But one of them says it's a shame. The first brother used a barrier to block every attack, so they're all unharmed. He simply raises one hand, shielding everyone. Seeing that, the protagonist is shaken. He never expected that blow to be stopped. Now it's clear that those guarding the Resurrection Palace are on an entirely different level. The first brother says he can't believe the boy tried to invade the palace with tricks like that. He asks if this is supposed to be a joke. Then he says he'll show him the difference in their strength, calling him a chaos worm. All of them begin moving together, following the first one's lead. The protagonist is caught off guard, and the first tells him to consider this an honor as he becomes a true dragon. He says the boy should be grateful he's using this form against someone like him. A massive dragon appears before the protagonist with 5 eyes, as if the 5 monarchs fused into one monster. It tells him he'd better use everything he has from now on. Jachuan sees that giant dragon charging directly at him with its mouth wide open and jumps aside so he won't be swallowed. But the dragon keeps chasing him, and he thrusts again at that thing, trying to force it back. Still, the barrier stops Jachuan's attack again. They mock him, asking if he truly thinks he can even scratch them at his current level, and they blast him away once more. While flying backward, he drives his sword into the ground to stop himself. Then he sees the dragon firing a massive energy sphere directly at him. He tries to thrust into that incoming ball of power, and the dragon is surprised. Still, the protagonist is overwhelmed by the blow and thrown back again. After all that destruction, the dragon looks over and thinks his arrogance will cost him his life. But the protagonist raises one hand and slams it onto the dragon's head, stopping it cold. The dragon is shocked, and Jaiwan says now it's his turn. The dragon can't tell what he's planning and asks if he still hasn't learned, saying his attacks can't pierce its scales. Jaiwan says they're about to find out. After that, his sword begins glowing gold, and when he drives it into the barrier, cracks begin spreading. The dragon realizes he's focusing everything on one point and understands how dangerous that is. It begins thrashing around and calls MC a worm, asking if he truly thinks it'll let him do whatever he wants. The dragon slams its head into the ground to crush him there, but then it notices it missed the boy. The protagonist is already above it, saying the dragon talks too much. By the time it looks up, it's too late. Jaewon brings down a thrust from above. The impact tears everything apart, and even Cayman sees it from far away. He thinks the Castellan must have succeeded. Cayman has also defeated Hitchmeyer, who's lying on the ground covered in blood. The old man notices how quiet it suddenly became and figures the boy won. He thinks trying to keep up with him is exhausting, and he also managed to defeat those two monarchs. Inside, everything is destroyed, and the dragon is down. The protagonist is still standing. One of the sirens says that when he claimed only 4 people would attack the Resurrection Palace, he thought he was being reckless. Now she's shocked that he actually succeeded. Then the first brother gets back up, badly wrecked, with part of his body destroyed, and keeps cursing Jaewon, swearing he'll make him regret this and never forget the humiliation. The other brothers scattered in pieces across the ground, and even one of his arms is lying there. He tells the boy not to think it's over. He'll return and trust him, and no matter what he does, they won't be defeated. He says he's right because they came through the narrow gate. The brother asks whether he knew that. He realizes Jaewon knows too much and asks if he understands what he's done. As long as their bodies and souls remain linked through their brains, they can never die. All that will happen is that they'll return to their real bodies in the omnipotent land. He says it's too late for the protagonist to regret anything, but the protagonist attacks, and the brother is stunned because the boy actually severed the connection. He starts screaming in panic, asking if Jaewon truly cut the link. He can't understand how that was possible, and he falls to the floor, writhing. Memsi asks how it feels to experience death. The first monarch screams on the ground as his body starts breaking apart. He says he can't believe he cut the brain connection, which should be impossible. Now he's desperate because he doesn't want to die. He quickly offers anything, skills, status, whatever Jaewon wants, and says he'll ask the great monarch to give it to him. Then another brother calls out to first monarch, but he keeps begging the protagonist, saying he'll even speak to the monarch of darkness. He swears they'll agree to anything if only the protagonist gives his life back. He begs for mercy, swearing he'll never touch the souls of chaos again. Jaewon answers by driving his blade forward and blowing his head apart. One of his eyes is all that remains, and even that seems frozen in shock as death finally reaches him. From hiding, Hike can barely believe it. One of the 5 monarchs in A, Dragon 2, just died. He had only come to check the main gate, then returned after hearing the noise. Now he's stunned that MC cut the brain link and wonders who this man truly is. Either way, he needs to tell the generals immediately. But before he can move, the doctor appears behind him and asks who he is and why he's sneaking around like a rat. Hike begins screaming. The doctor cuts in and calmly asks what exactly he was about to report. Right after that, Kamin arrives and calls out to Jaewon. He says he returned after finishing his task, and the doctor complains in shock that he truly had the nerve to order an old man like him around. His back is killing him. The protagonist simply says Kamin and the old man did well. The doctor adds that they captured them alive, just as he asked, even though they nearly died doing it, then dumps the prisoners on the floor. MC asks who the rat-faced man is, and the doctor says he caught him sneaking around the entrance. Then Sir Win Armel remembers him. He's a cowardly monarch who somehow gained general-level spiritual power, but everyone hates him because of his pathetic skills. Even among brigade generals, he's the weakest. The doctor says that explains why he's so weak, but puts that aside and asks why he wanted them captured alive. He says it's because he needs to make sure they're truly dead, so he prepares to cut their threads. Then he severs every one of them. Every last one becomes mortal again. Like a first edition looks at the scene and realizes this is a nightmare. Ever since the Resurrection Palace appeared, the monarchs became immortal. Mortals had to count down the days they had left, trapped by short lifespans, but the monarchs, blessed with endless life from the fruit, never had to worry about that. For 900 years, immortality made them forget what death even felt like. Now he's about to die by the protagonist's hand, and the fear he forgot long ago comes rushing back. To him, the protagonist looks like a demon. He begs to be spared, saying he never wanted to, fight in the first place? MC hesitates, and Sir Wen asks what he's doing. Why isn't he killing him? The creature won't stop shaking, but Han says he'll let him go. He needs witnesses. Then he asks where the fruits are, and the coward immediately gives in, repeating the question about the fruits and asking whether he will truly let him live. Then he says they're up there. He points upward and explains they're stored inside a vault. That vault, called Reverse, was made by a famous craftsman. It keeps generating endless passwords, so opening it without help from the master of the Resurrection Palace is nearly impossible. And that master just died. He says things would be different if they had a top-level craftsman with incredible skill. The woman beside them immediately tries to point at herself, but the protagonist and the old man refuse to accept help from that lunatic. He grumbles in confusion, saying he'll just pierce it with a thrust. It won't be easy, but that's the only option left. Then he calls to Jia Wan, and the doctor warns him to control his strength carefully. Kamin adds that this would be much easier with a master craftsman, while Sir Wan Armelt keeps angrily insisting, she's right there. Then she uses her power to unlock it. MC says the vault was weaker than he expected, and she becomes offended because obviously, she's the amazing one. As they open it, all the fruits begin glowing. No one can believe the light before them, and Kamen remembers the Abyss expedition that went after these fruits. It came back completely ruined. Looking at them now and remembering everything he went through with the Castellan, he realizes that, after all this time, they finally succeeded. He can almost feel all the souls that were lost for this moment. As the fruits fall, he catches one and starts feeling uneasy while holding it. Jiawen asks if these are all the fruits left, since there are far fewer than he expected. He, Kamen, and the old man each take one. The old man says it makes sense. The supply is low after 900 years of use, but this isn't even close to enough for Gorgon, let alone all of Chaos. K-Man lowers his gaze, and he notices he tells him he can keep it if he wants, then tells K-Man that he's more than worthy of taking his life back. The choice is his. As Jiayuan says that, K-Man thinks about how long it has been. This struggle has gone on forever. They've suffered so much, and countless souls were sacrificed just to obtain these fruits. This is the reward for all that pain, and yet he crushes his fruit. Everyone there is stunned. Sir Wen Armelt yells, asking what the hell he's doing, while Laika tries to grab the fruit as it crumbles onto the floor. Jihuan orders Kamen to explain why he destroyed it. Kamen says it's because there are only 10 left. The moment he held one, he understood that those 10 would become the cause of the next war. People would fight one another, hoping that at least 10 of them could reclaim their lives. If that happens, chaos can never be saved. Jihuan hears that and likes the answer, knowing that choice couldn't have been easy. He asks the Castellan if he can do the same with the others, and the protagonist thinks this isn't something just anyone could do. Still, it has to be done by someone from Chaos, so he truly destroys the rest. He says that's why he brought Kamin with him, and the doctor comments that the others would be speechless if they saw this. Jaewon says he always believed Kamin would do it, that he'd choose to carry the despair himself in order to seek true salvation. Then he asks if Kamin will regret it. Kamin laughs, saying he never will. But then a portal opens above him. Jaewon calls out to him as a massive torrent of power crashes down. Everyone is shocked, and MC can hardly believe it because Kamin is completely torn apart by the attack. Then someone arrives, calling them filthy insects, and demanding how they dared lay their hands on the fruits. It's the general monarch of the storm, Cana, adapted to the 10th stage. The doctor immediately tells Kamin to wake up, but then he too is struck and thrown away by the general monarch of silence, Magt, also adapted to the 10th stage. One blow is enough to make the doctor cough up blood. Jaewon calls out to the old man, and then the others arrive, saying he has gone too far this time. Samyong says this has become a problem that can't be fixed. With only his life anymore, Jaewon grows increasingly furious, while Laika First Edition realizes who it is. Among the generals of the 9th region, one of them was Samyong. Just the thought that this monster, one of the 5 strongest generals in the Great Land, came there in person fills him with terror. He thinks he has to hide, because now that the fruits were stolen, he'll be killed too. Then Samyong speaks to Cana and Magtu, and they understand immediately, rushing at him. Cana says that Insect's head is his, while Magto tells him not to interfere. Jaewon orders Sir Wen Armel to get Kamin and the old man out of there, but Magto says the protagonist doesn't have time to worry about others now. He summons shadows to seize MC's leg, and they begin wrapping around him, climbing upward like restraining hands. Then Kanao goes for the kill, but Jaewon ducks and breaks, free from the shadows. He jumps back, but Magto tells him not to. Think about going anywhere, and attacks. He barely blocks it with his sword. Realizing how fast this man is, while fending off the assault, he admits these two are on an entirely different level from anyone he's fought before. Cana says he expected more after hearing Jaewon was the Castellan of Gorgon or whatever, but now he doesn't see anything impressive. Then he attacks the protagonist with his wind and blasts him away. After being slammed into a wall, Jaewon is pinned by Magto's shadows. Canail wonders if he already used all his strength fighting the 5 dragons. Magto says that no matter how much he shows off, he's still only an insect. Even Samangarim finds this disappointing and tells them to finish it. Magto says he was already going to and didn't need to be told. The two charge him while MC is still trapped. Then he opens his eyes, furious, and curses all of them. In that moment, Jaewon remembers when the doctor saw him destroy that entire place and called him a monster, saying he split apart Manticora's thousands-year history in an instant. The doctor had even joked that it wasn't merely a strong thrust, but more like a world-breaking thrust. But then he warned him not to overuse those thrusts, because awakened ones can use spiritual power freely, but the cost is their mental power. So if he keeps using such a powerful technique repeatedly, he'll be the first one to collapse. Still, Jaewon is fed up. These bastards are on the same level as the enemies he faced when he first reached Chaos, and he knows he has to eliminate them while they still underestimate his power. He decides to end this in one shot and pour out all his strength as they rush him. The protagonist braces himself and begins drawing his sword. The blade begins to shine. Then it turns red. He taps into the power of his own world. That strange eye appears before them. Then he unleashes 5 straight world stabs in a row. The attack tears through everyone. Canael and Magto are split in half and killed instantly. Sir Wen can hardly believe it and is thrown backward. Seeing the others ripped apart, Samyong is shocked that Jaewon can release that much power through pure physical strength. He calls it amazing and says it has been a long time since he saw someone like this. Now he's excited. Fighting MC might actually be enjoyable. That makes him remember an old nightmare from long ago, one that searched for the 12 monarchs of the 12 regions. That nightmare came to Samangaram. He says every monarch rejected its request, but it never gave up. When it reached him, it asked to meet the monarch of darkness. The 9th region was the final place it visited. The nightmare begged him to lend his strength so it could climb the tree of illusion. It said life in this world was twisted beyond reason and asked him to remember the pain and suffering from when he was weak. This world could still be changed. If they destroyed the first nightmare at the top of the tree of illusion, everything would be corrected. But Samangaram only said the nightmare had a wild imagination. Now he understood why the monarch of darkness refused to meet it. The great lands belonged to the strong, he said. If it wanted change, it had to prove its strength first. So they fought for 3 days and 3 nights, and by the 3rd day he finally admitted that Nightmare was strong. Even while pinned against a rock, The nightmare said it couldn't believe a monarch like him was merely an adapted Sindanopena. Back then, Samangaram thought that if someone could be that strong without magic, then perhaps he truly had the right to speak about the Tree of Illusion. After that, the nightmare crossed chaos and entered the abyss to change the world. But after the monarchs stole the fruits, it vanished and nothing changed. Back in the present, Jaewon attacks Sam Blaine Garam. Garam admits the blows are powerful, but they're still not enough. He raises one hand and creates a wall of flame that blocks the strike. He says Jaewon may have the right cards, but he doesn't have the skill to use them. Jaewon can't believe his attack was stopped so easily, and Sam Blaine Garam tells him that at this level, he's only a child with a sword. Then he asks if the protagonist agrees, appearing beside him in a single burst and smashing his face. The punch lands cleanly and sends Jaewon flying. Blood spills from his mouth as he's driven into a wall. Samangaram tells him to get up and asks if he's truly going down. MC rises again, still coughing blood. Then Samangaram calls him Castellan and takes on a demonic form, telling him to come at him and prove he's strong enough to speak of the Tree of Illusion. Jaewon realizes Garam is stronger than the other two combined, yet he isn't using any special technique. Even after analyzing him with his skill, he can only conclude that it's overwhelming battle experience. Even so, he's unbelievably strong, and the protagonist wonders why. How can someone be this powerful? He attacks again, and Samyong Garam steps back while Jaehon comes in with everything he has. Garam hopes this isn't the last trick he has left, and MC keeps pressing forward. He slips behind Garam with a quick strike, catching him off guard with a world stab to the back. Samyong Garam says Jaehon is using cheap tricks, then turns around and counters. Even so, he lands the blow and throws him back. The protagonist realizes Garam is using world stab with his bare fists. While Jaehon is still being knocked away, Garam keeps up the pressure and gives him no opening, driving him into the ground with another punch. After MC crashes down, Garam calmly says attacks fueled by spiritual power don't work on him. In the end, the spiritual power he uses is something the system itself can't provide. The awakened are trying to destroy the world's system, and because of that, none of them understand that this is someone else's own world. He grabs him by the head like a sack and lifts him from the ground. He wonders if that's true, because this man's power feels more natural than spiritual power. Its source is the world itself. It's as though this man is the system's world itself, and the protagonist activates the Eye of the Moon to study him. Even then, he's still trying to use another non-fundamental technique, but a single world without original creation is essentially cheap sorcery. Garam slams Jaehon down again and strikes his chest, then kicks him away and buries him in another rock. MC can barely endure anymore, and Samangaram says he's disappointed. The awakened man he once knew wasn't like this. He gathers a blaze in one hand and throws it at Jaehon. The sight shocks him, and he tries to block it using only his sword, but the flame catches fingers too as he holds the attack back. His hand begins burning away from the heat until he finally disperses the fireball and saves himself. Jaehon is furious now. Part of his arm is already raw flesh, and he realizes the Eye of the Moon's momentum isn't working. Samangaram says he's found his enemy, but this still isn't exciting him. Then he gets ready to attack again. He tells him to open the beginning of this world already. Show him that world. The protagonist pauses and remembers Genesis, the 8th reward gate of the 8 gates of hell. In that chamber, Moloch left behind the record of the abyss, and the history of the awakening stages was written there. Moloch told him that under the rules of awakening, the keywords may change, but awakening itself has 6 stages. First, which creates an order to destroy the current world. Second, understanding. Third, self-surrender. Those first 3 are the world's decline. After that come the stages required to create a new world, Genesis stages 4 through 6. Those 3 form the second half. He says he could feel the next awakening, stage beginning, but he still didn't truly understand what Genesis meant. Garam calls him an idiot after seeing that he still can't properly use his own world. He says he can hardly wait for Genesis to begin. If Jaehoon can't open it himself, Garam says he'll force it out of him. Serwen turns in alarm, realizing what's happening to her friends. She prepares to help and runs toward them, but Garam is enjoying all of this. Laughing, he throws his flames at all of them. Jaehoon thinks that this life is everything to those people. Unlike him, they can't return whenever they want. For them, this is their only world, so he steps in front of those massive flames. Serwen calls him an idiot, but Jaehoon stops the attack with his own body, and everything around them erupts in flames. The fire spreads everywhere. Serwen sees he's still alive, and when she looks up, she sees MC took the blast head-on and still managed to protect them. Then Jaehoon begins thinking about the single world each person has, and says he thinks he finally understands. Growing up with parents, attending school, making friends, smiling, crying, feeling sadness and despair. All those countless memories. His old self never questioned the world he lived in. That self existed because he accepted the world, and the world's system was built from that certainty. So to begin Genesis, what he needs is conviction in his own world. Belief is a powerful conviction that was forgotten, and for a world to be born, it needs an overwhelming child. He can't do this alone, and he remembers every version of himself. Not only the one of now, but his past selves must wish for a new world too. Samyang Garam is startled by what's happening and prepares to attack. At the same time, Jaehoon's other selves say the world he's talking about is fake. They tell him to stop running from reality. This is the world he lived in, not the one they live in. So why should they help him? He realizes he can't convince every past self in his memories, so he looks at all of them and prepares to act. If they won't help him, then they all need to disappear. He won't try to convince them anymore. Still trapped inside that inner sphere, Jaehoon keeps enduring the beating alone. Sam Garam keeps raining down meteor-like blows directly into his face. Jaehoon tries to defend with his sword in hand, but he keeps bleeding heavily, and Sam Garam doesn't stop hitting him for even a second. At last, Garam pulls back and looks surprised, wondering whether the protagonist is finally exhausted. Meanwhile, Jaehoon keeps hearing voices in his head, asking if he truly plans to die in a place like this. If he dies, they all die too, and that would be a waste. After coming this far, then they ask if he's forgotten everything, telling him not to choose relief and escape. Hasn't he already endured enough despair? Samangaram says he thought Jaehoon would last longer. It's a shame, but MC plants his sword into the ground again to support himself, and both Samengaram and his other selves are stunned. He asks what's a shame with that hungry look in his eyes. With that crazed expression, his other selves laugh and say they knew he was insane. He had forgotten who he truly was. Then they all agree, just this once, they'll help him. Seeing that, Samyang Garam becomes even more excited. Every version of Jaehoon comes together and merges into his body. He feels them all becoming one with him. Then he begins opening his new world. Reality shatters around him as he unleashes Genesis. Samyang Garam is stunned, and Serwen can barely believe it. Either he truly awakened Genesis, it appears directly behind Jaehoon, and that giant eye looks over everyone there. He speaks of stage 4, the power to turn lies into truth. The protagonist answers that his power is to turn faith into reality. Then a sword falls from the sky, heading directly for Jaehoon. He catches it just before it reaches the ground. The blade is stunning, and he calls this the 4th stage of awakening theory. Samangaram asks if this is his world. It fits the word end, a ruined world where everything had been destroyed. He says it's a cursed world, one born only to destroy another. Then he recharges in. Even so, he says the outcome still won't change. As he rushes forward, Jaewon gets ready to strike back. Their powers collide, and the shockwave alone is incredible. Samengaram keeps forcing him backward, saying now this is what he calls a real fight. Even so, Jaewon is still being pushed back. Then MC draws his second sword, and the two exchange blows at unbelievable speed. Samengaram laughs, saying this feels like fighting Mara 1,000 years ago. He even thanks him for making him feel that way again, but then he grabs Jaewon by the collar and says, "It's time to end this." He slams him down, drags him and hurls him away, but when the protagonist hits the wall, he uses it to launch himself back. Before he can do anything else, Samengaram appears directly in front of him. They strike at the same time. Garam throws a punch, and Jaewon drives his blade into Garam's hand. Everything explodes. After they continue clashing, MC is thrown back again. He says he has always wondered why he keeps thrusting and why he keeps living. But while he's lost in thought, Samengaram appears beside him, calls out and swings. Jaewon barely dodges. Samengaram attacks again, and he slips away once more. Even he starts feeling the pressure of this fight. Still, for now, that's enough. He thrusts and thrusts again, attacking, countering, and staying alive. In his mind, he sees himself as a child holding this same sword. It feels like returning to a time before he knew the rules of the world, when he simply loved to thrust with innocent joy. Then Samengaram starts laughing at him as Jaewon's injuries keep piling up. The man goes wild, laughing like a maniac, but then he suddenly notices it and apologizes. The protagonist doesn't care much. If anything, he's grateful to meet such a ridiculous opponent, so he begins thrusting again. Samengaram answers with more punches and says he wishes this moment could last a little longer. The two keep exchanging attacks without stopping. Their battle tears through the entire place until one of them finally starts overpowering the other. Samengaram looks shocked, and Jaewon asks if this is all the system has. Garam says not yet, becoming even more excited. Then they clash again, and now they're finally fighting as equals. Everything around them begins breaking apart from the battle, and even Sirwan herself is caught in the destruction. After the entire place is nearly destroyed, Samengaram says this is the first time he has had this much fun in 1,000 years. Finding an opponent like this in chaos feels unreal, and he becomes emotional. Jaewon then speaks to Samengaram, saying he felt it too during their fight. Just as Garam spent the last 1,000 years perfecting one skill, he also trained that same punch for 1,000 years. Then he says it's a shame someone like Garam is only an adapted one. The words hit Garam hard. Malark once told him the same thing. That shock quickly turns into rage. He says he has one thing to ask. What the hell is Jaewon trying to do? MC says he's going to the abyss. Just as Malark said, Samengaram snaps back that those empty words sound just like Malark. He says the abyss is full of people far stronger than Jaewon. Even the great monarchs gave up, and in the end, Mara failed too. So is he truly saying he's still going to try? Enraged, Samengaram transforms completely. A storm of fire surrounds him, and Jaewon immediately prepares for whatever is about to emerge from it. Then Samengaram fully transforms. Flaming armor covers his entire body, and wings appear too. Jaewon stares at it in disbelief. Samengaram tells him to show power worthy of that ambition. Then the Black Guardian General appears. He summons a massive angel-like being, almost like a Susanoo. His whole form changes with it, and Serwin can hardly believe what she's seeing. This is Guardian conversion into a demigod. He claimed to be major rank, but that was a lie. He's actually lieutenant rank. A symbol appears in the center of his chest as his excitement grows even more. Then he uses that giant guardian to summon a spear. He tells Jaewon to prove his world. The giant takes the spear and prepares to throw it, while Samengaram laughs and orders it to fire. The spear rushes at the protagonist and he thinks about the guardian that protects the world's system. How could someone who loves that system summon something like this? Then he says he understood it. The moment he saw the guardian and begins drawing on the power of his own world too, he draws both swords and says he lived to destroy that world. Samgaram only becomes more excited. Jaewon's swords begin to grow and fuse, becoming one massive blade. He says he'll put everything he has into this strike. Then he charges with everything, facing Samgaram head-on, and his thrust strikes the very tip of the guardian's spear. The impact tears everything apart, sweeping across the entire area and leaving massive destruction behind. Serwen is nearly blown away. The old man actually is, and she grabs him while Jaewon keeps pushing with all his strength. Samgaram says it's wonderful, but wonders whether MC can truly stop a guardian strike backed by hundreds of lives. He keeps pushing, trying to crush that thrust, but then he notices something. The spear is cracking. It begins breaking apart as Jaewon pours even more power into his attack. The spear is completely destroyed, and that angel-like guardian twists into something demonic, screaming like a monster and revealing rows of terrifying teeth. But his thrust goes straight through its head and erases the guardian entirely. Garam is stunned. The Black Guardian General was destroyed. Then Jaewon speaks to Samgaram, who can only stare at him in fear. The protagonist simply raises his hand, and now he's the one with a giant Susanoo-like form. His is nothing but a massive sword with eyes. Calling out to Garam, he bids farewell to that weak demigod and brings the sword down. Garam only has time to look up, unable to react, as Jaewon unleashes his greatest thrust. Garam says it was a beautiful fight, then faces it head-on and is completely obliterated. After that monstrous attack, Garam lies in the middle of the wreckage, half his body gone, wondering if he truly lost. He says only now, in such a pathetic state, can he finally see clearly. It's the eye that watches over and rules this entire world. He looks toward the world tree controlling everything and says this is the peak of the Tree of Illusion, the end of the abyss. It's the place where the first nightmare rests. He wonders if this is where MC needed to go. MC walks over to his broken body and looks down at him, but says no, Darum is still an enemy he has to defeat. Darum can hardly believe it, but says his world won't be welcomed in the abyss. That's the cruel truth people learn when they lose hope. No one wants to keep living after witnessing madness like that. To him, that strange thing in the sky doesn't even resemble a world, but if people who believe in Daewon's world appear, they may find what everyone else lost. The problem is that to do so, they'll have to live in that world forever. Then he says, fine. The protagonist should cut his brain chain before his body returns to the Almighty Land. MC asks if he has any final words. Garam says that if he reaches the abyss safely, he should find Kanark and tell him what happened. He also warns him to beware of Malid. If Malid learns he awakened world creation, he won't leave him alone. Jogwon says he has one final question. Why didn't Garam kill him earlier? Before his awakening, Garim should have been able to do it easily. Garim thinks for a moment and says he wanted to become the support that helped someone else climb the Tree of Illusion. A world where life has no value or dignity isn't normal, and this world can still be changed. If they destroy the first nightmare at the top of the tree, Tree of Illusion, everything might change. But Garim no longer believes this world can change. Balad's final word stayed with him, and he kept wondering whether that was truly the answer of this world or only his own. In the end, he says this will repay Molark's debt. He says it was a long fight. Then he tells Jaewon to finish it. The protagonist prepares to strike. It is said that 917 years and 244 days after Molark's abyss expedition failed, Chaos was finally freed from the Resurrection Palace. And at last, MC kills Garam. The blow lands directly in the center of his forehead. Later, when night falls, Everyone gathers for a toast. Yeo Huan walks over to Zuzmyung and asks if he's still alive. He says he thought he had died since he wasn't at the last meeting. The man answers that there's no way he'd die so easily. He's one of the leaders of the 10 clans. Du Hongwan smiles, glad to see him alive. Then the man says he heard he defeated Samyung and Garam, and he confirms it. He adds that Garam was an extraordinary monarch in every way. The protagonist asks if Myung knows much about him. He says anyone from the Jagal clan would. Samyung was the one who drove the Jagal clan out of the Almighty Land and took their place among the 5 great clans, the same famous clan that produced the greatest strategist in the Almighty Land. So now that Jagalwan has gone after one of their people, the Samyung clan is certain to become involved. MC tells him not to worry so much. They won't be able to cross over. Samu asks what he means, then suddenly realizes it. He can't believe he obtained the narrow gate, and he says that's right. Because of that, those bastards probably won't be able to enter chaos for a while, since they need the narrow gate to come there alive. Even so, Samu warns that it's too early to relax. They can still come without it. Jadawan says he understands the concern, but if someone still tries to come after him, even at the cost of their life, then they may be worth fighting. He leaves, hoping Samu recovers soon, and when the protagonist closes the door, Samu notes that he's still the same difficult to shake. As MC walks through the castle halls, he stops and looks up at the sky. He says it has been a while since he first arrived in Gorgon. So much has happened since then, and somehow he ended up becoming the fortress master. He admits he still hates doing that job, but it has been one busy stretch of days. He remembers everything, yet feels like he never truly did much as fortress master, even though the role kept him constantly occupied. Then someone approaches him. Chung rushes in, shouting that he's only there because Kamin kept bothering him to drink together. Kamen fires back, asking when he ever said that, and says the old man was the one who wanted it. The old man asks if they're saying he's at an age where he only bothers people for fun, and Kamen asks if that isn't true. He admits it is, and then they keep bickering, even arguing over who is older. Watching them, Jihuan starts thinking perhaps it's time for him to leave this place. He feels like he's starting to become too attached after spending so much time there. Sometime later, with Carlton Javier, Jiwan is asked whether he's even listening. He asks where they left off. Carlton Javier says they were discussing the Nightmare Tower. Carpe diem. The protagonist is surprised that was the topic, and Carlton Javier points out that he clearly wasn't paying attention. He explains that the tower's time expansion is extremely high, which catches Jae-won off guard. More and more people challenging the tower to awaken are suffering severe side effects. MC thinks that makes sense. The first floor already runs at 100 times normal time, and such compressed time can harm the soul, since enduring hundreds of years like that isn't easy. Still, awakening isn't something anyone achieves without great effort. So he tells Maycall to adjust the time expansion, and Carlton Javier understands. He says people don't awaken merely by stabbing or swinging enough times, so they need to make sure everyone understands that. After establishing a regular system to train the awakened, they should also remove anyone who doesn't truly want awakening through training. It's not the only way to survive. Adaptation is another path too. Carlton Javier asks if he truly believes that. Jaiwan says everyone is different. Awakening isn't salvation, and some people may be able to reclaim their lives through adaptation instead. Then he asks Carlton Javier whether something happened. Carlton Javier says the protagonist already knows he recently passed the third stage of awakening. Even so, he still hasn't seen his own unique world. Jaihawan thinks that shouldn't be possible. Its form may differ from person to person, but everyone who reaches inner surrender as an awakened one should gain a unique world. Then he begins wondering if Carlton Javier's unique world is simply different. He remembers Garam saying that even the spiritual power MC uses is only a resource permitted by the system. Because of that, awakened people trying to destroy the world's system may fail to realize that this world is someone else's unique world. Jason Wan tells Carlton Javier not to worry too much. Perhaps his unique world is this final system itself. Carlton Javier asks whether that's truly possible, and he says it certainly could be. Even he doesn't fully understand awakening yet. Carlton Javier then says that if his unique world truly is this system, one day he may have to fight the protagonist. He replies that it could happen if he wants to protect this world. Carlton Javier is stunned and asks whether Jason Wan is truly considering bringing this world to its end. Then he speaks up and asks MC to please take him along on the expedition. This time too, Jason Wan lets out a deep sigh. He asks if even Carlton Javier is saying that now, since everyone else already did too. Carlton Javier mentions Gorgon's special law. Article 3, Section 14. All captains of the expedition port must protect the fortress in an emergency. But he says he's no longer captain of the northern expedition port. He adds that he also won't be fortress master anymore by then. In 1 week, he'll be leaving that fortress. Carlton Javier asks if he's truly planning to step down as fortress master. He says that if Jason Wan isn't there, Gorgon will surely fall. And not just Gorgon, but all of chaos. The protagonist tells him not to worry. He's already considered everything. Then he tells him to leave the room because he still has one final duty to complete as fortress master. So they head to another place in the middle of heavy rain. He gathers everyone because he has something to say. Urain arrives and says MC is going to get soaked, but MC says it's fine. He steps onto the stage and thanks everyone for coming. He says they all did their best to protect Gorgon, and every one of them fought well. From this moment onward, for those who offered their souls to protect Gorgon, for all the sacrifices, and the innocent ones too, they will hold a 3-day farewell ritual. For the souls, he speaks the name Izzy Kendall, then Rachel Veldor, then Kashin Rio. Everyone breaks down, mourning the losses, but then one of the men asks what that thing in the back is, since it has been there from the beginning. Jay Swan says they all fought well, but they already know this isn't truly over. The war is only beginning, and then he reveals it to everyone there. They realize it's the narrow gate and start asking why the hell it's there. Some beg Jay Swan to destroy it immediately, pleading with the fortress master. He says they're surprised too soon, and there's still more to show. He brings them over and reveals that he managed to capture a monarch from the Great Land. Everyone is shocked. It's the timid monarch, Laika 1st edition, and the protagonist walks toward him, draws his sword, and stops before him with overwhelming pressure. Laika 1st edition asks if Jay Swan plans to kill him. He says that's fine, just do it quickly. But if MC does, they won't escape cleanly. He warns that total darkness will never forgive them. He smacks him and tells him to shut up. Then he tears off both of the monarch's hands. The monarch begins screaming, completely desperate, staring at the remaining stumps. Jay Swan says he won't kill him there. He wants him to return to the Great Land and tell his master this: if he wants war, he can come meet him anytime. The protagonist will be waiting at the top of the Tree of Illusion. Sometime later, while walking through the courtyard, Jaewon remains calm, but that nightmare starts shouting at him. She says that for someone leaving the fortress, master post tomorrow, what he did made no sense. She asks if he truly plans to fight the monarch of total darkness and says that if he was going to destroy the narrow gate, he should have done it quietly. What was he trying to gain by sending the timid monarch back? Surely, this will bring retaliation. Jaewon tells her not to make a fuss. If they come, it'll be at least a lieutenant general. Since the Great Land is at war, someone with the rank of supreme monarch can't simply leave. Sirwan says she already knew he was crazy, but this goes beyond insanity. Does he truly think only one lieutenant General will come now that the monarch of silence is dead, she says at least. 2 or 3 could appear, and if people from the 5 great clans come too, this will become far too large. Jaewon says that's exactly what he wants, because only after defeating them will the whole situation truly change. That leaves her slightly afraid, and MC asks if that's all she came to ask. He asks if she came because she cares about chaos. She says she came to hear what he promised. Then she tells him to say it now, what he found inside the 8 gates of hell. A little later, after he explains it, she asks if he's truly certain. She wants to know if Molark is really the one who left it behind, and he says yes. That memory belonged to her godfather. She still doubts him and asks why she should believe that. He becomes annoyed and mentions the harsh winter. She stares at him in confusion, asking what he means. He says he's talking about the egg she picked up during the winter of the Tree of Illusion at its base in the 6th region. Back in that cruel land, during a terrible ice storm, there was a glowing egg waiting there. He says he was incredibly nervous then because it was the first time in his life he'd ever held an egg. He could never forget that moment. It was the birth of a being that feeds on dreams and dreams again. When that tiny life peeked from its fragile shell and he saw the face of the child waking, inside it, he realized his godmother had been right. A newborn child is simply adorable. Hearing that, he ends up face to face with Sir Wen, and she turns bright red, asking what in the world he's talking about. He says that should be enough proof, but she snaps at him not to speak about someone else's memory, as though it belongs to him. Then he says that according to those memories, every mare is born from an egg, and asks what the winter at the Tree of Illusion is truly based on. He explains it's the Tree of Illusion's northern base in the Great Lands, and that all mares are born from the tree's dreams, first discovered in the form of an egg. Still, she stops him and asks if Molark left her anything else, any words, a message, anything at all. She insists there has to be something, and he admits he doesn't know. Perhaps there was, perhaps not. She asks what that's supposed to mean. He explains that Molark's memories didn't appear like a book. They were a tangled mass of fragments with no clear beginning or end. Perhaps Molark never wanted his memories to become one clear story. So even if he wanted to, there isn't anything exact he can tell her. That only makes her angrier, and she calls him a fraud. He asks why she's searching for Molark in the first place. Is it only because he was her godfather? She asks why he cares. He says that if Molark's memories matter that much to her, then perhaps it would help if she kept traveling with him from now on. She asks what he's getting at, and he says Molark vanished in the final abyss, so his offer isn't a bad one. He tells her to think it over, but she only becomes angrier, calling him a complete idiot and nearly attacking him. Then she realizes this was what he wanted all along and demands to know how he dares make a fool of her. But when she thinks about the memories, she tells him to wait. She reminds him that the records her godfather left behind were in the form of memories, and he says that's right. So she tells him that in that case, she has a very good idea. After that, both of them return to Sir Juan Armalt's private workshop. He reminds her she said she'd never let him in there again, and she tells him to shut up. That was then. He points out that she once accused him of invading her privacy, and she dismisses it, saying that was then too. For now, she tells him to stay quiet, because she has something to prepare. When she's finally finished, she announces that everything is ready. A mechanism opens in the ceiling, and something drops down. It looks like some kind of cat covered in strange devices, and she asks what he thinks, saying this tool will help with understanding. He immediately feels like this is going somewhere bad, and she explains that it connects to a person's soul and forcibly compresses the target's memories. Normally, understanding is something mares who have lost their spiritual senses often use. It condenses emotions, memories, and realizations so they can experience them directly. Because of that, one use can give them ideas for a long time. She's trying it herself for the first time, so she isn't completely sure, but other Marys say the experience is intense, almost like ecstasy, some kind of extreme pleasure. She doesn't really believe them, though. He says that, either way, she wants to see her godfather's memories through understanding, then asks if all he has to do is lie down there. She says yes and asks whether he's ready because she's starting now. Then that thing clamps onto the protagonist completely. She lets out a slightly evil laugh and says she wants to see whether he stays so calm once understanding begins. Once it starts, he'll also feel terrible pain, though of course that's supposed to happen only to the target whose memories are being compressed. As she begins, streams of energy shoot toward the protagonist. She's affected too. She panics, wondering what's happening because she's feeling even more pain than he is. She says she expected some backlash, but the protagonist's mental power is far beyond what she imagined. That wave of power swallows both of them, and when she opens her eyes, she wonders if this is what the inside of an awakened person looks like. She starts seeing all of the protagonist's memories and says the other mares weren't exaggerating. What shocks her is how many memories one human can hold. After seeing him break through the 8 gates of hell, she already knew he wasn't normal. But this is far more than she can handle. Then one of his memories brushes against her, and her body begins turning gold. She tells herself to stay focused because one mistake could trap her inside his mind. She has to find the memories connected to her godfather and escape quickly. So she starts flying through it all, searching through the protagonist's memories. Again and again, she nearly touches them, and she realizes there are even more the deeper she goes into his consciousness. The memories keep affecting her repeatedly until she can't see anything anymore. At that point, she thinks there's no other choice. Instead of remaining trapped, she'll use the last of her strength and break through those memories, forcing her way directly through them until she finally reaches the memory she wants. There, she finds an enormous golden memory, the moment the protagonist saw her godfather's memories. As soon as she looks, she knows she finally found them, but then she sees herself there too, calling out to her godfather. He answers, calling her by name, Sir Wen Armelt, and saying she's there. He notices her and draws her into the memory. The moment she touches it, she starts crying out that it took her so long to find him. She says she has been searching for him for 900 years and swears she'll find him again no matter what, asking if he can hear her. She promises she will find him. Then, when she wakes outside, she wonders what just happened. After becoming trapped in his consciousness, she can't tell what came next. But then she notices something completely different. She's in the real world. She thinks changing her appearance was a smart idea because she was still trying to determine whether this was real, but it truly is Earth. She even sees the place where the protagonist used to live. She says this is world 294, Earth, a place the Marys visit from time to time through the roots of the Tree of Illusion. She's been there often too and even got many of her modern fashion ideas from Earth. Thanks to the efforts of the awakened among the mares and their predecessors, Earth stayed hidden from the rulers for a long time. It seems she fell into the sinister form with Earth as its base. She's shocked to learn the protagonist is from Earth. Then she remembers her godfather explaining that inside every being is a subconscious realm called the Sinister, built from the target's hometown, and that all illusions in the world are made from that base. If she falls into the Sinister, there's only one way out. Inside that subconscious world, she has to find the guide, the only one who knows the way out. As she wonders where to find him, a boy suddenly runs toward her and rushes past, shouting for her to move. Other people are chasing him, and she realizes she knows that child. Then one of the men who has been chasing him for a long time says it's time to give up, but the boy grabs an iron bar and gets ready to face both of them. One of the men says children are nothing but trouble, but Sir Wen steps in and shouts for them to stop. She demands to know what they think they're doing to a child, and both men are shocked that someone actually interfered. The boy warns her that it's dangerous there and tells her to get back. The men say he refused to become an adult, and refusing adulthood is a serious crime, punishable by death. They ask what else they were supposed to do, but hunt him down. She's stunned. They want to execute him. She's even more shocked that merely remaining a child is treated as such a serious crime, and wonders whether Earth ever had a law like that. Then another man appears and says something about her feels wrong. He points out that the way she speaks is strange, and her clothes are strange too. The other one wonders if she's merely wearing cosplay. The suspicious man tells her to show her ID card, while other asks if those are horns on her head. She freezes, realizing she didn't completely hide her horns. Then she remembers what her godfather told her. If she ever falls into the sinister, she must not do anything. That draws attention. This world rejects the sinister, and if she stands out there, no one knows what might happen to her. She remembers her godfather's warning, but there is no other choice now, so she creates a fireball, planning to drive them back with magic. The two men freeze when they see the flames, but she can't cast the spell. It fails completely, and immediately a warning goes out. They drop the iron bar, and their bodies begin changing into something else while the boy tries to say something. In the next second, they twist into monsters, shapeless creatures, while a voice announces that alien substances have been found in the world. She nearly dies from fear, and the order comes to exterminate both of them at once. She tells them to wait, but they grab her anyway, and then the boy rushes in, demanding to know what they're doing. He strikes one in the head to make him release her, but the one behind them prepares to attack. The boy, however, tears his head off in one move. She falls to the ground, stunned by how quickly it all happened. Still, she knows she was right. The only conscious being inside this subconscious world, the guide, has to be that boy. That child is Jerian himself, the guide of his own sinister world. She says he truly walks around without fear, even in a dark alley like this. The boy shrugs and says that's simply how you survive. Then he asks whether she can survive there. She insists she can and asks if he truly thinks she's that weak. He only tells her to follow him. Looking at his sharp eyes and stubborn face, she realizes this must be what he looked like when he was young. And if a guide reflects the ego's mental age, then his mind is still completely that of a child. She already starts thinking she'll tease him about this forever once she returns. Then Jerian says what she guessed is true. She was swept in by the currents of memory. Sometimes memory fragments get lost and fall into this place. It's the first time a living being like her has come there, which is strange. Then he asks why she's staring at him like that. And she points out that everyone in this world is an adult, but he's the only child. She asks why he kept living there and whether the police are always chasing him. He says yes, so she asks why this world wants to kill a child simply for refusing to become an adult. He answers that it's because there is an adult. That shocks her. A world where everything is the same really would try to destroy anything different. Then he says he has a question too, and she asks what it is. He wants to know what Willie is like outside. He tries to act as though he isn't that curious, but it's obvious. She realizes he's asking about the Willie from the outside world, and she isn't sure how to describe him, because when she thinks about it, she doesn't truly know much about Jairon either. She wonders what she can say to make him happy, then tells him the outside Willie is much like him. He asks if that means Willie outside isn't an adult. She says no, he's still a child. With that, he lights up. She notices how happy he is, and honestly, it's adorable. Then he says he'll send her back first, which feels sudden. He reaches up and touches her hair, saying he'll send her back together with the thing that came in with her. She asks what he means, and he explains that the fragment hidden in her hair is a memory fragment. That shocks her even more. Something really did enter with her at that moment, and now he wants to send her back along with it. She asks if he truly knows how to do that, and he says yes because that's what he does. He takes the fragment and says returning lost memories to where they belong is his job. She has to admit the child is unbelievably cute. Then she realizes that's why they're called guides. They return lost memories to their original place. He adds that since this one is red, it must be extremely important and urgent. She asks whether they're ranked by importance. He says memory fragments are sorted into white, green, blue, and red. If he doesn't return one to its proper place quickly, the person outside could be in real danger. Sir Wen Armelt immediately thinks this must be an important memory, especially now that the monarchs of the 12 regions are such a threat. She starts wondering what it could be, so she asks if he can send them back immediately. The boy says that's impossible. He can only send her and the memory back when the passage opens, and the problem is that he has no idea when that will happen. She begins to panic. He says it's late now, so they'll rest in the underground passage and move tomorrow. She asks if he lives there alone. He says yes, and then she wonders how he would even know the passage opened if he's trapped inside. He explains that when the passage opens, the Wi-Fi signal suddenly becomes unstable, so he uses a communication device to catch the signal. She asks if all they can do is wait for that, and he says yes. Then he adds that tomorrow morning they'll wake early and go to the convenience store for something else. That surprises her, but he says that's where they get supplies for the day. Though honestly, it doesn't sound like he's buying anything. He starts talking about the delicious triangle kimbap and burgers there, and she realizes this is how he gets food every morning. So she asks whether after that they'll only wait for the passage in the morning, and he says yes. But then she asks if he's truly all right living like this. She wants to say more but stops. Perhaps he's trapped there because of a sea, and perhaps this world became this way because of a tower of nightmares. All the pain and scars Jae-hwan endured and his refusal to ever bow down even after such a difficult journey left him like this. That's why he ended up creating a world like this. After they sit there in silence for a while, he says there hasn't been any signal for an entire week. Whenever that device catches one, he goes out himself to retrieve the memory fragment. But she asks what happens if the police chase him again like before. He says that's only when he's unlucky, and it doesn't happen often, so she says that means all he does is return memories to where they belong. But he says he also looks at other memories. She doesn't quite understand, and he explains that not every memory gets returned. She asks if it's acceptable for him to keep something like that, and he says it is. After all, this one is a white memory. She admits she doesn't know what that means. He tells her to watch closely because if he touches it, the memory will play again like this. When he does, the memory unfolds before her like a movie. Now she can see everything clearly. He's watching more old memories from the protagonist. Back when he was only a child, she sees little Jaewan with his mother, and she's telling him she'll return that book today. Then she notices it's a book she knows too, The Little Prince, a famous story that's even required reading among the mares. The boy asks his mother whether the little prince came to Earth, and she says yes, he did come to Earth. Then she explains that the little prince said what truly matters can never be seen with the eyes. Sir Wen Armelt reflects that this book is about the little prince seeing the world through his own eyes. It's a message to adults who count numbers all day and call that important, that the things that truly matter can't be seen. It's a beautiful story about a prince who trusts imagination and keeps his innocence. But the end of that beautiful story is the little prince's death. Perhaps that ending had to happen. Perhaps he had to die for the story to remain beautiful, because only things that die can remain innocent. Then the boy asks what happens to the world the little prince left behind. What remains in that world? She answers that the world still has the little prince. He asks how, since isn't he dead? She says the truth is, The little prince never died because he kept living on Earth. When Sir Wen sees the boy say that, she knows it was clearly a lie, meant to comfort a child. But the little prince who refused to give up on the world is him. That story may not be realistic, but it became the power that still supports him. And the world born after he fought the system's oppression, even if it still lacks solid logic, deep world building, or a polished foundation, doesn't bow or submit to anyone. That world was born in the world after the end, and she begins to understand how all of this works. She understands what's happening now, but still wonders why a memory like this is classified as white. White memories aren't supposed to matter much. Then she wonders what kind of memories he had to forget just to survive. Suddenly, something appears on the boy's screen and he realizes there's a portal. She asks where he's going. Did he receive a signal? He says it has started, and they need to prepare quickly. She asks what started, but when she looks up, she sees it directly behind her, a massive portal. He says it'll open fully soon, and seeing that huge crater, she freezes. The sky splits open, and she only stares. The boy says that opening is the path that will take them outside. As they rush toward it, everyone nearby notices, and those monsters start chasing them. Sir Wen sees they all reacted the moment the corridor opened, and the boy tries to run, but the monsters are already too close. She wonders if there are simply too many, even while Hai keeps protecting her from them. He explains that the corridor is something unnatural in this place, so the creatures are coming to destroy it by instinct once it appears. It also won't remain open for long, so they have to reach the roof before it vanishes. But the monsters break through the door and grab the boy by the neck. Sir Wen lunges in to help, but even then he throws them off and drives his iron bar into one of their heads, then swings at the other. Watching this, she begins to realize the child truly is unbelievably tough. He snaps her out of it, asking why she's frozen there and telling her to get inside. Now she asks if he truly isn't afraid, even in a situation like this. Then she remembers he's that man's ego, so naturally he isn't afraid. He would probably say these things are only numbers. So when more monsters block the path, the young protagonist charges directly at them, and she thinks he'd say they aren't even real. They're only rules made by the adults of this world. He keeps clearing a path while she runs behind him, but she still can't see the exit and asks where the hell it is. He says it's only a little farther. Then she spots it and shouts for him to hurry. He makes it to the top, and a monster almost catches him, but he slips through the door. She slams it shut, and he says he'll hold them back. He tells her to jump into the corridor now, but she asks what he's going to do. He says he'll handle himself and tells her not to worry, to go now because the passage will begin closing soon. But Sir Wan Armelt says she wants him to come with her. They need to leave together. He stares at her and asks what the hell she's talking about. She tells him that if she leaves alone, he'll be left behind by himself. So he has to come too. He hadn't even considered that. Still, he says he can't do it. And she asks why. He answers that this place is his world, and he has to remain there. He tells her to go alone and admits that he can't do this anymore. That answer leaves her angry and frustrated. In the end, she stops arguing, turns around and runs for the exit. But before she enters the portal, the boy calls out with one final question. Does Will in the outside world have friends? Almost in tears, she turns back and tells him yes. He has many friends. The boy likes hearing that. He says he's glad, then lets go of the door and allows the monsters to rush in. He urges her to enter quickly before it closes, while he fights them off. Seeing what he's doing, Sir Wen Armelt says that when she returns, she'll tell him about this boy, and when he feels unbearable loneliness and thinks he can't continue anymore, she'll make sure he knows that the version of the little prince he believed in wasn't wrong, because the little prince she saw never gave up on his world, no matter what. With that, she returns to where the memories were and sees she's back in the memory channel. At last, she says she'll have to abandon her godfather's memories. She still doesn't know how time flows between reality and the sinister, and she can't afford to become lost there again. Even so, she feels she gained something. When she returns, she thinks she'll be able to build a good tower. Now fully decided, she says she'll follow him on the expedition and slowly learn about her godfather through him instead. But then she remembers something. She never opened that memory. Even if it belongs to him, she thinks it should be fine to look. And when she opens it, she sees something unbelievable. She wonders if that is her godfather and whether this memory is connected to him. Then, in front of him, she sees something so horrifying that it leaves her shaken. She thinks it's too much. That was the one and only Soul King catastrophe, also called the Desert Fist of Chaotic Disaster and the King of the Dead. Estimated power, impossible to measure. Descriptions sealed inside the strange factory created by the masters born from chaos. Notes mention descending death and the sword of the void. She wonders why this memory is read. It's true that you have to find Soul King Catastrophe to reach the abyss, but you don't need to fight him. And truly, you can't fight him in chaos. Not even the monarchs can do that. So she starts wondering if this could mean what she thinks it does, but she forces herself not to dwell on it. She has to get back to reality quickly. Thinking he must not do that, she decides she has to stop it, no matter what. Then she finally returns. Meanwhile, the old man is standing in a deeply eerie place, saying 900 years have passed. Camille becomes excited that they've finally arrived, carrying the mermaid, while the protagonist says yes, this is the final entrance to the abyss that he found in Mulak's records about the abyss, the strange factory. Lauren asks if he's going in immediately, calling him Castellan, but the protagonist corrects him again. He isn't the Castellan anymore. Just in case, he tells them not to wait for him and says he'll handle things himself. Lauren says he knows that, but to him, he'll always be the Castellan. The protagonist lets him call him whatever he wants. He says he's already warned them many times that not everyone can enter the abyss. Yet more than 3,000 people still came with him. Many were left behind too. Since an abyss expedition is a long-held dream in chaos, they won't listen even if he tries to stop them. It's a huge headache, and that woman he has to take with him threw herself into danger and still hasn't woken up. Still, he knows a Mary is very useful, so he can't just leave her there. Then, as they approach the factory, the hangar begins opening. Carlton Javier wonders why it opened so suddenly, but then they see something coming, out-horned beasts. The protagonist already knew there was no way they would be allowed in peacefully. The beasts emerge, full of killing intent, and charge at everyone. Kamen tells everyone to stay calm and prepare to fight. Meanwhile, in the new region, at the former Palace of Absolute Darkness, the scene shifts there. The timid monarch Laika First Edition is kneeling and trembling before another man. He says that even though his soul was damaged when his arm was cut off in chaos, he still made it safely back to his body in the great land. But he's terrified of what this man will do to him for returning alone. Then the man asks if Samengaram is gone, saying he knew this day would come eventually. He asks what his final moments were like. Did he look happy? Standing there are the ice monarch Vargas and the white-haired monarch Masaha, and Laika First Edition says that he was. The man says that's great. Then he continues. The 5 dragon brothers at great general level are dead too. On top of that, the 17th great general Canael, the 21st great general Megiddo, and the 1st great general, along with his bloodline family, the hidden Roma monarch, Sam Young, Sam Angaram, are all dead. Laika First Edition can already feel his heart pounding. All of them died, yet he, a mere brigadier general, survived. He tries to explain himself, but the man tells him to raise his head. The look in his eyes is terrifying. Laika First Edition feels crushing pressure. That man is clearly strong, but compared to him, Laika is weaker by several levels. The gap between them is enormous. This is the true ruler, the strategist monarch of black shadows. Samyang Hyang. Hyang orders the timid monarch to look, and he obeys at once. He says that a few days ago, he traveled to the route because he simply wanted to leave. That's sicking behind. He went there with high expectations, since that world had been hidden by the Marrows and it truly lived up to its name. Leica First Edition can't help asking what he's suddenly talking about. He then says he brought something back from there, and if Leica is interested, he can come live with him. Acting like a little dog, Leica says that would be an honor, realizing Hyang is indirectly saying he won't blame him. Hyang confirms it. From the start, this wasn't a situation where Leica could have done anything anyway. Who could have guessed that a mere product would be that strong? Then Hyang leads him to another area and asks if it isn't amazing, showing him a picture with a cup on it. Leica First Edition says he has great taste and that he's never seen a painting like this before, talking about its amazing possibilities. But inside, he thinks the man clearly has no eye for real art. Hyang says this artwork isn't special because it's a painting. Leica First Edition asks what it is, and Hyang asks if he knows what's drawn there. Leica says it looks like a cup used for drinking tea. Hyang replies that, more precisely, it's an object like a teacup. Then he asks if Leica can read what is written at the bottom of the artwork. Leica First Edition apologizes and says he can't. So Hyang tells him it says, "This is not a teacup." He says the artist clearly drew a teacup and then claimed it isn't one. Isn't that incredible? How could someone think like that? He asks if Leica truly sees that drawing as a teacup. And Leica First Edition says yes, but Holmes says no, this isn't a teacup. It's only a drawing that looks like one. He grabs Leica First Edition by the face and stares him down. Then he asks if that isn't strange. People still call it a teacup, even though it's only a picture and nobody can touch it or drink from it. Even so, everyone says it is a teacup. Holmes asks if that isn't strange. Leica First Edition quickly agrees, saying yes, it really is strange. Holmes continues, saying this idea doesn't stop with that one drawing. There are countless teacups in the world, and none of them look exactly alike. Still, people call all of them teacups. Thinking about that again and again led him to one question. What is a real teacup, and does something like that even exist? Leica First Edition starts to understand. A thing can be a teacup and not a teacup at the same time. He realizes the painting is asking about the true essence of existence, though he still wonders why any of this matters. Holmes calls it a great work of art and says someone raised inside System T would have a hard time reaching that kind of thought. Then he asks if Leica First Edition finally understands the painting's true value. He says yes, it truly is a great piece of art. Hearing that, Holmes says it seems he does understand art. So now it's his turn to give an answer. When he looked at that drawing, he began asking himself one thing. What is a monarch? Leica First Edition replies that a monarch is the most worthy, noble, and important being in this land. Holmes says those are nice words, but what do they actually point to? Is he talking about the ice monarch standing there, or the white-haired monarch beside him, or could the word mean Holmes himself? Leica First Edition says of course that's obvious. He understands now. Holmes cuts him off. If that's true, then this isn't a monarch. So what is Leica First Edition? He couldn't even destroy a single product. He came back alone after losing all his comrades. How could someone like that still be called a monarch? Leica First Edition trembles and shrinks back before Holmes. After that, Holmes reaches for his blade and lets the timid monarch's blood run down the stairs. The ice monarch hands Holmes something to wipe himself with, and Holmes thanks him. Then he says he really likes that painting and asks what the other monarch thinks. The answer is, it's truly amazing. So Holmes says he should give it a name. Since that thing isn't a monarch, he laughs and asks where they are now. The ice monarch says they should be near the strange factory. Holmes realizes they're almost at the abyss. That means it's time to prepare for battle. He orders the 5th and 6th lieutenant generals to be summoned. They need to teach that bastard his prince's lesson in humility. As he enters a room, Holm thinks to himself about World 296. Earth is a planet he likes more and more. He likes many of its memories, but one in particular stays with him. He looks ahead, wearing a faintly nostalgic expression at someone bound in chains. He says that's also why he came here this time. It's because of that. His eyes remain on the person hanging in the middle of the gate. Then he notices someone standing before him who looks a lot like the protagonist. Holm brings up the saying about having the courage to die, calling it a fine phrase. Now he wants to test whether that person also has the courage to stop him. Just then, the Ice Monarch calls out to Holm. Holm asks if he wasn't told not to bother him when he's alone. The Ice Monarch apologizes but says there's something he needs to ask. The narrow gate has been closed, just as Holm said. So how are they supposed to cross Prokhouse? Holm gives the same answer as before. If they want to know whether they have the courage to die, then they should go kill him themselves. The Ice Monarch can't make sense of that. Holm asks what else there is to do besides exactly what he said. The Ice Monarch starts realizing this. Man is completely insane. Holm wants the very first one to go, there to be the Ice Monarch. Meanwhile, back at the strange factory, everyone is fighting through those horned beasts to reach the factory. One of them says he can't believe the place is producing horned beasts again. It's been a long time, but they'll have to use everything they have. The stronger fighters deal with the beasts without much trouble, but others die along the way. The protagonist, however, wipes out a huge number of beasts with a single thrust, and nobody can believe it. Kameen says that no matter how many times he sees it, it's always amazing. The old man agrees. It's real power. Even Kameen goes quiet after seeing it. But the old man says he's been acting strangely for a while. He asks if Kameen is upset because he couldn't go with the expedition group, then tells him not to worry. He doesn't know about the others, but the protagonist would definitely have taken him along. Meanwhile, the protagonist is effortlessly cutting down everything before him with his horn-eating sword. He says no matter how many horns it eats, the weapon still isn't recovering quickly enough. He figures that's because of how badly it was damaged in the last fight. If it weren't a spirit weapon that can heal itself, it might be better to simply make a new sword. Based on what Michael said, spirit weapons go through 3 major evolutions. Each one brings a huge boost in power or ability, but his sword still doesn't seem to be changing. Then another beast, a giant horned beast, appears, shocking everyone in the battle. The creature glares at them from inside, giving off a terrifying aura. Yu himself asks what in the world just appeared. He's already hiding far away, and merely sensing it from there is too much. The beast steps out with massive horns, one eye in the middle of its head, and smaller horns around its mouth. As it moves forward, people are crushed under its feet. They count 8 horns. Anything above 5 is rarely seen. Nobody can believe an 8-horned beast is there. To kill a 7-horn, they'd need at least 3 7th-stage adapters. For an 8-horned beast, they'd need someone at least at brigadier general level. Then they notice it's heading straight for the fortress master. They ask why it's targeting the protagonist. No one knows, but it looks furious. Then they look at the sword, and the monster locks onto it. They wonder if the two recognize each other. It seems the 8-horn is enraged over the loss of its companions. It charges directly at the protagonist and fires a massive blast, but the protagonist faces it head-on. Cayman yells for him to move, but the old man cuts in and asks Cayman if he's serious right now. Cayman asks what he means. The old man says that after everything they've seen so far, he's still worried. The protagonist simply activates that power again, then aims directly at the center of the attack and strikes cleanly. The blow pushes through and reaches the 8-horn itself. Every beast in front is swept away by that wave of power. Kameen can barely keep his footing against the force and realizes the protagonist has become even stronger than before. He wonders if this is the power of the Genesis awakening he unlocked. There isn't even flesh left on the bones of the beasts before him, and the 8-horn dies in a single hit. The protagonist thanks it for the horns and is about to let the sword eat when someone suddenly shouts to bring down Michael Garnad. Everyone nearby is startled. The protagonist turns around and the whole group is shocked by what appeared. The old man, however, seems to know them already. He had been expecting them. One of the newcomers mocks Michael Garnad for becoming arrogant just because he brought down one product. He says they are the peak of chaos. Horned beasts. Another says that human is strong, but he doesn't feel the energy of a monarch. The old man explains that these are the rulers of all horned beasts. The third says it has been a while since he's seen someone cause this much trouble for Michael Garnad. Each of them has 10 horns. They're the leaders of the strange factory. Even with those creatures right in front of him, the protagonist only notices there are 3 10 horns. And his sword becomes excited. The one who seems to be their leader can't believe it, and the protagonist says that number should be enough for his sword. Everyone stops and stares at those creatures. One of them says he heard people were trying to reach the abyss, but he never expected it to be this man. Looking at the 3 monsters, the protagonist says they may be weaker than Samgaram, the monarch of hidden aroma, but they're clearly above the Silent Storm monarchs. Even so, if all 3 attacked at once, dealing with them could become difficult. Then the old man tells the protagonist to wait. There's no need to fight them. He doesn't like them either. But the factory leaders are not their enemies. Yastu says that now that she looks more closely, it seems they've met the old man before. She can't believe it and asks if he's truly willing to climb again after everything he suffered. But Edizaki tells Yasu not to be rude. These people are guests of the factory's great leader. Then he tells the protagonist to come inside, because the great leader of the factory is waiting for him. They finally enter. Carlton Javier is amazed. He never thought horned beasts were made like this. The old man then points out that the 8-horned beast Jaiwan defeated is already being repaired there. That puts him at ease. Thanks to the old man's stubbornness, he and Carlton Javier were allowed inside too. He had bluntly threatened the 3 leaders, telling them to let everyone enter before he made a move. Then Juniaki walks over, greets the protagonist, and asks his name. Jiridawan introduces himself and begins explaining that Michael Garnad is a very valuable product. He tells MC not to destroy it, since they only make one every 10 years. It takes that long because it's difficult to create. Hearing that, MC says there must not be many wild, 8-horned beasts around. He mentions fighting the dead great demons, and they explain that happened during the palace invasion. Carlton Javier says they never imagined they'd meet the famous apostles of the gods on their journey to the abyss, which surprises him. They already know who he is. Carlton Javier asks about the great god of machines, wondering if they are apostles of the gods. Yaz mocks the fools of chaos for having sharp ears, and Edazak cuts in to say they're already there for a reason. He tells them the great leader's room is directly ahead. Then the door opens. All 3 of them are stunned by what they find inside. A huge machine, a man standing there. The figure turns and says this must be the awakened, one who opened Genesis. This is the great factory leader, Anyak. As Jaiwan looks at him, that name feels strangely familiar. He keeps thinking about it and then realizes all the factory leaders' names sound familiar. They don't feel like real names. They sound more like product names. So the protagonist asks if he's ever heard of a planet called Earth. After thinking for a moment, Anyak says that's the name of a phone. Around there, people call it World 294. Then Anyak asks why. Jaewon wants to know. MC points out that all their names sound like machines. Anyak says people call them creations of a god from the world of change. If that's true, that world may be his home. So he asks about that god. Anyak answers by asking if he truly knows nothing about the abyss. To put it simply, If monarchs rule the great lands, then the ones who rule the abyss are the gods, and the land those gods fight over is the abyss itself. Carlton Javier finds that interesting. The old man asks if that means the gods of the abyss play the same role as monarchs. Enyuk says the roles are similar, but they're not the same. Most monarchs are simply adapters of the system. Gods and adapters are different. Jaewon says that in his world, gods are all-powerful. So what exactly qualifies as a god there? Enyuk explains that the gods of the abyss are not all-knowing or all-powerful. In some cases, someone can become something close to a god. Still, as a god's creation, he can't fully explain what a god is. What he can explain is what kind of beings gods are. He looks at the protagonist and says that Jaewon himself is a god. That catches MC off guard. Enyuk says it's true. He is awakened. He opened Genesis and is unusually fierce. Those who open Genesis and become awakened by taking in their own world stand on the same level as the gods of the abyss, and the protagonist may even be beyond them. Unlike those gods, the awakened don't need representatives. Every god in the abyss does, and without them, they can't do anything on their own. They exist by granting their world to their representatives and followers. The more followers a god has, the stronger that god becomes. Gods with too few followers can never reach their full power. Jaewon starts thinking this place helps beings become stronger when they can't gather more followers. To him, it sounds a lot like one of those platforms. Enyok adds that it's actually rare for a human soul like MC's to reach godhood, and MC asks why. Enyok says most gods are made by higher beings who gather karma and evolve them into physical forms. They build karma through control, essentially like contribution points. Once a higher being earns enough karma, it can become independent after receiving permission from Big Brother. Those who gain their own worlds and become independent are called gods. Jaewon thinks about that name, Big Brother. Even gods need its approval, become true gods. Even from this brief explanation, he can tell it's important. But nothing about it comes to mind, which is strange for something this significant not to be recorded in the Abyss records. So he asks who Big Brother truly is. Carlton Javier says that from what he knows, Big Brother is the name of an organization that protects the system. The old man says, that's what he knows too. Enyuk replies that, of course, that's what they'd think. To ordinary humans like them, that is what Big Brother appears to be. Jaewon asks if that's wrong. Enyuk says he'd rather not speak about it too directly. What he can say is that Big Brother is a god, the greatest among gods and the keeper of the system. That's what Big Brother is. Jaewon nervously says Big Brother is terrifying and that if they don't hide well, its lightning shot will find them. Ajizaki immediately tells him to stop talking nonsense. Jaewon moves past that and asks the real question. Was their god killed by Big Brother? Anyak says he is surprising in many ways. Then he confirms it. Yes, they lost their god to Big Brother. That's why they were exiled from the abyss and sent there. The protagonist realizes he's learning all kinds of information the abyss records never mentioned. He remembers Anyak saying they lost their god, but their power was still useful. So they were allowed to make a contract with Big Brother. Even so, they're frustrated. If they at least had a Titan warrior, a double-less ex machina, or something like that, they could do more. Anyak even asked Moloch Armalt for help, hoping he could find that Titan warrior for them. MC says he doesn't know every detail, but he understands the basic situation. They lost their god, yet they were left there because they still had value. Then Anyak turns to MC. He says there's only one reason he called him there, and he asks what it is. Anyak tells the protagonist to give up on going to the abyss. The old man says that doesn't sound like their decision to make. Yas grumbles that the man has a lot of nerve, but Anyak tells her to step back. He says the old man is right. This isn't their decision. The one who can decide simply won't allow Jaewon to go. So MC asks if that means the Soul King is blocking them. Anyak says yes, the Soul King is angry with him. He asks if it's because he killed the Mega Dead One, and Anyak confirms it. Magroth The Megadead the protagonist killed earlier was one of the Soul King's favorite servants. So to summarize, first, only the Soul King can open the entrance to the abyss. Second, the Soul King is angry at a child for killing his servant. And third, because he's angry, he won't open the gate to the abyss. Jaewon asks if that's a fair summary. Annyeok says the wording is slightly rude, but yes, that's basically correct. MC tells them to open the gate anyway. Annyeok says he clearly doesn't understand the situation, but he says he understands perfectly. He'll settle it himself, face to face, so they should open the gate. Annyeok answers that he can't do that no matter how he phrases it. The protagonist asks if that's truly how it is. Then he turns hostile, and Yaz says they should have done this from the beginning. The old man sighs, noticing it ended the same way as always. Annyeok says they have no choice. Then Jaewon mentions the Deus Ex Machina, which shocks Annyeok. MC says that if they open the gate, he'll find the Titan warrior they lost in the abyss. Annyeok stares at him and asks how the hell he knows about that. He says he doesn't need to explain the details. He only wants them to open the portal. He even shows them a kind of screen that finally convinces Annyeok. He brings out the key and Jaewon is pleased. Things worked out so easily. After the protagonist passes through the portal, with Annyeok beside him, Annyeok says MC truly did make it this far after all. He admits he's never met a human like him. Jaewon says he's been hearing that a lot lately. Annyeok asks if he truly thinks he can persuade the Soul King. He only says nobody knows until they try. Annyeok says he hopes it works. The protagonist thanks him, but then Annyeok mentions that MC seems to have a god stigma, yet he isn't using it. He asks if he's referring to that mark, and Annyeok says yes. He explains that this stigma is one of the gifts he and the apostles gave to humans. Originally, they gave it along with a 7-horned beast to serve as a guardian. He doesn't know whether that horned beast was destroyed when the stigma was passed to the protagonist, but it's gone now. From this point on, whenever the protagonist uses the stigma, horned beasts won't attack him. And if he meets other apostles hiding in the abyss, the stigma should help him earn their trust. Jae-Fyeon says he'll remember that and keeps moving. They head toward the place where the Soul King is. Annyeok says MC will have to walk alone from there. As he looks at that bridge, he thanks Annyeok for guiding him and says he'll return soon. Annyeok tells him not to forget. He has 1 hour to return. If he doesn't come back by then, Annyeok will force the portal shut, no matter what happens. Jae-Fyeon says he understands. He adds that he won't waste time in there, so Annyeok shouldn't worry. Then he keeps walking across the bridge. As he moves forward, he remembers what Annyeok said about trying to persuade the Soul King. Truthfully, Jaewon isn't completely sure this time, but after obtaining Mulik's records of the abyss, he already formed his plan to solve everything and destroy this world. This is the path he has to take. When he reaches the king's door, he realizes this is the palace of the dead, and the gate is made from the horns of horned beasts. That's how they sealed the dead away. The protagonist figures it must have taken tremendous effort to build something this massive, and when the gate opens, he feels the crushing force from the other side. The Soul King asks if he came all this way to offer up his own life, speaking directly to Jaeyuan. The pressure almost throws him backward from that power, and he's stunned. So this is the true strength of the original Soul King. Merely hearing his voice makes it feel as though MC's body might tear apart. The king demands to know how he dared kill his servant and try to enter the palace of dead. He only asks him to listen, saying he came to make a deal. The Soul King questions that immediately, asking how an inferior soul that can't even enter the palace dares speak of making a deal with him. To him, Jae-Won is unbelievably arrogant, but the protagonist addresses him directly as Soul King Catastrophe, the King of Chaos, the first awakened. He says that while he was once a god, now he's been reduced to a mere king, and asks how the strongest god in the abyss ended up as nothing more than a gatekeeper. Is that truly all someone that powerful can do? That only makes the Soul King even angrier. Jaewon presses further, asking if he doesn't want revenge on the bastard who exiled him from the abyss and imprisoned him there. Then he repeats himself one final time. He came to make a deal. At that, the crushing pressure suddenly disappears. The king says MC is far more arrogant than he first thought. Still, he tells Jahir first, Dishan Wan, that he'll listen, saying he had better possess something valuable enough to support that arrogance. Only then will he be allowed to leave alive. This man is no joke. If he wants to stand against him head-on, he'll need to grow much stronger. Even so, he says he knows about the promise made between Moloch, Armelt, and the king 900 years ago. The Soul King asks how he knows that, and the protagonist says he's there to take over that promise. The king asks if he understands what that means, and MC says yes. He tells Soul King Catastrophe that he'll lead him to the end of the abyss. Meanwhile, back at the factory, everyone is waiting calmly for Jaewon. When Serwen Armel wakes up, the others are surprised she slept so long. She asks where they are, then realizes they're right before the strange factory, and nearly panics. The girl is shocked and demands to know where Jahir First Edition Wan is, saying she has to speak to him immediately because she needs to stop him. But Jahir and Chalver ask why she's suddenly acting like this and tell her he already went inside. Then they notice firefly-like lights drifting around, and the air suddenly feels hotter. One of them warns the others not to touch them carelessly. But Wan Young says touching them probably won't hurt. They're only fireflies. But the moment he touches one, everyone is shocked because it explodes. That fire spreads through many of the dead, burning them in those flames, and even the factory starts breaking apart. Serwen Armel is terrified by what she sees, watching people get burned alive by that thing. Then they realize those attackers are monarchs, and everyone starts wondering why they're there. Wan calls for Jaewon to come out, mocking him as the annoying fortress master and saying they came to fight, just as he wanted. The moment everyone sees these monsters arrive, fear spreads rapidly. Wan orders them to kill everyone except the adapters above second stage, and the slaughter begins. That white flame devours bodies everywhere. One of them says he doesn't care what happens to the others. They only need to kill Jaewon. He orders them not to let anyone counterattack. According to the lieutenant, that one belongs to the emerald insect family, the poisonous monarch No Kulmyong's Yang Du. Euron Chiver and the others are surrounded by a giant centipede, and Yang Du says that bastard killed his family, the ones sent into chaos, and now they'll pay for crossing. The emerald insect family. He talks about starting a war against chaos to avenge Samyong Garam, but says there's no way that bastard Samyong Ron would move for that reason alone. Nishimoto says to Samyong Siming Yuha that he's certain Ron is plotting something and warns everyone to be careful about what those bastards from the 9th region are doing. The others agree. Nishimoto calls it pathetic because, judging by the level of these abyss fighters, he can already estimate the fortress master's level. He doesn't believe nearly 100 monarchs came for only one product. He says that because of Ron's words, he ended up experiencing death again after 3,000 long years. When they say there was enough fruit for everyone, he asks Ron if he was telling the truth, and Ron says, of course, telling them not to worry about that. He says he'll leave it in their hands, and the remaining fruit should be handed over to the Samyang family. He reminds them not to forget that he is the first son of the Samyang family, before he is the strategist of the 9th region. But Ron thinks he's too tied to old loyalties. Ron finds it laughable. There are 20 from the Emerald Itzenek family, 10 from the 7th region, 20 from the Samyang family, and 50 he gathered from the 9th region. There are a great many of them, and it's obvious what they want. If they only stare at one tree, they'll miss the whole forest. That's why they fell for the lie that there were still fruits left. Since Ron came there in person, they believed there was no way he could be lying. He almost felt sorry for them. Even so, he tells them not to become too angry. Lies are only lies when promises aren't kept. And even if they don't reach the end of the abyss, there are many other ways to obtain fruit. He mentions the 7 higher-ranked gods who rule the abyss. That's because they'll obtain fruit through a deal. Those 7 great gods. Normally, deals like that shouldn't even be possible, since those 7, the strongest beings in the abyss, lack nothing. But there is one thing even they want, and that is the awakened. For gods who need hosts to exist, nothing is more valuable than awakened beings, people who can easily accept a new world. And thanks to that bastard, many awakened that the gods' desire have arrived there. Then Ron speaks to Vargas. When he leads his troops to find the product, Ron says the others still haven't realized it. But once they learn the true value of the product and the tower, the 7th region and the emerald insect family, will definitely try to steal it. So they need to seize that bastard first before that happens. Vargas leaves immediately. Ron says the tower was built to protect chaos, and because of that, all of chaos was made inside the Grand Tower of Nightmares. Using the tower he created, they'll enslave more awakened, use them to monopolize the fruits, and make deals with the gods of the abyss. With all those fruits stored up, he plans to turn the 9th region into a new palace of resurrection. With a monopoly on the fruits, he can change everything. The 9th region will become the only place in the Holy Land with monarchs who don't fear death, and even enemy monarchs will surrender and join him. Then the Holy Land will be ruled by the Dark 9th region. But while Ron is boasting about all that, someone attacks him, and he feels that strike tearing through him. He tries to look ahead to see what's happening, wondering how someone down there dared to do that. Cayman keeps attacking while shouting for everyone to stay together and not split up. Until the fortress master finishes his business, they cannot allow these bastards into the factory. Ron becomes angry seeing everyone resist and says it's time to crush these insects. Zhongdu curses at them too, calling them stubborn and ordering them to bring him the humans, named Jai and Huan. He sends his insects at everyone while Ron gets ready to charge into the entire group, landing directly near them and startling everyone. Even Zhongdu doesn't look pleased about Ron stepping in. Ron says that now that he looks closely, that big idiot is there too, the fool who betrayed the stage of darkness because of her selfish wishes. She then realizes another lieutenant of the stage of darkness is there, and that man is the most dangerous of them all. Ron tells the monarch of poison to stop, but Treyundu says his body is too fired up to stand still. Ron reminds him that he's in charge of this operation and tells him to wait for now. At that moment, Cayman rushes at him, attacking with everything he has. Seeing him charge in, Ron says these souls are always stubborn and never learn. As Cayman attacks, Ron strikes back, blasting him away and taking out others with the same hit. They realize he has that much power in a single blow, and it's completely absurd. His attack even reaches the factory. Ron simply stands there, looking at all of them on the ground and saying, "This is how you crush people so they don't even dare look you in the eye." But as he tries to move forward, Juan grabs his leg, saying he won't let him pass. Ron says they truly are tough and admits it's nice to see them still trying to stand. Then he raises his foot and stomps down. Huan's hand is crushed beneath his foot, blown apart into pieces that scatter everywhere, and Ron starts laughing. He says it'll be even more enjoyable to stomp on the rest of them too. Inside the factory, the people there feel the impact, and the old man wonders what that shock was. At first, he thinks the humans started causing trouble again because they can't stay still. But Zedzak quickly realizes this doesn't feel like something they're doing. Unmarked tells Jarnik to check what's happening outside. Jarnik uses his power to look out there. Then he reports that terrifying people are outside, subordinates of the monarchs. He warns that the humans are in danger. The old man immediately understands what's happening. He and Carlton Javier rush out at once. Enic calls after them and tells them to wait. But Carlton Javier wonders if those could be the monarchs. The old man says the boy guessed correctly. He figured they'd encounter the monarchs before reaching the abyss. He wonders if they somehow made another narrow portal, but that shouldn't be possible. It would take months, then it hits him. Those bastards truly risked their lives and crossed over. He asks himself if they're trying to wipe out chaos for good so it can never rise again, just as they did 900 years ago. That thought brings back an old memory. A man on the verge of death, telling him he doesn't want to die yet. Back then, the old man told him to pull himself together and asked if he was truly giving up after coming so far, but the man said it was over. Then he handed the old man fruit and told him to go tell everyone they hadn't lost, that they had obtained the fruit, so the Abyss expedition hadn't failed. After they returned, the old man kept repeating the same story. They hadn't failed. The expedition obtained the fruit. He said it again and again, almost as though hypnotizing himself. He lived through years of shame and humiliation, and now those bastards are trying to take everything again. The moment he steps outside and sees the flames, he's horrified. Carlton Javier speaks to the doctor, telling him to get a grip, and the old man truly does. He pushes through the flames, saying he won't let them take everything again like before. He's not the divine doctor anymore, nor that helpless man from the past. He gets close to one of them and strikes from behind, cutting that monarch in half. The first one dies. Then he looks toward Mugiak and Kaima and asks where everyone is. When he looks ahead, he sees a nightmare, people missing eyes, legs, and arms, and even urine coughing up blood. Standing before all of them is Ron himself, the one responsible for this. Kaima isn't the only one still standing after taking that beating. Ron recognizes the divine doctor and sounds pleased, saying it's fortunate there's still one, useful awakened one around. He says nobody told him where JR1 was, so he was becoming annoyed, but this man appeared at the perfect time. Ron says he personally likes souls with strong wills, but he can't waste any more time, so he'll make an example of this man and kill him. The doctor begs him not to. Kaima keeps standing there, thinking about the fortress master, as Ron's sword comes directly at him. In his mind, he says he's sorry, but just before the hit lands, the old man arrives and pulls him back, throwing him toward Sir Wen. She calls out to Shunryu and Carlton, while the other two remain behind, to face that madman Ron. When things don't go his way, Ron becomes furious, though he admits that wasn't bad. Then he forces the old man back with pure strength alone. The doctor is shocked by that spiritual power and wonders if Kaima has been fighting a monster like this the entire time. But then an attack comes from behind Ron, and the factory leaders appear. Zack confronts the Black Shadow strategist, asking what the hell he thinks he's doing. Ron says it has been a long time since he's seen the factory leaders. Zack repeats the question, and Ron answers that he's searching for a product. Once he finds it, he'll leave. Zack asks if that product is the awakened one who opened Genesis, and Ron asks if they know him. Zack realizes they still haven't changed, even after 1,000 years. Treating living beings with souls like objects is too much. Even so, Ron tells them to open the factory gate for him. Zack asks why he wants inside, saying that may be difficult right now. Ron says the target is inside the factory, but Zack cuts him off and repeats that this is a bad time for him. Ron asks what he means, saying it seems Zack didn't understand him. Then he orders him to open the door and calls Zack a pile of scrap metal. The instant he says that, Ron's power crashes toward them like shockwaves. Someone is stunned by his nerve, and Zack asks if Ron forgot that monarchs are forbidden from interfering with the factory. Ron says that's true. They've remained quiet until now because the factory is keeping the Soul King sealed. The Catastrophe Soul King is known as one of the 3 ancient gods, a being that required all the monarchs of the 12 regions to seal. He's the strongest god of the abyss. Ron says he doesn't know exactly how strong that being truly is, But right now, he's only a fallen god creating trash like ghouls. And 1,000 years ago, the supreme monarchs of the 12 regions were far weaker than they are now. Ron declares that he's stronger than all 12 monarchs from back then. Zack warns him that he's making the wrong choice and tells him to stop immediately. But Ron introduces himself as Samyung-Ron's strategist of Black Shadow and asks if Zack truly thinks he'd listen to a lump of metal. Yaz finally loses patience and charges at him, telling him to shut up. But Ron says it's too late. He releases multiple white flame hurricanes directly at Yaz. Then something emerges from inside. A lion-like beast covered in horns bursts out and lunges at Yaz. She's shocked when she sees it, and it slams into her head-on. The old man asks what the hell that thing is, while someone else asks if he's the divine doctor and what their situation is now. After seeing all this, that person asks if he still thinks they have any chance of winning. The old man notices what happened to Anyang and realizes he can't see anymore. So he says that if Anyang had actually seen this madness, he doubts he'd even ask that, because defeating a monster like this feels impossible. Fear starts taking over. Then he remembers his disciple asking if he's going to run away again. Looking at everything in front of him, he starts to stammer. He's afraid, and his body won't stop shaking. He can't understand how the fortress master keeps believing he can win against enemies like this. Then Anyang asks the divine doctor if the fortress master still hasn't returned. The old man says he went to meet the Soul King and might die, but even if he did, he's certain that man would never kneel. Then he tells Anyang that no, he still hasn't returned. Even so, the old man draws his sword and says they still haven't lost either. Even while trembling, Yang smiles. He realizes things can still change, and all of them rise against those monarchs. And Yang says he showed them overwhelming power strong enough to break their will. So why are they still resisting? And how dare they keep looking at him like that? Then he thinks perhaps this is what nobility truly is. Only people who decide for themselves how they'll live can stand like that. He calls them noble even if they aren't. Monarchs, honorable people who don't care who stands before them, even if it's a monarch. It's as though they're saying monarchs mean nothing. If all the awakened born in that tower are like this, he starts wondering whether he can truly sell them to the abyss. So he tells Vargas, the plan has changed. Every awakened person there must die. Only the tower and the product will be spared. They're ending this now, and he orders that giant Biju to fire a Biju Dama at them. Seeing that much power, they have no way to stop it. But then a beam crashes into the Biju's blast, wipes it out completely, and takes the beast with it. Everyone is terrified by the killing blow. Sir Win Armelt starts shouting at Ron, and he realizes who has arrived. It's the protagonist, the very product he came for. The protagonist returns looking completely different, with parts of his body rotting, and says he's sorry for being late. Everyone is overjoyed to see him there. He thanks them all and tells them to move as far back as they can. Ron asks if he's truly the master of Fortress Gorgon, and the protagonist says yes. But Ron can't believe this ragged man is really Gorgon's master. He's shocked they came all this way for someone like him. He senses filthy energy coming from him and wonders if it's a lingering trace of the Soul King. If the Soul King let someone like this leave, then perhaps that king has already become useless. Ron can't believe Chaos places so much trust in a beggar like him. None of the monarchs can believe they came all this way for someone like that. Then the 5th lieutenant of the monarch region of Black Clouds, Magada, says they've all been made fools of. But Yora calls out to Ron and asks if it was truly necessary for all of them to come there for a boy like that. Ron says it may seem excessive, but it was necessary. Yora asks again if it truly was. Ron says yes. The obstacle on his path to the Abyss Fruit was the being who decides who may enter and leave the Abyss, the Catastrophe Soul King. And if the Soul King doesn't allow them into the Abyss, then they'll have no choice but to force it to open the gate. He is slightly surprised to realize Yorha is his sister. He hadn't noticed that before. Then the protagonist begins, giving off pressure, and asks if they're going to keep talking or finally prepare to fight. The moment they feel that pressure, Chundo says it's interesting. This world truly does have a strange way of seeing things. Migata wonders if that giant eye is how he's looking at the first nightmare, but Sir Wen says no and asks if it represents Big Brother instead. Yora cuts in, saying it's too shallow. No matter how unusual it looks, it's still an empty world. The old man wonders what the protagonist is planning, because he's not strong enough to face the lieutenants yet. He keeps thinking the protagonist must have someone else in mind. Ron says it's a rare worldview, but it's still far below the people from the rift. Then he asks the protagonist if that's truly all he has. The protagonist says, of course, not, and moves to attack. He changes his sword and slashes directly at Ron's face, but Sir Wen calls it pathetic. She asks if that's all he can do after making such a dramatic entrance, then knocks his sword aside and forces him back. Lai speaks up and says, there's no need for everyone to fight. He asks Hun if he can handle this alone. Hun says no, he'll do it himself. Sir Wen is surprised and asks if he's truly going to fight. Hun says he needs to clean up his own mess. Then Shando steps forward and says he'll go too, but Hun scoffs, wondering how that old man from the Emerald Insect clan dares interfere. There's no need for that. He seals himself and the protagonist inside a separate cube and says it'll be only the two of them. That will be enough. Chundo asks Hun what he's doing, saying his clan has unfinished business with the protagonist too. Hun tells him to go rest, and Chundo keeps shouting from outside. The protagonist asks what Hun is trying to do, and Hun says this is a favor he's giving to someone whose courage he knows. A one-on-one fight is enough for him. He hates when others interfere in his battles. Now that he's prepared the stage, he tells the protagonist to do his best and face him, even though he's certain it won't matter. The protagonist says this was the last foolish thing Hoon ever did. Hoon realizes the protagonist had something hidden up his sleeve, but the protagonist gets close enough to strike. Hoon says that's still nowhere near enough. In the last 6 months, he's seen dozens of people awaken. Most were only stage 3, but a few managed to reach stage 4. While saying that, he begins counterattacking, and the protagonist blocks. Then Hoon says that out of every stage 4 awakened person he's seen, the protagonist is easily the weakest. He throws him back. Jelohuan notices how strong Hoon is. Samangaram is nothing compared to him. That shocks him because Samangaram was supposed to be as strong as a lieutenant. They're clearly using power from the same system, but Hoon is on a completely different level. Half-hearted attacks won't work on him, so the protagonist makes his sword grow even larger, and Hoon says he heard the protagonist open Genesis and reached materialization. This time, he's giving off a respectable amount of power. Hoon summons his lion again and says he hopes this won't be as boring as the previous attacks. Protagonist focuses completely and thrusts upward at him. The dragon tries to stop the blow, but Hoon is startled, and outside the cube, that burst of power leaks through. The old man is shocked by what the boy just unleashed. The others become excited, saying that attack was quite flashy. Seeing it, Hoon admits the protagonist definitely had enough power to defeat Sam and Garam, but he's completely wrong if he thinks they're on the same level. Hoon asks if opening Genesis made him think he was the strongest. This is only the beginning. Then he gets to the point. Are they ending this now? Or does the protagonist still have more to show? The protagonist asks what Hoon is truly trying to do. If he wanted the protagonist dead, he could have done it long ago. So what the hell does Hoon want? He notes that the boy is quick, then orders him to go to the 9th region and bring back the Tower of Awakening he created. But the protagonist asks what he'll do if he refuses. Hoon can tell he doesn't want to, but wonders if he truly has a choice. Then he shows the protagonist something. Countless different cubes appear before him, and inside one of them, The protagonist notices a computer. Hoon says he looks surprised to see familiar objects, but that's not the only gift he's offering. He says he'll give protagonist something even more important, his real body and the chance to reclaim the life he lost. Then Hoon asks Shi Jihin if he doesn't miss her. He says the protagonist can start over, and he'll even make him the 8th lieutenant. And that's not all. He shows the protagonist even more. The protagonist recognizes the place, it's Earth. Hoon says he'll also return the time he lost, but the protagonist simply says he won't go back. Hoon says he expected that. From the way the protagonist has acted this entire time, he seems to hate the idea of returning with all his heart. The protagonist asks why make an offer like that if he already knew, and Hoon says even if he returned, the nightmare he lived through wouldn't disappear. So what good is returning to the past? Going back still wouldn't erase his wounds, and perhaps it shouldn't. Those scars are what made him who he is. They're already part of him. Hoon wonders if that's why he keeps choosing the present instead of going back. Then he says yes, but what he wants isn't the protagonist's past. He wants the present the protagonist lost. That's what he's imagining now. He asks if this place truly is the present the protagonist wants. The protagonist says no. He's certain the place isn't his present. The time he deserves, the present stolen from him against his will, is over there. He remembers his mother, and those memories are shown to him, bringing back his childhood with her. That makes the protagonist furious. Hoon says the present he lost and the people he loves are all there. If he becomes the lieutenant of the 9th region, he can return whenever he wants. He tells him to think carefully about which side is better for him. The protagonist asks, "Is that so?" Then he draws his sword, and Hoon asks what he thinks he's doing. The protagonist says again that he won't go back, he's going to climb. Hoon asks if he doesn't want to see the people he loves. Is he truly going to throw away the present he's been searching for all this time? His aura crashes down on the protagonist, and hearing the word throw away, the protagonist thinks about what Hoon said. Perhaps he has a point. Does he miss them? Of course he does. There are people he wants to see. He's human, so how could he not feel that way? But past, future, or present, none of that means anything in this world. He attacks Hoon again, this time with even more power. Everyone outside can feel it, and the cube itself begins losing its color from the impact. The protagonist says that, as Hoon said, he might be happy for a while if he returned to Earth, but what's the point? Sooner or later, they would cultivate that place too. Hoon says that's obvious. Cultivation is the law of this world. He attacks again and knocks the protagonist back. The protagonist thinks this is a world where using others for cultivation is treated as a normal way of life. Perhaps that isn't one person's fault. It's not Cayman's fault that he keeps forgetting he used to be a product. It's not Serwen's fault either. She was born in the tower and raised to think that way. Perhaps it's not even the fault of the angels or demons who carry out cultivation. If anyone should be blamed, it's the one who never realized this way of thinking was wrong. The only thing truly guilty is this world. That's why he has to destroy it. Hoon says that's childish logic, but in the end, everything the protagonist loves is part of this world. Is he saying he'll destroy all of it with his own hands? Hoon says the thing called the system can't be touched or destroyed. The system is nature itself. Then he attacks the protagonist with pure fire. The protagonist realizes he can't defeat Hoon alone. He has far too little time to strengthen his world or become stronger. But the only reason he can even fight like this now is because of what he brought with him. If he can't win with his own power, he'll borrow power from something greater. So he eats that crystal. As that power crashes into him, the protagonist is struck and a massive firestorm bursts from the cube. Everyone outside is shaken, and the old man asks what exactly is happening in there. Inside, Hoon thinks the protagonist is an idiot, but perhaps it would have been better if he'd come with them. Since he entered chaos while still alive, his brain current is still connected. And if he dies, his soul will probably return to his original physical body. Even with the damage to his soul, Hoon has no choice but to send him back to the Holy Land. But then Jaewon releases a completely different kind of power. Inside the flames, he opens his eyes again. He blasts Hoon with a massive wave of force, and it fills the whole square. Hoon can only stare, asking what this is. That energy starts consuming him too, and he screams. His skin is being torn apart, and he panics, asking what kind of power this is and what just happened. Outside, the old man is stunned. He knows this should be impossible. That's exactly why Jaewon never fully consumed the horn, even though it held pure energy. Still, doing this will cost him. The old man wonders what the hell the boy is trying to do. Back inside, ghouls begin appearing. He lets out a strange laugh as more ghouls are summoned before him. Sinem blurts out, asking what the hell that thing is. Everyone outside is shaken by the power the fortress master is releasing, and Jaewon is swallowed by it. He turns into part catastrophe, becoming half ghoul. He immediately says it has been well, since he's seen those worms, the gods start talking among themselves. At first, they think it's an earthquake, but then another says no, it feels like chaos. Fear spreads as they realize this energy belongs to one of the three ancient gods, and they wonder if he has truly appeared. How could that be possible? They begin asking if the seal was broken. One of those gods is in his own domain, and he senses that energy and thinks of chaos, the place where his best friend already is. Back there with Jaewon, Hoon is trembling all over, trying to understand what's happening as he stares at the crowd of ghouls before him. Then it hits him. The Soul King, who was sealed by the 12 regional monarchs, is standing right there. That was clearly written in the Akashic records. That's why he thought bringing 100 monarchs would be excessive. Now he wonders if those records were wrong, because this thing is on a level where even the monarch of total darkness wouldn't guarantee victory. That means they need every possible method merely to escape. So Hoon speaks to the Soul King, saying they don't want to fight. They only want the product he has. The Soul King asks if he means this boy, then says that won't happen. Still, he adds that he promised his older brother he would not interfere in the affairs of chaos. But then the Soul King becomes furious. He demands to know how Hoon dares say that name before him, and his rage crashes down on him. Hoon falls to his knees from the pressure alone. He quickly apologizes but says that, as far as he knows, that's why the Soul King never chose a representative. The Soul King answers that this boy is not his representative. Jaewon is trying to protect his own world, even if it costs his life. That's why they made a contract. Hoon is stunned that he truly made a contract with the Soul King and asks what kind of contract it is. The Soul King says it's none of his business, then raises a hand and gathers a terrifying amount of power. That power rushes directly at Hoon, and the Soul King says, one thing is certain. All of them are going to die there. Everyone is crushed by that threat, and Hoon asks what he's talking about. Is he truly saying he'll break the promise he made to his older brother? The Soul King says he never did any such thing. Even if this is his power, it still isn't his will. Then he starts attacking all those monarchs, and Hoon orders everyone to join forces. He says this isn't the time to panic. They have to work together because he thinks the Soul King is using ghoul descent to appear there. No matter how strong the vessel is, it's still a human body and it should collapse soon. They only need to wear him down. If they survive 5 minutes, they can win. But Chuan Duo calls him an idiot and asks if he truly wants to fight that monster. Hoon starts shouting at Chuan Duo, but Chuan Duo says the emerald insect family is staying out of this and tells him to do whatever he wants. Hoon is completely terrified. The Soul King turns to the emerald insects and asks if they're the ones who made that so-called spirit stone after studying his world. He says they are truly foolish for trying to copy a god, asks if they think they can leave this place alive, and splits one of them in half with a single wave of his hand. He says that one isn't even worthy of becoming a ghoul. None of them are leaving alive. Then they're all swept away by the massive surge Jawan is causing. Hoon is horrified by that power, and the Soul King tells them to burn this into their minds. Look at the disaster they brought upon themselves. Hoon can only wonder how things ended up like this. Then Sambuha arrives and tells them to raise their heads, cutting through the flood. She asks if they truly plan to keep acting this pathetic, because if they do, everyone will die. Sir Wen says the strategist is right. They only need to last 5 minutes, so everyone should attack. The Soul King says it seems they have a few brave ones after all. Hoon sees that his sister came to help, and she orders everyone to charge. The few who can still do anything actually move in with her, but those ghouls begin threatening everyone there. Hoon says that's good. They still have a chance as long as they don't lose heart. Even if they take heavy losses, that's better than everyone dying. With an attack on this level, he's sure some time has already passed, and no one knows how this will end. The Soul King says it's quite a sight watching them break their heads just to survive. Even so, he merely flicks a finger at them, and that tiny flick wipes out a huge portion of the monarchs, killing Hoon's sister and everyone behind him. Hoon is left in despair over that, and then the Soul King says it would be boring to simply sit there and do nothing. That finally breaks Hoon, and he begins laughing. All he can do is ask what the hell just happened. There was never any way to defeat a disaster like this from the beginning, and he admits it, Jaewon. Even so, he still won't let everything happen the way the protagonist wants. The Soul King says it has been a long time since he had this much fun. As Hoon looks at him, the Soul King blows apart the center of Hoon's body with a punch thrown from where he sits, saying this has already become too boring. After everything settles down, Hoon lies face first in the water. Jaehwan watches and wonders if this is truly how strong the Soul King is. Even though that power came through his soul, it still doesn't feel real. The first awakened one, Soul King, goes beyond merely destroying part of a world. He rules over the world itself. This is clearly the final stage MC has been chasing, and to reach it, he'd probably have to fight for the rest of his life. Even so, if the Soul King was sealed by the older brother, he wonders just how strong he needs to become. The Soul King says the protagonist's body is too weak and can't even last 5 minutes. The protagonist asks how many more times he can borrow his power. The answer is only 3 times through Ghoul Descent. Since he's not his representative and has already summoned him once, that leaves 2. But then he thinks that because MC will need to call on him when he meets the older brother, it's more accurate to say he can only summon him 1 more time. After using that power, his soul will reach its limit, and the ghoulification process will begin soon. Since he chose this path, he has to endure it, and the Soul King hopes he keeps his promise to the very end. Then ghoulification strikes the protagonist. Once the bond is cut, all the pain crashes into him at once, and it feels like his body is about to break apart. He realizes that the further ghoulification advances, the more his memories disappear, and losing one's memories is the same as losing oneself. Once a person is lost like that, their very existence disappears, and they become a ghoul. With that, he begins screaming in agony. He wonders if this is truly how he'll become a ghoul. But as he falls into an ocean of memories, he starts seeing the old man's world, and the old man appears there, drawing. Then Jaewon remembers. He realizes the memories are returning. He remembers Kaiman speaking with the old man, asking why he followed the fortress master on that journey. The old man says he can't remember any particular reason, and that boy is simply stubborn, rude, childish, and careless. All he ever does is attack an old man like him, but if he's asking why he still went along despite all that, it's because he doesn't want him to be alone. And then Jaewon begins coming back. The old man manages to pull the boy back, calling for him to wake up again and again. MC tells him to stop calling him like that. He asks the old man if he's truly still doing this, and the old man nearly cries when he sees that. Jaewon is finally awake. He asks what he's going to do if he turns into a ghoul. Didn't he think about that? But the protagonist says he trusted the old man to wake him up. Hearing that, the old man tries to rush in and embrace him, but MC stops him first and begins getting up, looking at how everything ended and wondering if it's truly over. He thinks that even though they suffered heavy losses, many members of the expedition survived, and more people are awakening too, so there shouldn't be any problems after he leaves. And even if the monarchs no longer care about chaos for now, the balance of power in the omnipotent lands has been broken, so they'll be too busy repairing that. Chaos has finally found freedom, or at least that's what he thought. Then others run over to the fortress master, asking what all of this means. He remembers Hoon saying he wouldn't let things go the way he wanted. Then Hoon, as he fades away, starts smiling, and the dead begin asking questions. They ask if the protagonist truly came there alive. The old man doesn't understand. Jaewon just risked everything for them, but they insist this matters because every soul in chaos is supposed to be dead. Then someone points out that when the Castellan went to the Palace of Resurrection, he never took any fruit. Cayman appears, shocked. They think MC regained his life that way. He realizes what they truly want is their old lives back. One of them asks how else to explain what just happened, but Cayman says he never ate the fruit, and Urine tells everyone to calm down. Still, someone demands to know what happened to all the fruits. Then they voice the real fear. What if the Castellan they've all followed is actually alive? Urine can tell this is bad. No one is calming down, and all that pressure finally makes them snap. After watching the Castellan perform miracle after miracle, they followed him, believing they could regain their lives. They never cared about changing the world the way he did. So now, the fact that he's alive, and none of this was explained, makes them rush at Jaewon, demanding answers. All their old questions turn against him, and this chaos is exactly what Ronald wanted. He thinks the Castellan looks pathetic now. Even if they're being stirred up by confusion, that skill only works when doubt is already present. So their hidden mistrust becomes fuel, making their emotions explode. They keep pressing Jaewon about what happened to the fruits and why he lied to them for so long. Ronald thinks the protagonist may have ruined his plan, but in the end, the protagonist's own plan fell apart too. Cayman tries to stop them, but MC cuts in and says he destroyed every fruit. No one believes him, not even Cayman. He's stunned too. They ask him to repeat it. Why would he do that? Was it because he was alive? How could he destroy the very thing they all wanted? Jaewon says it's true. Real life can't be reached through something like the fruits. Even if someone returned through them in the omnipotent lands, the same war would happen again, and they'd end up back in chaos. He could have explained all of that to them. Instead, he asks if what they're truly asking is whether he's alive. His tone becomes sharp. They ask what he's trying to do, and Jaewon tells them that if they want the answer, they should see it for themselves. Then he reveals his brain link. Now it's clear that he truly was connected. He had been alive the whole time. To them, it looks as though he used everyone so he could take the fruit for himself. Then he asks why they've all gone silent and says he no longer cares what's true or false. Even so, he reaches up and cuts his own link, saying this is the life he chose. That was completely insane. Jaewon threw away his mortal body just to stay alive there, and after cutting the bond to his real body, Hoon starts laughing. From the side, he calls the protagonist crazy and asks if he truly thinks he can sever his mental link. He keeps mocking him, and everyone is shocked. Hoon is still alive. Then Hoon says Jaewon truly is something else. He smiles as he fades away while everyone left behind simply stands there, stunned. MC, however, walks past them. They ask where he's going, and he says he's heading to the abyss. Carlton even calls out to him, but the old man moves to Jaewon's side. Then Urine herself thinks that ever since He first appeared in chaos. He had always been alone, and now is no different. So she bows before him. No one says a word, but everyone understands that many kings will be born in chaos from this point onward. Even so, to the people of chaos, there is only one true king, the last king Chaos acknowledged, and now he is leaving chaos. Sometime later, someone they haven't seen in a long time returns and wonders if this is truly the chaos she remembers. Minohan sees that everything has changed so much. She says that on the first day of the 3rd month after he left chaos, she woke up. From there, she began hearing about all the changes that had occurred. An alliance was formed between the King of Humans, the leader of the mysterious factory, and the Lone King. Chaos was unified, and the new chaos built a fortress where the mysterious factory once stood. That fortress was named Carpe Diem. Humans, ghouls, and horned beasts who once fought each other now live together in Carpe Diem. Even so, Mino says she still can't get used to it. That's how Carpe Diem, the center of chaos, began to prosper, and then the border forces began appearing. As Carpe Diem grew, new threats appeared. Those forces came from the Absolute Lands, and the 9th region, ruled by the Shadow Strategist, had already lost much of its power because of the Monarch Massacre. The other regions saw that as their chance, so war broke out. Mino heard that because of it, monarchs were dying every day and appearing in chaos. Fortunately, Chaos still had the Tower of Awakening left behind by Jaewon, and they used it to create many awakened fighters to battle the monarchs. Of course, the great generals, who are stronger than 10th stage adapted, were still difficult to handle. So the factory leaders came up with a bold plan. When a monarch-level adapted one dies, the place where they're summoned is different from everyone else's. They used to return at the Palace of Resurrection, but the factory leaders changed that destination. The new location was inside Carpe Diem. Mino thought that sounded ridiculous at first, but after hearing the reason, she was convinced. When those monarchs regained consciousness there, their first reaction was to wonder where they were, asking if the Palace of Resurrection was truly gone. Then they realized they had appeared in a terrible place, directly before Soul King catastrophe. Who would have guessed the Lone King would be the first thing they saw after reviving? Anyway, Chaos had rejected change for thousands of years, but Jaewon changed it completely. Mino thinks about that because when she woke up, she was holding a return stone. She heard that on the day the protagonist visited the mysterious factory, he also came to see her and placed it in her hand. That makes her wonder why. He saved Chaos because he never seemed like someone who liked people, and there was no clear reason for him to save them. Then she remembers asking him not to give up on this world, but she tells herself that can't be the only reason. Even so, she still wants to know why he saved this world. She wonders if she'll find the answer there as she enters the tower, and the system asks if she agrees to be summoned into the Tower of Nightmares. At that moment, she begins to understand. Thinking about the faces and feelings of everyone who enters the tower, she feels as though she finally understands a little. She remembers how he kept talking about bringing this world to an end, and yet before leaving, he still gave them hope. She accepts and says, perhaps that's the answer, a way to end this world, and perhaps one day, she thinks she'll see him again. In the world he drew, there was no way to know if that was truly possible. Even so, in her mind, his world held a tree with roots but no soil, and only a few bare branches. Still, thinking of that world made her feel less alone, because even if everyone else betrays this world, there will always be one person who protects it to the end. And that world, protected by a single man, is called the world after death. Man, if this isn't pure cinema, I don't know what is. You'll have to tell me what is. And if you want the continuation with Jaewon climbing higher, leave a like and subscribe to this YouTube channel. It really feels like there's still a lot left to happen, so we're definitely continuing.